This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Belly of the Beast by Desmond Doane, narrated by Daniel Thomas May. Prologue. The Man, the Myth, the Almighty, A Conversation with the Enigmatic Ford Atticus Ford by Jessie Lynn Wade, September issue, Portland Paranormal Quarterly. It's dusk, in that hazy time when the horizon is minutes away from swallowing the last morsels of daylight. The brilliant pinks, purples, and oranges lining the wispy clouds are gorgeous. The sky is and always has been a canvas for nature's paintbrush. Once the color drains away, darkness wraps its black cloak around the hum of life while mothers tuck children in beneath cozy sheets. Fathers say goodnight and kiss soft foreheads. Streetlights fight for command of their territory, barely winning the battle for a small patch of space along empty sidewalks. Hours later, after we mere humans have slipped into blissful slumber, one man, along with his partner and a team of technicians, steps forward to protect us against scary things that go bump in the night. At least, that used to be the case, and that man, my friends, is the almighty Ford Atticus Ford, a hero to many before committing an egregious mistake that had his hit television series ripped from the coveted Thursday night lineup. Almighty. It's a term he once accepted with pride, but it would seem he hasn't felt so omnipotent over the past couple of years. Not since the incident with the little blonde one. You know what I'm talking about, as does nearly every person who is aware of Ford's existence. There's no need to belabor the mistakes made during that live episode on Halloween night 2 years ago. One could say entire forests have been destroyed with articles written about the occurrence and its consequences, this magazine included, and with this being Portland, Oregon, we're trying to hug as many trees as possible. Portlanders unite! Save the trees! Save the ink! Try as we might, eventually the topic of Ford and Chelsea Hopper comes round again, inevitably made partners, a graveyard and a tombstone. Attempting to talk about one without the other is an exercise in futility. As Ford sits across from me in this tiny cafe in the Pearl District where the scent of roasting coffee beans is subdued only by shouting baristas, it's obvious that the man dressed in his signature black outfit is emotionally burdened by past failures, but will forever have a love of the game. For now, he remains passionate about the paranormal, visibly thrilled when I share my own personal ghost story, and yet, whenever the conversation drifts near Chelsea Hopper, a melancholy weight settles over him, pushing his shoulders down, eyes averting, examining the minuscule wording on a sugar packet, as if he's truly interested in the fine print. It's impossible not to discuss her, given the motivations behind his current project with his partner, co-host, and bosom buddy Mike Long, but going into the interview, I didn't want to push him away, so my intentions were to focus on what was always his favorite topic in the past. Himself. Ford Atticus Ford was a womanizing glory hound during the impressive primetime reign of Graveyard Classified. He'll readily admit to that fact because he seems determined to right his wrongs. Yet when I suggest that maybe you can't change a zebra's stripes, he scoffs and tells me the colors of a zebra have nothing to do with motivation and the desire to be a better person. Noted, Ford, but how does one respond to those who say forgiven but not forgotten? Those impressive shoulders he's been working out, you know, lift and drop. A resigned shrug is his only answer. Has Ford atoned for his sins already? Perhaps, and perhaps not, depending on whom you ask. These days he offers his spooky services to police departments, functioning as a paranormal private investigator, getting paid in peanuts and smiles. He's fighting the good fight. He still gets recognized in public and poses for photos. He still has female fans sending him racy pictures. He still gets calls from celebrity acquaintances asking if he'll lead paranormal investigations for curious groups of A-listers. It's easy to say no to those, he says, because it feels like it would be disrespectful to the citizens of the spirit world. And 10 seasons of exploiting them on television wasn't? Once you become a social pariah, Ford tells me, you have a lot of time to think about the past and what you might have done wrong, or what the catalyst was that might have changed things. If you can identify the switch, you can see another problem coming. Rather than condensing our conversation into meager paraphrasing, I thought it best to let the discussion with Ford Atticus Ford play out as it happened. What I noticed during our interview is that the Almighty has some inherent characteristics that will always remain the same. There's the whole zebra and his stripes thing, but the man sitting across from me was just that. A man. Finally. Gone was the enfant terrible of reality television, the womanizing adolescent in an adult's body. In its place sat a mature adult willing to own up to his mistakes and claw for redemption. That is, as long as it doesn't completely smother the occasional ego trip, or prevent him from winking at the cute barista behind the counter. The following is a partial transcript from our brief interview. He's on a tight schedule, of course, with the upcoming documentary, and it's the first in-depth look at the man, the myth, the Almighty, in well over 2 years. Enjoy, and I'll see you on the other side. Jessie Lynn Wade. Hi, thanks so much for coming, Mr. Ford.
Ford Atticus Ford. What's with the mister, Jessie? You've known me for like 8 years.
Just responsible professional journalism.
As if you've been accused of that in the past.
Hey.
Kidding. Good to see you again. And before I forget, happy birthday.
Editor's note, Mrs. Wade reached the 40-year milestone on the date of the interview. Aw, thanks. I managed to survive another year.
Sometimes that's more of an achievement than it sounds.
True. So, let me start here because I've always been curious. Do you ever wonder if people are calling you by your first name or your last name when they simply address you as Ford? For me, I think that would lead to some sort of identity crisis.
It's all part of the mystery, isn't it? At least it's better than, hey, dickhead.
Seriously, though, I'm not criticizing your parents here, but I think everybody has wondered what in the world their thought process was like when they decided to name their kid Ford.
They're interesting people, certainly. Both hyper-intelligent, caring to a fault, wicked senses of humor. My dad finally retired after 30 years in the military, and my mom is getting ready to pull the plug on her tenured career as an astrophysics professor. How they ended up with a TV personality who chases ghosts is anybody's guess. If the apple doesn't fall very far from the tree, I should be barking orders at baby-faced recruits or creating diagrams of planetary alignments. Anyway, there's no real mystery behind my name. Dad had this gorgeous '67 Ford Mustang, candy apple red with white racing stripes, and Mom always joked that he loved it more than her, which he obviously denied. So when I came along, here I am, a gurgling bundle of joy, and he told her that if there was anything he'd ever love more than her, it was me. Took her about 2 seconds to start referring to me as the other Ford, and it stuck. The Atticus part is easy. She was reading To Kill a Mockingbird in the hospital and liked the sound of it.
Mystery solved.
Zoinks!
Funny, Shaggy. Which, I might add, is fairly appropriate, considering I've heard the scuttlebutt about your new canine companion.
You mean Dog Atticus Dog?
You're kidding, right? Tell me you're joking.
Yes, his name is Ulysses. Uli for short. My own little bundle of joy.
Should we move on to some serious topics? Anything out of bounds?
I've got a strict non-disclosure agreement with Spirit World Productions, so any specific details about the documentary are off-limits. Broad generalizations are fine.
Anything else?
I'm sure you have a pretty good idea. Some questions are more painful than others.
Responsible, professional, easy-going journalism. That has to be my modus operandi here?
I didn't say that. Just no knees to the groin. Respectful. How about that?
Fair is fair. Oh, but you know what? I've been dying to tell you this for ages. Can I share my own ghost story?
Of course.
My husband and I just moved into this new house across the river. Small fixer-upper, needs lots of work, but I adore it. It's what we always wanted. 2 stories, creaky hardwood floors that remind me of my grandmother's house. Beautiful place, but we're positive that the man who lived there before us never left.
Intelligent or residual?
Residual would be my guess. No response to any EVP or spirit box sessions or anything like that, unless he's shy. Mostly what we hear is a clear set of footsteps going up to the second floor about every 6 hours.
Nice.
Here he spends 5 excitable minutes offering detailed advice about possible approaches to capturing evidence.
That is, if you want to go that route.
We thought about it, but really, we're kinda content with letting him be. From what we've learned, his wife was sick for a few years, and he was diligent about keeping to his schedule with her medication. When she finally passed, he wasn't too far behind her.
Yeah, lost his reason for staying on. So sad, huh?
Sad? It's heartbreaking. I get choked up just thinking about it. Ford is silent. Does it ever get to you like that?
Like what?
Thinking about all the investigations you've been on, all the death you've been around. Some of it violent, no reason for others. Any regrets that you didn't do enough for someone on either side of life? All those hauntings, I mean, they were people.
Not all of them.
Oh, you mean the one at the that one?
Yeah, and others.
I'm sorry. Regrets isn't exactly what I meant. Not in that sense. Everybody already knows you have regrets about her.
Can we, let's not.
Absolutely. Yeah, moving on then. Here's something I've been dying to know. Everyone is familiar with the story about how you and Mike Long captured that full-bodied apparition on film, and that was the genesis of your rise to paranormal fame. Yet you've hinted about an experience where you were younger that piqued your interest in the supernatural. I spent days reading every print and televised interview of yours that I could find, and not once have you discussed it. Any reason why that is? And would you care to share it now? Ford remains uncomfortably silent for 20 seconds.
Fine. Why not, right? I did have an experience, and I've never shared the details for a couple of reasons. One, it was part of the intrigue, like what could have possibly happened to this guy to scare him into chasing ghosts for a living, that sort of thing. Two, you get to the point in the business of celebrity where nothing is sacred. Your home, your meals, your vacations, your relationships. Cameras, fans, autographs, even inside the supposed privacy of your house, you never really feel like you have anything of your own because there could be some paparazzi photographer out there with a telephoto lens trying to grab a shot of you walking around in your underwear. So I never shared my story because it was the one thing that was mine, something that I could hold on to.
I can understand that. If you'd like to keep it private, that's okay by me. I don't want you to feel like I'm dragging it out of you.
No, I'll share. I'm a different sort of me these days. I have a lot of things that are mine now that I didn't have before. Anyway, I can see it in my head, clear as day. I was 7 years old, and I was in bed. My nightlight was on, and I called my dad into my room to ask him to get the moths off the ceiling. Every night, without fail, every flying insect in the house would flock to my room. Freaked me out, thinking I'd wake up with a moth trying to climb into my nose. Okay, so Dad left, and I was lying there in bed, just about to drift off, and the closet door opened by itself. I sat up to see what was going on, and the damn door swung shut like I'd caught something trying to sneak out. It scared me so much I couldn't speak, totally froze. And even if I could have moved, I would have had to pass by the closet door to leave the room. Wasn't happening. A minute or two later, it creaked open again, and a young girl, about Chelsea's age, poked her head out. Kind of transparent, kind of not. She smiled and waved at me, then ducked back into the closet and closed the door. 30-odd years later, here I am.
Wow.
It's not the most incredible origin story.
I think it's fantastic.
Regardless, I never saw her again. Never slept in that room again, either. Being the military and science-y types, my folks didn't believe me, but they let me sleep on the living room couch for the next 3 years until we moved.
Do you think, subconsciously, that the child spirit is maybe why you have such a connection with Chelsea Hopper?
Nah, I was 7. I had a visitor. Chelsea getting attacked was my fault, and I've been through some experiences lately that suggest her demon tormentor isn't finished with her. Or me.
Care to explain?
I can't. Let's just say that revenge is not confined to humans alone, and we're hoping the documentary will convince the believers and doubters to be careful, no matter what.
So what can you tell me about the documentary?
Not a whole lot, I'm afraid.
Rumors have been swirling that you and Mike Long are headed back to the Hopper House.
I can't, Jesse. Sorry. Next question.
You're not going to like this one very much either.
Go for it.
You had a highly visible public breakup with your ex-wife, Melanie, due to your infidelity during your time on the show. I mean, you were shameless back then if the rumors are true.
Is there a question in there, or...
You've always said you felt like you were sort of crucified in the public eye after the incident. Do you think that the media helped that explode because of the cheating Playboy image you had? Maybe some reasonable retribution?
So the question is, were they justified in tearing me down because I was such an asshole to Melanie?
Close enough. Long moment of consideration, punctuated by heavy sighs.
Yeah, I think they were.
So you agree with what happened to your public image? You deserved it?
Look, I screwed up. I know I did. I had fame and fortune shoved into my lap and into my bank account. I've always been the dorky guy next door, and suddenly women were throwing themselves at me. I began to accept that I was owed this all along for taking so much shit growing up. That's not an excuse. I had control of my decisions, but I abused my positioning in the universe. I've apologized to Melanie profusely, I might add, and we're back on speaking terms. Maybe even more than speaking terms. Don't print that, or screw it, print it. She's amazing. We're talking again, and I won't screw it up this time.
Are you sure? I mean, I don't doubt you, really, because you seem headstrong when you're motivated about something, but what if a zebra can't change his stripes?
Come on. I know what you're getting at. Once a cheater, always a cheater? Is it inherent? Genetics, like the color of a zebra? That has nothing to do with free will, motivation, and the desire to be a better person.
Duly noted.
Sorry for the tone. I'm trying. Melanie has forgiven me in most respects. I doubt we'll be walking down the aisle again anytime soon, but it's all about redemption. Trying to atone. For Melanie, for Chelsea. Will I ever truly be forgiven? Only God can answer that.
Or, on the other hand, what about forgiven but not forgotten? Is that something you can accept? Ford shrugs. That's it? Just a shrug?
The media has a short attention span, but history has a long memory. Ask me again in 50 years if they've forgotten.
Good point. So, since you're not allowed to talk about the documentary, what else are you up to these days? Confirm some of the rumors for us.
Well, I don't know if they're rumors per se, but most everyone knows I've been working with various police departments around the U.S. as a paranormal private investigator, helping solve cases when they hit dead ends.
No pun intended.
None at all. That's mainly it.
I heard you're thinking about starting some celebrity ghost hunting tours, something like that? Ford rolls his eyes.
Don't believe everything you read online. Totally got blown out of proportion. Some Hollywood buddies of mine wanted to get some ghost tours going, groups of super famous people, and they wanted me to lead them. It wasn't easy to tell these powerful people I couldn't do it, but I had to say no.
Why?
Because it's disrespectful of the dead.
And exploiting them on television for 10 seasons wasn't?
Exploiting is a bit harsh, but I'll let it slide. We didn't start out that way. Definitely not. Look, once you've become a social pariah and you're afraid of showing your face in public for a while, you have a lot of time to think about the past and what you might have done wrong or what the catalyst was that might have changed things. If you can identify the switch, you can see it coming again.
What was yours?
Allowing people to massage and inflate my ego. That I was almighty, for God's sake. Mike started that as a joke, and it turned into this thing which led to believing everything the media said about me.
Now you're blaming us?
No, I'm saying I'm just a guy. I've always been just a guy. There's nothing special about me except for the fact that paranormal creepy crawlies are attracted to the energy I give off. From here on out, all I really want to do is right my wrongs and ride off into the sunset. knowing at the end of the day I did what I could to redeem myself for what happened to Chelsea, and for what I did in the past to screw over the people I care about most.
Admirable goal. So what comes next? After the documentary, I mean.
Hopefully I'll be enjoying a private beach somewhere warm, with a drink in one hand and holding Melanie's with the other. Fresh start, clean heart, and a good woman at my side. Right now, I can't think of anything better.
Do you think that's possible?
I don't know. Check back in a few months. You'll either have to look me up or dig me up to find out.
End of interview. The question becomes, do I believe him? Should I? Should you? I'm not sure that's for us to answer. Whether you call it life or fate, chance or universal decree, God or Satan, something out there has a way of handing out the appropriate judgment, and unless he comes back to haunt us, Ford will be the only one to know the result of that decision when he crosses over. And perhaps he'll be the one going bump in the night.
The first act. 1. It's been over 2 years since I've seen Carla Hancock in person, and she hasn't changed much. She's pale to the point of translucence. Her hair matches mine, black as night. Her lipstick color reminds me of a vampire who has just finished feeding and hasn't bothered to wipe her mouth. The color of her eyes? Coal. Perfume subtle and flowery. It's quite possibly the only thing soft about her presence. Her high heels could skewer a still-beating heart. Her pantsuit is crisp, sleek, and wouldn't be out of place on an undertaker. She makes my skin crawl. I'm not afraid of too many living people, but I sure as shit wouldn't want to run into her in a dark alley. Carla stalks around her home office, heels clicking against the tile floor, punctuating every pissed-off step she takes. She uncrosses her arms and leans against the window, palms and forehead flat against the surface. I'll wait her out. I'm good at that. On any other day, she might look like she's admiring the mighty Pacific, the setting sun. We're at her modest mansion, and while it's a beautiful sight up here in the hills overlooking the ocean, she couldn't give a damn about the view right now. She's pondering my proposal. Unhappily, I might add. I dropped a bomb on her 10 minutes ago. I put myself in her shoes before I walked in, and I understand the scope of what I'm asking for. It's insane. Totally insane. I expected yelling, anger. I got it, for sure. And now that it's subsided, I wait and I hope, because my plan makes sense. Part of me wonders if she's actually considering it. The other part wonders if she's choosing the words she'll use to tell me to go to hell and to take my demons, both literal and figurative, along with me for the ride. She emits an audible sigh over by the window, and I glance up in time to catch the circle of breath fog fading away, retreating from those blood-red lips. Carla turns around, pinches a small piece of lint from her lapel, and crosses her arms again. Her movements are slow and deliberate, everything calculated, showing me that she's not pleased, but maybe willing to listen.
Explain it to me again, she says, in slow, simple fucking words, Ford, why you think this is such a good idea. I don't have to tell you it's going to cost the studio a lot of money, a lot, and I don't need to remind you we've already been in pre-production for... And the crew is already there in Ohio, and it's what we promised the fans, and blah, blah, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. I get it. I'm okay with interrupting Carla, even though she's the one pulling the strings. First, she knows she needs me. No Ford, no documentary. Second, she's awful, and I don't suffer assholes. Not anymore. Carla squares her shoulders and narrows her eyes, stays silent. I'm not going to tell her the real reason. I'm not going to give her all the details about what my partner Mike Long and I learned on a research trip to Ohio. If I do, she'll never agree to what I'm proposing. She'll insist that we stay at the Hopper House. I have to stand up. It creeps me out when she's towering over me. She's a crow sitting on top of a telephone pole, waiting to swoop down and devour the carrion I'll become. Once I'm on my feet, I move closer to her.
Then I take another step forward, closing the gap, leaving an uncomfortably small space between us. Am I trying to intimidate her? Yeah, probably. Will it work? Doubtful. She was born without that particular gene. I guess that's one of the reasons she's been so successful here in L.A. I lower my voice, not quite to a whisper, and say, "Let me tell you something about demons." I hold up my index finger. They're nasty fuckers. Dangerous, Hancock, with a capital D, particularly the one that was in the Hopper house. If we go back there, we're not just risking demonic possession. We're risking lives. The second finger goes up. And why is that important? Because given the right circumstances, a demon as powerful as Boogerface could make the Pope leave a brown stain on his white robe. You hear me? God's beacon himself would hide in the best place he could find. This is not a joke. I'm scared, worried, and I want every advantage possible. Finally, the third finger. Demons really, really don't like change. It's a simple statement, what Carla asked for, honestly, that represents a significant part of my plan. Carla, listen to me. This is the truth. Mike and I spent the last 2 weeks researching the Hopper house, the history of it, I mean. It's a death trap, and I refuse to risk lives. Absolutely refuse. Sure, it's a great location, it's scary, fans are familiar with it, but Mike and I strongly believe people could die. Murder, suicide. All from demonic possession because that house is where Boogerface is the strongest. If any of that happens, this thing never makes it to theaters, and boom, hundreds of millions gone. Vanished. You have to put it in terms these Hollywood types can understand. I didn't tell her everything, and I almost said too much. Relocating will give us the advantage we need. It'll put Boogerface off his game, make him angry and confused, prone to mistakes. I honestly wasn't sure about this before. He's so damn powerful, but this way, I think we can win. And that's what the viewers want to see, right? Carla studies me with her arms crossed, lips pressed together in a thin red line. And then a crack forms in her hardened shell. She says, "You're positive you can get this Boogerface? I seriously despise that name, by the way. You think you can get him there? To that old farmhouse in Oregon?" Yes. It's complicated, though. There's the whole underlying band of energy that gives us the ability to communicate across time and supernatural boundaries and planes of existence and— Don't preach to me in nerd. Just tell me how I spin this to the board and the investors. If, and that's a huge if, I decide you're not batshit crazy, then I need a damn good reason for the people who sign the checks. Tell them I'll back out if they don't go along. Carla shakes her head. It doesn't work that way, Ford. They're already prepared for you to pull that card. They'll take their money and they'll walk. Might not be such a bad thing. Nope. You back out. There goes Mike's money and any hope of rebuilding his life. There goes your chance of getting any more fawning blowjobs from those, what did you call them, spot cam girls? There goes any hope of Chelsea having a good future. How long do you think it'll be before your silly little demon eats away at her soul? How long do you think it'll be before she slips out of the public eye and a few years later, bye-bye cash, here come the drug addictions and dying in a gutter with a needle hanging out of her arm? I raise my hand to shush her. Chill with the doomsday speak, Hancock. We both know I'm not going anywhere. I've already figured it out. Here's how you pitch it to the investors. Before you do anything else, you get Spirit World Productions to subversively trash my reputation for being fearless when it comes to the paranormal. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, she says. Why? I'm getting there. Listen. Slowly start spreading rumors that I'm too afraid, that the almighty Ford Atticus Ford is too scared to go back to the Hopper house. I'm terrified. I'm refusing. Spin it so that it seemed like production might fold on the documentary. Leak it to all your television sources. Spread rumors on social media, the whole works. The fans will be so bummed they'll start signing petitions and creating websites and doing candlelight vigils. You get the idea. We give it another month. Another month? We'll never make the Christmas deadline by then. You were never going to make it, Hancock. Besides, a Christmas release was idiotic. Movie watchers want sappy fluff and Oscar bait in December, not something reminding them how shitty the world can be. If my plan works the way I think it's going to work, you could release this thing on a random Tuesday in the middle of February and it wouldn't matter. If you pretend to take it away from the fans, they're only going to want it more. Once the despair fully sets in, we come back with the news that it's on, I'm in, and I'm only going to do the documentary if I can do it on my terms. We tell them it's my fight, my battleground, and then we reveal the Hampstead farmhouse as the new location. Of course, they'll wonder how I'm going to get Boogerface to meet me there, right? We don't tell them that Mike and I can use the underlying energy of the universe to send paranormal telegrams. That's boring. Instead, we'll say that we're using Chelsea as bait to draw him into that location.
You mean bring her back?
In a way, sort of. I leave it there. No more detail than necessary. Ever so slowly, one corner of Carla's mouth creeps upward into a knowing grin.
Sometimes I don't know whether you're a genius or certifiably insane, Ford.
You've met me, right? She relents.
Okay.
Okay, meaning we can do it?
I'll try. I can't promise you anything, but we'll see how it goes.
Carla points toward the front door with her chin.
You can see yourself out. Let me make some calls and I'll get back to you.
Interesting. This might actually work. The truth is, I have no intention whatsoever of using Chelsea as bait. I'm not letting her within 1,000 miles of the Hampstead farmhouse. I've already learned that lesson. You ever see a teaser for a movie or TV show, and there's one part that you really, really like, and then when you watch it, the moment is nothing like what they led you to believe? That's what I'm hoping to do with Chelsea. We'll find a rickety old farmhouse somewhere in Ohio, shoot a few minutes of side footage of her walking in through a ramshackle door. We'll have that big blaring horn that you hear in every movie trailer these days, and then fade to black with a little girl's scream trailing off into the background. We got accused of this constantly during the entire epic run of Graveyard Classified, but this will be the first time ever that we'll dupe our audience. I abhor the concept, and yet, if it draws in paying theatergoers and keeps Chelsea out of harm's way, I'm willing to do it just this once. Mike is on board too. It's a risky play, and I'm absolutely trashing any future chances I have at returning to Hollywood on a regular basis. You know what? I'm not sure I care anymore. This will lead to bridges burning. I'm certain of it. My thinking is the upper-level suits, the executive producers and big-timers with funding money, they'll be pissed and threaten to take their ball and go home if I pull another switcheroo on them. Sorry, no Chelsea at the last minute. But they know the game. They know how this works. They know more delays mean more money flushed. They want this documentary in theaters something fierce because their studies and focus groups are predicting a colossal payday, and they'll make concessions for it to happen. I think. What happens if they come back with their own set of demands? I'll run with it. I'll figure it out. I'm a man of absolutes. Research, evidence, numbers. But this is a gamble. Sometimes you gotta cross your fingers, squeeze your eyes closed, and hope your dreams into reality. The next morning I wake up to Melanie gently shaking my shoulder. She has the hotel room shades open already and the rising sun reflects off the Pacific waves. Far out in the distance, a container ship catches my eye as it cruises north. I have a distant recollection of an upsetting dream lingering in the back of my mind. It flutters and vanishes before I can recall what it was about. And then Melanie refreshes my memory.
You okay? She asks. Sounded like an awful dream.
I groan and roll over, certain that my dragon breath is killing flowers on the opposite side of the hotel room. We split 2 bottles of Cabernet with dinner last night, and the aftertaste lingers on my tongue. Was I talking in my sleep?
Moaning, whimpering. You said something about it being dark and looking at yourself in the mirror.
Images begin to crawl their way back into my mind. She's right. It was dark. There was a hallway with a single nightlight, and then a bathroom,
That's right. I remember waking up and needing to use the toilet. But I was little. Young, actually. I had to reach up for the light switch. That's right. I tell Melanie. I was a kid, and in this house I didn't recognize. No, wait. Like it was my house, but it wasn't. You were repeating, I don't know, something like a poem? The rest of the dream floods back. I remember everything. The white night is bright with light and love. Yes. I'm a young blonde girl, staring in the mirror. I recognize that face. I'm Chelsea Hopper. What? I feel evil. I feel darkness in my heart. I feel male, which is strange, because I am a male in real life. I know this, but in the dream I'm a girl feeling male. Something like that. I pull open the front of my pajamas to check for boy parts. Good. Still a girl. I raise my eyes to the mirror to make sure I'm me. I'm not me. My face shifts. I'm becoming someone, something else. A crack appears in the corner, creaking and slithering across the mirror. Then everything goes black to the sound of shattering glass. In total darkness, rage consumes my soul. I want to swallow hot coals. I want to scour the earth with acid, burn it with oil and gasoline. I want to rip wings from the backs of angels. Melanie says, I'm not sure that I've ever heard you whimper like that in your sleep. Pretty crazy, I say. I rise up and pretend to rub the night's lingering effects from my eyes. What I'm really doing is trying to wipe those images from my mind. I change the subject, ask what we're doing for breakfast because I don't ever want Melanie to know what I saw. Later, I'll try to check in with Chelsea Hopper's parents to make sure she's okay. First, I need a croissant and some of that stuff that passes for coffee down at the Continental breakfast. Melanie has other ideas. In her best poor baby voice, she says, Let's get that scary nightmare out of your head before we go down. Maybe work up an appetite? Her hand slips beneath the sheets. Yep, that'll do. After all, it was only a dream. Wasn't it? 2. How That Came to Be. Part 1. Not long after Mike arrived on my steps looking beaten, broken, and as if he'd been knocking on death's door instead of my own, we sat down to come up with a plan. How in the immortal hell were we going to take on Boogerface and win, given what we'd both seen and recently experienced? My time with the black-eyed children was bad enough. Mike, however, had been invaded. He'd been possessed, and therefore his defenses were lower. Like how your body isn't in top shape after you've been sick for a while. Not only that, he was worried about Dakota Bailey and how the media had been treating her. He was concerned about his own reputation. He was upset that Tony was going to rip his life apart in the upcoming divorce proceedings. We were both weak, and we knew it. We had to come up with a plan to take on Boogerface that didn't result in us being dragged down into Satan's living room. We had both seen and experienced the demon's power, and we were certain that what had happened so far was only the beginning. At first, we were all talk and bravado. Rah, rah, sis, boom, bah, kick the demon's ass. Go team. Mike jokingly asked if a holy touchdown should automatically be worth 7 points instead of the standard 6. The more we shared, the more we talked about our recent experiences. The more times we reviewed the evidence from the Craghorn investigation and the very special live Halloween episode, both aired and not, the fear spread in our souls like a decaying fungus. We were positive that the Tier 1 right-hander had only been toying around with us pathetic humans, and whenever he grew bored, we'd be dispatched to a satanic display case, our heads mounted next to possessed Little League trophies and other past conquests. You know, like coming in first place in a helling bee. Demonic. Demonic. Can you please use that in a sentence? Demonic. So we started looking for an advantage, a legitimate one. It gave us something to do other than sit around my house waiting for the production crew to finish prepping in Cleveland while we fed off each other's fear.
It was an odd sensation. We had been scared in the past, spooked and jumpy, but it wasn't a big deal because we were professionals. We were confident in our ability to right paranormal wrongs and wash our hearts clean. But we had never really and truly been afraid. We didn't start that way, but the more we uncovered in the evidence, the more we got to that point. Perhaps we were psyching ourselves out, picking up on negative energy and allowing it to fester, creating our own two-man hive mind. Hard to admit, easy to recognize. We read and reread every paranormal guidebook we could get our hands on. A Dark Afternoon with the Paranormal, Ellsworth's Guide to Spirits and Hauntings, Hell in Spades, One Man's Journey to the Underworld, and Demons and Death, A Guide to Life Post-Rapture. We looked for clues that might give us information about Boogerface's origin, especially his true name. Why? If you recall, there's power in a name, and there aren't many things a demon hates worse than having a weakness exploited. We filled notebooks with scribbles, jotting down what might be important, what we might be able to use, anything to give us a 1% advantage against the house. In the end, we found nothing substantial. They were just a handful of old tricks that we hadn't used in a decade, yet they were nothing but fun memories. The advancement of paranormal technology has left those tactics far behind. It wasn't until we began researching the deep, full history of the Hopper House online and made a trip to Ohio in person that we understood how unprepared we were for the upcoming war, and how goddamn stupid we had been the night we were there for the very special live Halloween episode. We'd gotten lazy by then. Production schedules, filming, press tours, interviews with late-night TV hosts, all the things that come with being a celebrity left little room to do the investigation prep work we had once handled on our own. Well, not necessarily lazy per se, but 10 years in, we simply didn't have time to do everything like back in the old days. I remember we assigned the Hopper House historical research to some underpaid and overworked intern, Ambrosia, I think, who assured us that the family's testimony had checked out, and longtime neighbors agreed that there had been trouble at the frightening abode for as long as they could remember. Ambrosia hadn't taken the time to get deep into the home's history. She hadn't given us a detailed report about the decades of pure evil that had gone on there. What we got was a brief write-up that explained how there had been reports of paranormal activity there going back to the 1850s, and that was it. Remember how wary I was of the Craghorn house itself? How I described the way homes, too, can feel like malevolent entities just as much as the thing haunting the inside? It was almost as if the house itself was a conduit for evil. The more Mike and I uncovered, the more we came to understand how fortunate we had been to get out of there alive. It sounds morbid and insensitive to say it, but Chelsea's attack, the incident that ruined our careers and a juggernaut television show and left a young girl scarred and mentally damaged, amounted to us getting off easy. What we found in regards to the Hopper House's past was a veritable what's what of everything that can happen to make a domicile a bastion of evil. Animal sacrifice, devil worship, bloodletting, human sacrifice, seances that opened doors to other realms, Ouija boards with unholy symbols painting on them in blood. And it was all right there, available in online archives, black and white photos, and information we gathered during interviews with retired policemen and medical examiners. I've lost count of how many homes, museums, abandoned asylums, hospitals, lighthouses, schools, and yes, churches, where similar things have gone on, but not all at once. The Hopper residence had your standard wicked mischief congregated into one location. That simple, unassuming, faded pistachio-colored house had been a megastore dedicated to wholesale horrors. Hellmart, the demonic depot, Dead Bath and beyond the graveyard. What made the Hopper House the worst one I've ever seen, and a paranormal warhead capable of leveling humanity as we know it, was the message we uncovered in an unknown language written on the basement walls. It had long since been painted over, and the Hoppers had no clue that they were sitting on top of Satan's front door. 3 days before my visit to Carla Hancock's L.A. office, Mike and I had taken a trip east. and found ourselves in the basement of the main Cleveland Police Department, digging through cold and closed case files. Being able to browse through ancient evidence isn't exactly kosher when details haven't been made available via public record, but there's a certain amount of celebrity privilege that comes with being the almighty Ford Atticus Ford and Mike the Exterminator Long. Not to mention the fact that the guys at the station had heard about all the good work I'd been doing with other police departments around the country. All it took was a handful of autographs and the promise of some pro bono assistance in the future, if and when they needed it. Blind eyes were turned. And then Mike and I found the photo. We were going on the 3rd hour of day 5. We'd spent that time in libraries and the courthouse, conducting interviews, asking questions, and following leads before we migrated to the evidence room where we began pulling down boxes, coughing and sneezing from herds of dust bunnies the size of real rabbits. We combed through file after file. I hate to say it, because I don't want to badmouth our boys in blue, but holy shit were their organizing skills lacking. We were warned. I scoffed that it couldn't be that bad. I ate those words with a side of slaw as we rummaged through what felt like miles of shelved boxes. And there we were, not coming up with anything useful as a weapon against the most powerful monster we had ever encountered. Mike was at the far end of the long table, head down on his crossed arms, studying the back of his eyelids instead of doing what we came for. I let it go. We were tired from reading and saying, "Holy shit, did you see this? I can't believe we weren't seriously hurt," over and over. We had gathered enough historical evidence to understand that we, nor anyone else, should ever go back inside the Hopper House ever again. Exorcisms, Native American rituals, holistic blessings, none of them had worked in the past and wouldn't in the future. Boogerface held too much power there, and the best choice for humanity would be to raise the structure to its foundation and seal it off for good. The ice had melted in my lunchtime soda, and Mike remained asleep by the time I grabbed the folder that would cement our decision to take the fight elsewhere. I opened it and caught my breath in the same motion. On top of a stack of papers sat a single black and white image. Someone had used an ink pen to mark it Johnson Residence, 1957, language unknown, Dr. Keller confirmed along the border. The folder wasn't identified as being from the Hopper House, but I recognized the Johnson name and a unique decorative feature of the basement wall. It was your standard red brick construction from the mid-1800s, with immaculate masonry work. 3 rows of bricks were angled in peaks and valleys as a form of decoration. At some point in the past, the house had shifted and a vertical crack extended 5 feet upward toward the low ceiling. It ended at the edge of a white stripe that looked to have been painted by one of the previous owners. It served perfectly as a message delivery surface. The writing would be hard to describe to someone who hadn't seen the inscription with their own eyes. I wouldn't even call them letters. They were symbols unlike any I had ever seen. They appeared to be grouped together in a sentence-like structure. I haven't studied ancient languages, not enough to be a scholar, but I've had experience with them in the past. You have to in this line of work. Sanskrit, prehistoric, Sumerian, anything dating back to the Old Testament and beyond, cave markings, they have all been involved with our investigations over the years. These markings were unique in every way possible. All but one. An upside-down cross punctuated the primordial sentence like a taunting exclamation point. After everything I've seen, after every paranormal creepy-crawly that I've witnessed and captured, I'm still surprised at how anxiety and unrelenting curiosity can coexist in my mind. I didn't want to know what it said. I had to know. "Mike?" He grunted and raised his bald head. The last vestiges of an interrupted nap lingered. He squinted against the fluorescent lights. "What?" "Come see." Mike protested with a heavy grunt, then pushed himself upright. Flip-flops slapping against his heels, echoing throughout the Spartan records room like small arms fire, he trudged over and took the photograph from my hand. "You ever see a language like that before?" He studied it, frowned, and shook his head. "Nope, I'm guessing you have. This is one of your tests where you pretend not to know something just to see if I do?" I haven't done that since season 3.
Yeah, well.
See anything in there you recognize?
Upside-down cross, that's about it.
Exactly.
And?
Mike, seriously, that doesn't get your sixth sense all tingly?
My sixth sense is being able to pinpoint a taco stand from 3 blocks away. To me, this just looks like some random crap. I mean, like, literally crap. Some insane dude dropped the kids off at the pool and then used one of them like a crayon to blabber some nonsense.
Perturbed, I snatched the photo from his hand. First, you. Second, it's more than that. I can feel it. Then it occurs to me, what if this is the written form of the language that Lauren Coburn was speaking in that video?
The one from Newport?
I understood every word in real time, and then in the film it sounded like gibberish.
If it's the same, shouldn't you be able to read this?
Who the hell knows? Maybe it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, so, say it's the same. What are you thinking? Devil worship? Satanic rites?
As soon as those last 4 words came out of Mike's mouth, the lights dimmed and buzzed. A freezing puff of wind blew past us. The Mike of old, the one who would put a Boy Scout to shame in his paranormal preparedness, had returned. He pulled a digital voice recorder from a pocket in his cargo shorts and said,
"You want to do the honors?"
"Leave it," I said, standing. The chair legs screeched across the floor. "It's probably a cop who can't leave the job behind. We got better things to do."
"Like what?"
"Finding this Dr. Keller. Maybe he knows more than what this picture can tell us." Mike hesitated, wanting to protest. Instead, he resigned with raised palms and followed me across the room, up the stairs, and back into the light. We sat in the rental car bickering like an old married couple over directions and whether we were at the right place. I showed him the notes I'd taken on my phone. Again. This is what the desk sergeant said, 2103 Dobson Avenue.
"You sure you didn't get the numbers mixed up? Doesn't look like anybody's lived here in years. See? Broken shutters, waist-high grass. If he's in there, he's been dead for a decade and nobody claimed the corpse."
Then what do we always do? I opened the car door and stepped into the Cleveland heat. Even with the nice breeze and acceptable humidity level, I often wish I'd chosen something other than black for my trademark persona color. Maybe an off-white to give myself a heavenly look. It's something to consider for the documentary. Mike was right. The house looked abandoned. Missing shingles, shutters with slats broken. A screen door hung limply from one hinge. I figured I'd need a brown hat, a whip, and a sharp machete to navigate through the jungle that used to be a yard. The desk sergeant had said this was the last known address for Dr. Addison Keller, the linguist who had consulted with the police in 1957 regarding the unknown language. "If he's alive," he'd said, "looks like Keller would be 100 years old now. No public record of his death from what I can see. No next of kin listed either. Wife died in 1988. No kids or siblings. That's all I got." He'd offered an apologetic shrug before he wished us luck. We stopped at the front gate, a chain-link job about 4 feet high, rusted through in spots. When I pushed it open, it emitted a screech that would rival the occupants of any medieval torture chamber. Beside me, Mike winced and rubbed an ear.
"Gah, there goes that eardrum. Good thing I've got a backup."
We braved the untamed wild of the yard, watching for snakes and Bengal tigers, then climbed the rickety steps. They complained with loud creaks under our weight until we reached the porch. A mop bucket filled with crushed beer cans, bearing a faded Miller logo that I recognized from the early 90s, sat to the right of the main door. Next to that was a broken flower pot overflowing with bottle caps. Coca-Cola, mostly, from what I could tell. On the opposite side sat a large, dusty, hard plastic toolbox. The black had dulled, and the other color might have once been yellow. I'm a curious sort, so I opened it, gagged at the stench of hundreds of cigarette butts floating in a soup of murky water, and slammed it closed while Mike laughed. When Satan hosts his book club on every second Tuesday of the month, I imagine that's the sort of drink he serves. Trying not to retch, I coughed out, "Should have known better."
Wouldn't expect any less, Ford. Knows always where it doesn't belong.
I ignored that and tried to take a peek through the windows before knocking. The roll-down shades were pulled, preventing any snooping. I knocked. We waited. Rinsed and repeated until we were certain that the place was truly abandoned.
Lost cause, Mike said. Pardon the pun, but we're chasing ghosts here.
Funny you should say that. You still got that DVR in your pocket? He flicked a look at me, face contorted into a whine before the words formed on his tongue.
Come on, no.
We have to. There might be something we can use against Boogerface.
Ford, we're trespassing, and besides, this place is a death trap.
Again with the puns.
You know that's not what I meant.
Just a couple of questions to see if he's around.
And what if he's not? What if the guy's alive and in some nursing home?
Then we'll do more research, but while we're here, we might as well check. 30 minutes, tops. If he moved on, good for him. If he's here, maybe we can get some answers. An idea occurred to me, and thankfully it was enough to convince Mike. What about this? What he couldn't decipher in life, maybe he can in death. We know it's true. We know that ghosts and demons can communicate across paranormal planes. We also have proof that time and language don't matter. The second season, Episode 9, that Catholic church in Texas, the one along the border of Mexico. Remember? We asked every single question in English, and every response was in Spanish. Translated, it was evident that differing languages were not a barrier on the other side. Mike said,
Whatever. If it'll get us out of here faster, we can try. But remember, those were human languages. Who knows what...
He halted abruptly as the front door shuddered and crept open. It stopped flat against the wall. Nobody greeted us. The hallway, empty. No breeze had blown it open. The wind was comatose. I smiled at Mike and gestured toward the entrance. I'd call that an invitation. 3. How That Came to Be, Part 2. The smell. Oh, dear God, the smell. It was so awful that I expected to trip over the bloated, decomposing body of Dr. Addison Keller. Prayers answered, that didn't happen. What we did find was 7 dead pigeons, a puddle of water in the middle of a sagging hardwood floor, and a random box full of AA batteries that had gotten wet, split open, and then some of them had rolled into said puddle, corroded, and leaked acid. One would think that pigeons would be smart enough to not drink contaminated water. Apparently, one would be wrong. Best guess was the avian graveyard was the source of the horrific odor, but they looked like they'd expired long ago, and I wasn't positive. Could have been a rat in the crumbling walls. There was no way to be certain, and those weren't the dead things inside the house that we wanted to communicate with anyway. I asked Mike if he also had an EMF detector, a device that measures the presence of electromagnetic fields that can indicate the presence of a spirit, and he informed me that he did not. Strike one for the paranormal Boy Scout.
Besides, he said, this place probably hasn't had power in years. The whole goddamn house is decaying, you know? Nobody alive has been here in ages.
I found the nearest light switch and flipped it a few times just to check. Nada. Good enough, I told him. If it's been fully disconnected, we won't have to worry about fear cages or interference. Mike quizzically arched an eyebrow.
Like I don't know that?
Right, my bad. Slipped into show mode there for a second. I guess doing all that research ourselves fired up the old mental hardwiring.
Sounds like you got a residual haunting in your brain, bro.
Mike patted my back and pulled the DVR from one of the many pockets on his cargo shorts.
Let's get this over with so I can go snort about 50 bottles of perfume.
Once we were recording, we stayed close together and moved softly from room to room. The bones of the home, the walls, the floorboards, the steps to the second floor, moaned and groaned each time we advanced. I stopped verbally tagging every man-made noise because the evidence would have been filled with nothing but the sound of my own voice. With the downstairs fully explored, and after hearing no intelligent or residual responses in the replay, we went upstairs, going from bedroom to bathroom to bedroom. We found boxes of junk in one room where someone, perhaps a distant family member or friend, had started packing away Dr. Keller's things, only to abandon it halfway. The bathroom was filthy, grown over with mold on the tiles and in the tub, the result of yet another leak in the ceiling. More of the same was in the second bedroom. Half-packed boxes full of knickknacks, empty picture frames, and a number of educational books on linguistics and the history of language. I thumbed through a couple of them, spotting yellow highlights and handwritten notes in the margins that appeared to be where Dr. Keller had prepped for something, maybe teaching a class, maybe taking notes for a research paper. The next box of books proved to be more interesting. Mother Tongue, From Europe to the Americas, A Comprehensive Examination of the Advancement of Our Language by Dr. Addison Keller. Tribes, Dissecting the Language of Indigenous Peoples by Dr. Addison Keller. The Death of Clear Communication, Generational Gaps and the Slow Erosion of Proper English by Dr. Addison Keller. I noted that this one was published in 1985 and briefly wondered if the good doctor had lived long enough to be horrified by the current age of LOL, IDK, and TTYL. I was about to give up and ask Mike to start an EVP session when another one of Keller's own paperback books caught my eye. Languages of the Righteous and the Damned, An Uncommon Guide to the Linguistics of Heaven and Hell by Dr. Addison Keller. Neato didn't do it justice. My hands went numb. While Mike fumbled through a box of junk, the room took on that muddled, cottony feel, the biological response to overwhelmingly important information flooding your body. On the cover was a picture of God on the left and Satan on the right. Both wore confused expressions, with the speech bubbles over their heads containing different scribbles, an artist's representation of language. God and Satan floated above massive armies charging one another in the background, spears and swords raised overhead as they sprinted across the open green of a battlefield. I assumed the intent was to show how differing languages could cause communication issues, thus leading to the war between heaven and hell. I opened the front cover to find a handwritten note underneath a printed message that read, "Uncorrected proof, not for sale." The note read as follows. Dr. K. First, please allow me to say what a joy it was to work with you on this project. For a first-time editor, this was a baptism by fire, if you'll pardon the joke, and I loved every minute of it. Your mastery of the subject matter is enthralling, and I devoured your words. In truth, I read it as a fan as much as I am your editor. Bravo, good sir. Yet here I must profusely apologize. From what I've been told, it's unusual for any publisher, my employer included, to cancel a project this late in the process, especially for someone of your caliber and sales record. You and I have discussed this via telephone, but let me again reiterate that I don't agree with their reasoning for a moment. If anything about this book is too inflammatory, it's the fact that there aren't more of them like it. In my best guess, a handful of senior management members made an 11th-hour decision based on some nudging from their high-ranking clergy connections. I had also heard rumblings that some of the suits on the floors above were concerned about your assessment that God was just as guilty of miscommunication as Satan and the outcome it would have on the house's reputation as the publisher. It's a bold statement, and while I may not necessarily agree with all of your views 100%, I think you made an excellent case for the point you were trying to prove. I'll close here by saying that this proof copy is a small consolation for what could have been a blockbuster. I'm certain of that fact. Please accept my sincere condolences, and I look forward to working with you again in the future. All my best. Carter Kane, August 3rd, 1976. P.S. I almost forgot. Recalling the chapter about the Johnson House in 1957 still gives me the creeps, and while we were forced to cut it, I must tell you that I slept with the hallway light on for a week. With your permission and blessing, I have some ideas for a novel that might prove interesting. Oh my God. I looked closer to make sure I had read that signature correctly. To date, Carter Kane, one of my heroes who played a large part in my budding fascination with the supernatural, has published 21 paranormal suspense novels. I own all of them in hardback, 14 of which have been personally autographed by the man himself. I can say with certainty that the signatures in mine matched the one in my hands. Mike poked his head up from behind a stack of boxes. He looked like a curious gopher. "What?" I flipped the proof copy around and showed him the cover art. "What's that?" He stood fully. "One of Keller's books that never made it to publication. Guess who his editor was?" "From the looks of that cover, I'm going to guess it was Jesus?" Hardy har, but no. Carter freaking Kane, man. Cool? Hell yes, it's cool. You know I'm obsessed with him, and he's almost entirely responsible for your interest in the paranormal, as long as you don't count your own supernatural experience as a child, Mike said with faux exasperation as he nearly quotes the past me word for word. "I've heard it 1,000 times in 1,000 interviews." Clearly, Mike didn't share my amazement. I thought it was such an incredible bit of kismet that life, in its many circles of fate and intersecting lines of chance, had connected my apex of inspiration with an obscure man who was a puzzle piece in our current investigation. To me, this was 6 degrees of separation on steroids. I was also a bit surprised. I thought I knew everything there was to know about Carter Kane. I'm a superfan, though. Unlike the multitudinous graveyard classified groupies who sent me racy pictures over the years, I stopped short of sending Kane photos of myself in frilly thongs. Believe me, I was tempted. You know, as a joke. Honestly. Anyway, I knew that Kane had been an editor prior to his meteoric rise to author mega-stardom, and I thought I'd read everything he'd edited in addition to the works he had written. The name of Dr. Addison Keller hadn't fired any synapses when I first heard it, but then it occurred to me that if Keller's book never made it to publication, then I wouldn't have. You learn something new every day. It was a damn shame that the chapter on the Johnson/Hopper residence had been removed, because I would have loved to read Keller's assessment. That was precisely why we were there at his home. Good thing number 1. We were experts at communicating with spirits, and if he happened to be lingering, we could potentially get the information we wanted. Good thing number 2, Carter Kane wasn't dead, far from it, and with a couple of phone calls to my agents, I could be talking to him within the hour. All I had to do was cross my fingers really hard that he remembered what Keller had said in the missing chapter from almost 40 years ago. Mike said, "Hey, Space Cadet, you coming back?" "Huh? What?" "You know you're getting worse with these moments of flying off into La La Land." He paused a couple of seconds, considering something. "Damn, remind me, how many times have you been possessed?" "Like full-on need-a-priest possessions or just minor attachments?" "The big ones." I lost count. Why? "Nothing major. Just wondering since that thing got inside my head back east at Dakota's house." "Yeah?" "You think it'll make me want to put gel all over my head and start staring off into the wide open yonder?" Beside my free hand was an empty cardboard box. I slung it at Mike's chest. "Fuck off," I said. Not angry, simply snorting my annoyance. I mean, I got what he was saying. I do have a tendency to get lost in thought, like any other human with 2 firing brain cells, but I tend to fully disappear inside my mind movie, oblivious to the rest of the world when I'm trying to process something. Mike has joked about it since our days of sitting in a classroom together. He caught the cardboard box and flung it back at me. "Just busting your chops." "You're a child." "Always." I saw that his digital voice recorder was clipped to his belt. Should we do another EVP session while we're up here? Maybe use some of Keller's books as trigger objects? Mike picked up a ceramic kitten out of a plastic container and turned it over and over in his palms. "We can try. I don't know about you, but I'm getting nada in this place. No tinglies, no prickly hair. Feels dead. It's nothing but a gross old house." "Worth a shot. We've captured evidence from less." He considers this, breathes deeply. "Sure. 15 more minutes won't hurt." Mike reached for the DVR and pulled it free from the clip holster. He began recording. "Ford Atticus Ford and Mike Long, EVP session number 2, gross old house belonging to the potentially former Dr. Addison Keller. Mark time, beginning of session." Stepping around boxes, moving to the center of the room, I said, "Hello? Dr. Keller? Again, my name is Ford. This is my buddy, Mike. Thank you for allowing us to visit your home." We apologize for the intrusion, though it did seem like you opened the door for us downstairs. Was that you inviting us in?" I paused here for a moment, thinking back to the black-eyed children and Lauren Coburn. "I'm hungry. You need to let me in." I'll never forget it. My skin prickled, which is typically a sign of a supernatural presence nearby. Not this time. It was the images in my head of those empty eye sockets. Lauren throwing her body against that bathroom door, the squish and crunch of a fireplace poker sliding through her neck. I shook my head, cleared my throat. It was the closest I could get to ridding my mind of the memories. Mike said, "You okay?" "Peachy keen," I answered. Then, "Dr. Keller, if you're here, please give us a sign of your presence." Right back to business. And so it went for another quarter of an hour. I read aloud from his books. I asked questions about his personal life, what little I knew. I mentioned that it probably was a lovely home at one point. I asked about his wife and how much he loved her. Finally, Mike asked me, "What are you stalling for?" He had noticed my reluctance. Damn it. I thought I was hiding it better. In truth, I was worried about asking Dr. Keller things regarding the Hopper house, or what used to be the Johnson house back in his time. What if I asked him questions about the strange language written on the wall and it somehow alerted Boogerface that we were poking around? What if I insinuated that I knew where the scrawled message had come from, hell, and that I knew who left it? Would that be like a drop of blood in the water for a shark demon? Could a Tier 1 right-hander smell my fear? We were, in fact, in Cleveland, and the Hopper house was no more than a few miles away. It wouldn't have surprised me in the slightest if my questions sent Boogerface racing in our direction. Cue the Jaws music. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun. Boo! I'm just... I stammered. Mike paused the recorder, glancing down to my shaking hands. Palsy would have been less evident. "You're scared? Of Keller?" I tried to sugarcoat it. "Pfft, no, it's nothing. Too much coffee, and it's so quiet in here that I feel like we're cranking the handle on a jack-in-the-box." "Bullshit. What's wrong?" Mike. "What the fuck is wrong?" He accentuated each block of words with a sharp poke on my shoulder. "We agreed years ago, dude. No bullshit on an investigation. Not when our souls are on the line." He's right. We did. He deserved to hear the truth. Boogerface. "What about him?" I'm freaking out because what happens if he hears us talking about him, like across the paranormal Pony Express, and he shows up here? That's a war I'm not ready to fight. Not today. Not when we're armed with nothing more than a recorder. We need holy water, Father Duke, cameras, crosses, 1,000,000 pounds of garlic, and silver bullets. Mike considered this for a moment. "We got all those dead pigeons downstairs. We could use those like grenades." I chuckled. It helped. A little. "Besides," Mike added, "you just said his name, so we're screwed anyway. My advice? Let's quit fucking around, ask Keller the right questions, if he's even here, and then get the hell gone." Right. You're right. Let's hurry. I pointed at the DVR. Fired up. I'm losing my mojo. I'm actually afraid. That thought was the genesis of an idea, one I might pitch to Carla Hancock. "Recording." "Dr. Keller, back in 1957, you were asked to consult with the police regarding a strange message in the Johnson house. It was an unknown language at the time. Were you ever able to figure out what it was?" Pause. "If you were able to uncover which language it was, what did the message say?" Pause. "Was it an actual human language or gibberish or—" I couldn't bring myself to say it. The final words would not come out of my mouth. "Something demonic?" Mike asked. We waited. I took slow, measured breaths while Mike fidgeted and looked nervously around the room. A crisp, cool spot of air pushed through the space between our shoulders. No windows were open. "Did you feel that?" Mike asked. "Something's here." "Doesn't feel evil, does it?" "Not really, no. Dr. Keller, is that you?" I paused. waited. A floorboard creaking in the hall outside the room, then nothing more. Give it a sec, and then we'll check the recording. We replayed the entire EVP session, listening for any signs of communication, and true to what we had felt physically, there was nothing until the final seconds when the cold spot scurried by. 4 words. A Class A top-of-the-line EVP, as clear as glass. But it had nothing to do with the questions we asked. She will betray you. 4. How That Came to Be, Part 3. I made 2 calls, one to my agent and one to Carter Kane's agent. At 5:15 the next morning, Mike and I were on a flight out of Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, riding coach because that's how we roll nowadays, and a few hours beyond that, we pulled our rental car up to the gated entrance of Shatterbone, Carter Kane's magnificent estate in the Hamptons. If you're wondering, it's named after his 3rd novel, The Shatterbone Children, which is the specific work that made him a household name. It's the best-selling paranormal suspense novel of all time at 53 million copies sold worldwide. The film version, far inferior in my opinion, was nominated for 7 Oscars and cemented Kane's status as the premier wordsmith of all things spooky and fearful. Shatterbone is also ridiculously haunted. Over the years, Mike and I tried unsuccessfully countless times to get Kane to allow us to film an episode there. While he was familiar with Graveyard Classified and a fan of the show, he told me once while autographing one of my hardback copies of The Faceless Name, he didn't want to disrespect the spirits he cohabitated with. He was so familiar with the ghosts of Shatterbone that they were like the family he never had, and out of respect for the tormented souls who hadn't crossed over yet, he couldn't allow us to go poking or prodding. Back in those days, we didn't hear no that often, but our discussions always ended cordially with Kane's unfulfilled promise to write me into one of his novels, or at least name a character after me, while I would promise to bring him on the show one day, a promise I never had a chance to keep. We were not boon companions by any means, but we were on good terms with Kane, and yet we still had to convince his agent that we weren't requesting an audience to beg for another chance to film there. We had to name-drop Addison Keller, have the agent relay the message, then wait for Kane's enthusiastic yet curious reply before we were allowed an in-person visit. So that's how we ended up sitting at an iron gate blocking the driveway of one of the world's most well-known authors, speaking into a small metal box, then cruising along a short, winding road bordered by seasonal flowers, fresh cedar mulch, and stone statues of gargoyles attacking cherubs, vampires with their teeth buried in the soft-looking skin of fainting damsels, and a 6-headed dragon rising out of a man-made pond. "Jesus," Mike said, amazed. More like Jesus wept. Look at all this. Spooky. I steered the rented Mazda around a dilapidated green pickup parked on the right side. It was full of rakes, shovels, buckets, and 2 push mowers. The gardener waved as we drove by. Mike returned the greeting with a salute, and the man went back to pruning a bush. "We had money," Mike said, "but we never had hire-your-own personal gardener money." "That's a luxury I couldn't care less about." "As if you've ever had dirt underneath your fingernails." The house, no, check that, the mansion, came into view once we rounded the next bend. I'd seen pictures in magazines, but they never do a house like that justice. 3 stories, beige-colored stucco siding with more paned glass windows than a hospital, along with a 2nd-story balcony overlooking a circular driveway and the coastline off in the distance. I guessed maybe 30 rooms, but once we got inside, I found out how conservative that estimate was. We parked, climbed out of the rental, then left the paved surface of the driveway and walked along a path made of bleached and broken seashells that resembled the remnants of shattered bones. Shatterbone. Clever. We rang the doorbell, and while we waited, I asked Mike if he had his DVR in the pocket of his shorts. "Always?" "Do me a favor, leave it off in here. I know this place has been high on our wish list for years, but don't try to sneak it out for EVPs." Mike arched an eyebrow. "Hadn't planned on it, but why exactly?" I don't want to piss Kane off, especially if he knows anything about Keller's lost chapter. I heard the metallic clunk of a deadbolt disengaging, followed by the clatter of mechanical door parts as it swung open, revealing a tall gentleman dressed in the pressed, splendid attire of an old-world butler. His tuxedo was immaculate and crisp, unlike the sagging skin around his neck, along his cheeks and under his eyes. "Barnes," I said.
"Yes?"
came the guttural, grumbled reply. If he was surprised that I recognized him or knew his name, he didn't show it. Fenworth Barnes had been Kane's long-time butler since back in the 80s, imported from merry old England. The man himself had been the subject of numerous lifestyle interviews in magazines and newspapers, mostly concerning what it was like to wait hand and foot on one of the world's wealthiest authors. And being the Kane junkie that I am, I'd learned enough about Barnes to feel like we were at least on a last-name basis. The air he presented, staring down the bridge of his long, hooked nose, judging the simple cretin that stood before him, gave him a regal, authoritative presence that required a similar response in return. I said, "Please allow me to introduce myself," then bowed. "I am Mr. Ford Atticus Ford, here with my partner, Mr. Michael Long, requesting an audience with your employer, Mr. Carter Kane." I could sense Mike's attempt at stifling a chuckle.
Barnes said. "You're expected. Right this way, please."
Once we were through the arched entrance, he eased the door closed behind us and added,
"You were made aware of the rules, I presume? No attempt will be made to contact the spirits residing here. Do not touch anything that appears to have value. Do not waste Mr. Kane's time. If you are caught in violation of these terms, you will be removed from the property."
Mike made a click-click noise of acknowledgement with his tongue and gave Barnes a thumbs up. "You got it, dude." Barnes studied Mike, nose upturned, not hiding his disdain.
"Very well, dude. Please have a seat. Master Kane will be with you shortly."
His exit was so effortlessly fluid I could have sworn he floated away. Mike waited until Barnes was out of sight before he whispered, "You could shove a piece of coal up that guy's ass and have a diamond by the end of the day." Now there's a mental image I could have done without. We sat. We waited in silence. Mike tapped his toes and fidgeted, eyes darting around the cavernous room. I don't know what he was looking for. Ghosts, maybe? And while his gaze flittered from statue to photograph to the bay window the size of a NFL football field, I sat with my hands in my lap studying a painting that hung over the fireplace. I had seen this one in some art magazine years ago and had always been curious about it. Supposedly, in addition to being one hell of a talented author, Kane spent his downtime learning to paint like a Renaissance master. He'd been at it for 25 years, if I remembered correctly, and he had referred to the fireplace painting as his breakthrough piece. A hulking demon, charred black skin and muscles like Conan the Barbarian, was presented in such exquisite 3D detail that he appeared to be marching directly at the viewer, coming off the canvas head-on. Its flame-red eyes matched the background and felt as if they were boring directly through mine. Blood dripped from a single razor-sharp horn protruding from the left side of the demon's skull. One hand held a sword high, its edges jagged and erratic, like a saw blade missing some teeth. In the other hand, the demon held the ankle of an unconscious, nude woman, dragging her over the ragged volcanic rock under his feet. It's an image from the plot of Kane's second novel, Soul Harvester, and at 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, it's an imposing one that seared itself into my memory. I shuddered. I had to look away. A beat later, Carter Kane appeared through a door on the eastern side of the sitting room, all smiles in a sunflower yellow polo shirt, khaki shorts, and sailing loafers that squeaked with each step against the spotless white tile under our feet. Kane didn't look a bit like someone who had scared the living daylights out of hundreds of millions of people over a 30-year career. He reminded me of my grandpa Garfield, my mother's father, and, don't tell anyone, but he was my favorite of the four before he passed back in 1997. At 76 years old, Kane looked sprightly for his age. He was distance runner fit, trim like he hadn't had a cheeseburger in decades, head shaved bald with a razor, a white mustache like an albino caterpillar, and a matching set of diamond earrings. He'd gotten a tattoo since the last time I saw him in person, and it wasn't just any tattoo. It was a full arm sleeve that depicted an angel falling through so many levels of a fiery hell. Interesting. Gotta stay hip when you're his age. You know, instead of breaking one. Kane is also fabulously gay and has been out since before it was cool. I read in an interview one time that he struggled with his sexuality growing up. Having gone through so many dark places in his life, looking for answers and acceptance wherever he could find them, that was the fuel for his demented, paranormal-influenced imagination. Also, he had been emotionally wrecked by a vindictive lover in the late 60s and remained single since, which, I assume, is partly why he was so attached to the spirits in Shatterbone. Not to mention the fact that any partner who chose to be with him would probably have a hard time sleeping soundly next to the man who wrote A Knife in My Dreams. Kane opened his arms wide and said, "Gentlemen, so lovely to see you both again." We exchanged handshakes, hugs, and double cheek kisses. Then Kane motioned for us to follow him into the breakfast nook where Barnes had hot tea and scones waiting for us. Kane seemed to really take notice of Mike for the first time. "My word, look at you. So much weight gone. Muscles look good on you, my friend. I'll tell you what, if I was 30 years younger." Mike blushed and joked. "Well, I am getting a divorce." "Don't tempt me, sweetie," Kane replied. "Be careful what you wish for with this one," I said, sitting down at the white breakfast table bordered by 4 white chairs. Underneath the tri-window that overlooked the rose garden was a handcrafted bench. On it sat white cushions and pastel-pink pillows. Anyway, Mike's love life aside, I'm not sure how many times we've met or how many times I've told you this, but it's an honor. Thanks so much for having us, sir." "Sir?" he coos. "Oh, please." I've rubbed elbows with a plethora of Hollywood A-listers in my day. No big deal. But Carter Kane is the one person that gets me starstruck every single time. Gawking, I'm like a teen girl who just met the Beatles for the first time. I managed to fumble out, "I'm sure I've told you this too. I love your work. Love it. You've been scaring the shit out of me since I was a teenager." "Yes, every time we've met." He winked. "Whenever someone tells me that, I don't know whether to thank them or apologize." "Same goes for us," Mike said. "I'd imagine." "But nothing like what you've had to deal with, I'm sure." Mike, eager to get down to business, added, "And speaking of scaring the shit out of people, the reason we're here is we came to ask you about—" "Tisk, tisk," Kane interrupted. "Small talk first, then we'll titter like a bunch of hens. Besides, Barnes went to so much trouble getting those scones just right. Try one. The man deserves a medal." Kane took a bite, eyes rolling back in pastry-induced orgasmic delight. Too starstruck to be hungry, but wanting to appease one of my heroes, I reached for the top scone and paused, hand frozen in mid-reach as the chair next to me began to shake violently, dancing around on its legs before it shot across the breakfast nook and slammed against the wall so hard one of the framed ocean paintings rattled and fell off its hanging nail. It was only a canvas stretched across the frame, no glass, but I cringed regardless as it hit the floor and bounced underneath the bench. With a raised, frustrated voice, Kane scolded, "Margie, you stop that right now. I'll have you know these gentlemen are our guests. Thank you very much." If it had been anyone else, if we hadn't been involved with the paranormal for the last 12 or 13 years of our lives, it would have seemed an odd sight, watching this little old man reprimand an invisible person. "I'm so sorry," Kane said, crumpling his napkin and slinging it onto the table. "I warned them all that you were coming, but they're just so belligerent sometimes. That's mainly the reason why I never allowed you to investigate my home. They would never forgive me. And then what would it be like around here? Oh dear, I don't even want to imagine." Kane pushed his wire-rimmed glasses up and pinched the bridge of his nose. They are the 7 spirits who inhabit Shatterbone. Supposedly, according to the modicum of information that Kane has released about them, they're a family who was lost at sea and returned to their former residence, unable or unwilling to move on from the last place they were the happiest. The family consisted of a mother and father and their 5 children, 3 girls, 2 boys, the eldest of which was Margie. Kane sighed and took a deep breath with his eyes closed. Okay, she's gone. Probably up to her room to pout. I've mentioned that I'm sensitive to spirits, tingling skin, goosebumps whenever something is near, and at that moment, I felt nothing either. The 3 of us were alone again, except for Barnes lurking in the distance, waiting to be summoned. We spent the next hour catching up, filling each other in on our lives. Mike's troubles, my own, what we were up to now, our romantic situations, what manuscript Kane was working on, and all manner of general chit-chat. In that time, I watched a spoon float up and out of Mike's teacup, a product of Paul, the youngest spirit, and his mischievous nature. I felt 2 fingers caress my cheek. Kane assumed it was the middle daughter, Anna, who was the flirtatious one. A nearby cabinet door opened and closed by itself. Kane informed us that the youngest daughter, Mary Beth, and the eldest boy, Homer, were fond of playing Monopoly, and he'd had to hide the set from them because they never cleaned up their mess. It was all quite charming, and I never once felt threatened or scared. It was so casual. I could have been visiting a grandfather's home for brunch. It also made me realize that filming an investigation there would have been fun for us, but the activity had been so tame our fans would have gotten bored and changed the channel. With the 3 of us in the same room, you couldn't have possibly thrown together a more perfect triumvirate of people who were completely comfortable in the midst of such continuous paranormal activity. Until I finally brought up the name of Dr. Addison Keller. The lights dimmed on their own. A deep chill blanketed the small room. I jumped when I felt the sharp edge of a fingernail slide across my jugular vein. Oh my, oh no. Kane sat up straighter, hands shaking as his fingers touched his lips. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. 5. How That Came to Be, Part 4. Mike pushed his chair back from the table and stood up, hand diving into the pocket of his cargo shorts. He removed his DVR, and before I had a chance to say anything, Kane touched Mike's arm and said, No, I know what this is, sweetie. Put it away. But, no buts. It'll make it worse. Make what worse? I asked. So far, the paranormal activity in Shatterbone had been light-hearted and playful, minus my scratch, minus Margie's jealous fit when we first sat in the breakfast nook. The air felt decidedly different now. Charged. Intense. The scrape on the side of my neck burned. Kane replied, Keller's name has come up a few times over the years, and in every single instance it feels black in here for a couple of days. The activity picks up, gets malevolent. Whoever it is, whatever it is most definitely not a fan of that poor old man. But you knew we wanted to come talk to you about Keller and invited us anyway? Kane urged Mike to sit down, to fill his mind with positive energy before he explained. Mike obeyed, and Kane went on. It was the weirdest dose of kismet when you called about him, just yesterday morning. I was up in my attic, rifling through some boxes that I hadn't been through in years. I was looking for some pages of an old manuscript that I'd buried God knows how long ago. I couldn't find them, but I managed to dig up Keller's unpublished book on ancient biblical languages. The one you edited? Yes, I can't believe you found his copy with my note in it. What a strange, small world we live in. He accentuated it by cupping his hands, as if he were holding a tiny earth. That book was so profound, such an absolute shame that they shut it down before it changed the way a lot of people viewed religion. Keller was a genius. At this mention of the doctor's name, heavy footsteps thumped down the stairs with the measured precision of someone calculating each step. Thump. 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 Barnes stood in the kitchen entryway, gaze stuck straight ahead, either unable to hear what was coming or too rigid to break out of his professional character. He reminded me of a redwood. Tall, regal, and motionless. Enduring. So he wasn't the source of the noise. As far as I knew, the four of us and the spirit family were the only ones in the mansion. I pointed over my shoulder. "Is that?"
"One of the family members?" Kane asked. "No, but it won't hurt us. At least I don't think so."
Thump. 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 Despite Kane's shaky assertions, it made my skin crawl. Not many moments are spookier than the sensation of being stalked by something you can't see.
"Shall I go on?"
Kane asked, turning from Mike to me. Mike nodded silently. I answered yes. I had to know what Keller learned. I said, "The chapter they removed, the one about the Johnson house. What was in there?" Kane looked out the window with that 1,000-yard stare of reflecting on the past. He tapped the table with his index finger, then pushed his half-eaten scone away.
"I put 2 and 2 together, you know, back during that Halloween episode when that little girl got attacked. I hadn't thought about that house since the late 70s.
I noted that he said, "got attacked," not, "you let her get attacked." Add 1 bonus point of admiration for Master Kane. He continued,
"I thought I recognized the home as soon as you did that flyby intro piece, but I had to go find Keller's book just to be sure. I skimmed through, and the details brought up so many memories about that missing chapter that I tossed the book into the attic without looking and forgot about it."
"Let me get this straight," Mike said, leaning forward. "The guy who's managed to scare half the goddamn planet with his books was afraid of somebody else's?"
Kane smiled warmly.
"I write them as a way to deal with my fears. I never said I wasn't scared of things that go bump in the night. No, Keller's lost chapter had me shaking in my loafers back then, just as the thought of it does now."
At the mention of Keller again, the stalking footsteps resumed. Slower this time, getting closer to the ground floor. Thump. 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 Mike kept looking over his shoulder, fidgeting until he finally moved around to a different chair. He said,
"Sorry, having my back to the door makes it worse."
Kane said,
"When I realized where you were doing the Halloween episode, I was so worried for you guys. For that child, too. I knew what was in that house. I knew what you were up against. I was shaking like a chihuahua in the middle of a snowstorm because I was so distraught. But I couldn't warn you. You were live. What was I going to do? Play phone tag with 50 different people just to relay a warning that you probably wouldn't have heeded anyway? It was already too late."
Yeah, that train was on a downhill slope with no brakes at that point. I couldn't have said no if I wanted to.
"Yes, you could have,"
Mike interjected. "Not now," I said, my tone 1 notch away from scolding him like a child. Mike's version of an apology was a silent nod and pressed lips. He knew it wasn't the right time. Old habits, I guess. I asked Kane, "The important question is, what in the hell was in that chapter? Was he ever able to decipher what that message said? I mean, like, decode the language? Because I'm positive I heard something similar recently. It's a long story, but I had a confrontation with some black-eyed children." Kane slapped the table.
"You did not!"
"Yeah, in Newport, Oregon."
"They're real, I knew it."
He grimaced and rubbed the sting from his palm, adding,
"You'll have to give me details, but for now, go on."
"If you had seen what I did, you wouldn't be so excited about it, trust me. The short version of the story is I had this encounter, and in the evidence video, the woman who attacked me was speaking this god-awful, skin-crawlingly spooky language that sounded ancient. I'm talking like pre-recorded history. The police and I spoke with a linguist and tried to have him identify it, but no dice. Nobody had ever heard it before. The real kicker is, in the heat of battle, real time, I was able to understand every word of it. I can't say for sure, but I believe that the message in the photo is the written form of the language I heard."
"It makes sense," Kane agreed. "What doesn't make sense is, if you could understand the spoken form, why can't you read the written version?"
"I asked the same question," Mike says.
My wild guess is that it, them, they, whoever, wanted me to understand in that moment, and that's all.
What did it say to you?
That there's a war coming, basically. Chelsea's demon is calling us out.
Like an OK Corral showdown? High noon in the streets?
Something like that. Kane nods thoughtfully.
Keller studied that message written in blood for nearly 2 decades before he came to a conclusion.
Thump. 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 The third step was followed by a loud crash, the distinct sound of a vase shattering against a tile floor. I've been around enough poltergeists and angry spirits to recognize the sounds various items make when they're destroyed. Kane whipped his head to the side and leaned back, eyes searching.
Barnes, please go do something.
I watched Barnes hesitate. He inhaled deeply, frowned. The stoic facade was broken. He was scared. So was I, but it didn't compare to the surprise that came next. I mean, I had an inkling of an idea, but...
Barnes,
Kane said.
Okay.
Barnes's hand fluttered like the last leaf on a branch as he blindly fumbled for something out of sight behind the nearest wall. His arm emerged holding a broom, which he promptly wielded like a baseball bat. He took one step forward, then froze in place, as if someone had hit the pause button on his life, as the crash of yet another vase vaulted out of the nearby sitting room. Barnes stammered,
Carter, I can't.
Barnes, please.
I can't do this.
Yes, you can, honey.
Kane halted, considering what his next words should be. Honey wasn't an absent-minded term of endearment. That was affection. Instead of speaking to the rattled butler, he addressed me and Mike.
Well, shit. I slipped, so you might as well know. Husband,
he said, pointing to himself, then at Barnes.
Now you're the only two carrying that secret other than his family. Just please keep it out of the tabloids. My better half over there has this image he insists on keeping pristine.
Mike nodded. I nodded. I said, Your secret's safe with us. Kane said to Barnes,
And now they know, so will you please spare our guests the drama and go see what's going on? At least take that broom and sweep up the mess.
They're the ghost people. Have them do it.
Barnes fired back. Now, Kane ordered. The flaming anger shooting from the butler's eyes could have melted stone, but he listened, marching away somewhat bravely, holding his weapon at the ready. I guess his resignation was akin to happy wife, happy life?
Where were we?
Kane asked. He crossed his legs and clasped his hands around the bare knee.
Oh yes, the lost chapter.
He put on a good front, but the twitch in his cheek and rapid breathing betrayed the fear he was trying to hide. I asked him, First, who or what do you actually think is out there? I listened for any sounds coming from Barnes, worried that he might have been shoved directly into the demonic lion's den.
Yeah, Mike adds, that doesn't sound like something a broom can swat away.
I honestly don't have the slightest idea, but it's not friendly.
Obviously.
It hasn't physically attacked anyone yet, so there's that.
Much in the same way I was afraid to say Boogerface's name back in Keller's abandoned home, for fear of him hearing me and showing up, I wondered if something similar was happening here. Maybe there was even more of a chance that Keller was the connection between Kane, the indecipherable message, and Boogerface. I asked, You said it's been here before, and then it, what, just goes away?
Eventually. We pray a lot. We ask the family to intervene. The spirit family, I mean, like they're fighting whatever it is from the other side. It's probably happened 10 times over the past 20 years. A couple of them we've packed some bags and took off for the Belize estate for a month or two. It's always been gone when we get back.
Barnes grumbled in the next room. Next came the scrabbling noise of shattered vase pieces being swept into a pile. Mike said,
Maybe we should just discuss what the doctor discovered and get out of here. Right, Ford? We don't want to cause you any more trouble."
"That's right," I agreed. "We don't need the full story. Here's what we already know. The chapter was removed because he had spent however many years trying to decipher that message. He had it figured out, and whatever it said was so goddamn terrifying that the publishing house pulled the chapter. And the whole situation freaked out enough people that they decided to yank the entire book out of the lineup. Is that pretty much it?"
Minus a few details, but essentially, yes.
"And what did the message say? What did Dr. Keller discover?" The name was out of my mouth before I realized what I'd done. In the next room, the swish of the broom disappeared, replaced by Barnes shouting, "Ah!"
"What's happening in there?"
Kane said.
"Son of a bitch bit me."
Kane flew up from his chair.
"What? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm coming."
He turned at the doorway and said to us,
"You two, outside with us. Hurry."
Mike and I were right behind them a second later, darting for the front door. It reminded me of the 5th or 6th episode of the first season when that poor sound guy named George ran screaming from a library in the middle of an investigation. We scolded him so much that he quit the next day. I felt guilty for running out of Kane's mansion, and childish, but we didn't know what we were up against. With the connection between Kane, Keller, and Boogerface so prevalent, it wasn't beyond the stretches of my imagination that the badass right-hander had made a house call. The look on Mike's face suggested he felt the same. The 4 of us stopped in the circular driveway 50 feet from the front door. Barnes bent at the waist, hands on his knees, just on the verge of hyperventilating. Kane rubbed his back and apologized again and again. "Where did it bite you?" I asked. The butler righted himself and pointed at his left cheek. I winced as I examined the blemish, a red, broken circle of teeth marks like a dashed line that didn't exactly portray that the entity doing the biting had once been human. I'd even go so far as suggesting it appeared supernatural, possibly even demonic. I've never looked in a demon's mouth, but the jagged wound, contusion, no blood, formed marks that resembled a rocky outcropping, not the smooth edges of a human's front teeth. I debated sugarcoating the truth, reassuring Kane and Barnes that it was no big deal. I didn't want to frighten them beyond their current state, but it's dangerous to give someone false impressions about a possible demonic entity. Going back in that home with their guard down could lead to some disastrous consequences.
"How bad is it?"
Barnes asked. Not good," Kane said.
"Meaning what?"
I looked back at the mansion, hoping better words would come to me. They didn't. "I think it's demonic, but my gut instinct tells me it's not powerful enough to be Boogerface." That was as close as I dared to go with glossing over what I suspected. Also, if it was really Boogerface, I would have suspected him to go straight for his true enemies, not Barnes and Kane.
"Booger who?"
"Sorry, Chelsea's demon. Could be one of his underlings. Could be something that had a connection with Keller while he was researching the Hopper House message. It's hard to say."
"What should we do?"
"If it's always left in the past and hasn't harmed you, maybe you're fine going back in if you take some time away. Go to Belize, take a trip to Bali, whatever. Just now, though, I'm guessing we poked the badger too much and it lashed out because, whatever that is, it's really not a fan of Keller. I'm not sure I could recommend it in good conscience, but if you want to keep staying here, get rid of anything that has any ties to that man. Books, notes, pictures, anything. Never mention his name again. The attachment could fade over time."
"And we'll be fine?"
Kane asked. "Could. What do you think, Mike?" Mike rubbed his bald head, scratched his neck.
"Ford's right. If I had anything to add, I'd say stay the hell away. We know what we're doing. We've been fighting this shit for years. Given your books, you've done your homework, so you should realize how dangerous it could get. Even if Ford's also right about it not being Chelsea's demon, I'm not a fan of having you stick around. Whether it's an underling or not doesn't matter. Demonic is demonic, and small fish attract bigger fish."
"So you're suggesting we leave? For good?"
Kane crossed his arms and looked forlornly at the front door.
"Shame. I do so love this house."
Barnes touched the bite marks on his cheek with one hand and took Kane's with the other.
I'm not going back in there. Never again, Carter. I've asked for years. Enough is enough. And with your health, we can't.
I noticed the quick glance that passed between them, secret information relayed in a blink. I wondered what it meant. "You're right." Kane kissed the back of his husband's hand. "Then it's settled." He let go and moved away from Barnes, stepping closer to the mansion. He balled his fists, shook them at the front door, and shouted, "You win, you loathsome asshole! I hope our family in there drags you back down to the diarrhea-infested, semen-stained, piss-soaked bowl of hell's toilet that you crawled out of. Fuck you!" Kane quivered with anger. I could certainly see where his books got their colorful language. I gave him a moment to regain his composure, then said, "Maybe it's not the best time, but Mike and I have a lot of work to do before filming. We need to be prepared. We need to know." "The message, yes. Let's at least get Barnes out of the sun, and then I'll explain everything." He put the stamp on our exit by flipping the bird at whatever might be watching. 6. Back to the present.
She will betray you.
Believe me, I've been trying to figure out who she is since Mike and I blessed ourselves, said a few prayers, and slowly backed out of Dr. Keller's abandoned home days ago. I'm thoroughly convinced that Keller, Kane positively identified his voice after we played the EVP recording we had captured, was aware of something happening on the universal timeline that we don't have access to and was trying to tell me to be careful. Mike, Melanie, and I'm pretty sure Yulie as well, are all convinced that it was nothing. Since we left the Hamptons, Mike tries to reassure me daily, tells me to stop stressing out, and that after reviewing the recording for the 267th time, his intuition says it's a residual EVP, not an intelligent one. Mike has even been calling while Melanie and I are down here in California. I'm just hanging up on him when she steps out of the bathroom wearing nothing but a towel on her head. She smiles at me. I feign rolling my tongue back up into my mouth, kiss her on that ticklish spot at the base of her supple neck, and then we discuss our plans for the day. Another meeting with Carla for me, and the beach for her, since I promised that our entire jaunt to Southern California would not involve me working. Play soon, I tell her. Cross my heart. You should have brought Mike with you and let him handle your negotiations. I scoff at the suggestion. I know better. I know she knows better. I learned a long time ago to never let Mike negotiate anything. Ever. Our drastically reduced perks during the filming of the 6th season were a direct result of Mike, his temper, and me stepping out of the meeting room for 10 minutes to take a phone call. I got a text from Carla while you were showering. She spoke to the suits and wants to discuss what they said. If you can decipher anything from a couple of lines, her language sounded positive. And then that's it? Melanie wraps her arms around my shoulders. My hands go to her waist, skin smooth and inviting under my palms. One meeting with the devil herself and then margaritas out by the pool? As many as you can handle. This pleases Melanie. She kisses my neck tenderly and then leaves me standing, watching her walk naked across the hotel room, humming some pop tune I don't recognize as she shuts the bathroom door. A beat later, the hairdryer roars, and I picture her standing in front of the mirror, still naked, still gloriously brown, and... I gotta go before little Ford wakes up. Bye, Mel. Wish me luck, I yell at the bathroom door. There's a muffled response, and I'm gone, prepping myself for another round with Carla. Traffic is miraculously light, and about 45 minutes later I'm in downtown L.A., riding the elevator up to Carla's office, which is strange, because you usually go down to meet the devil. An open bottle of champagne sits in a metal bucket filled with ice. Next to it, 2 flutes of golden liquid bubble and fizz. Evidently we have good news. And yet, knowing Carla, this could very well be her attempt to soften me up before she slides the dagger of betrayal between my ribs. You should smile more often, Hancock. It looks good on you. She winks, grins wider, and hands me a glass of bubbly, clinking it with her own. This is the woman I remember from the early days of Graveyard Classified before she turned into Mega Wench 3000 while chasing ratings, pushing limits, and causing undue stress on the entire crew. To be fair, she had a lot of pressure on her from the powers that be. A juggernaut program like ours had no one to compete with but ourselves, which meant that we didn't have to do the minimum to beat second best. No, we had to outperform ourselves each and every week, each and every season. Otherwise, the whole thing about how the bigger they are, the harder they fall would have manifested like a nasty demon. I'm not making excuses for Carla Hancock. How she handles stress and, in turn, spreads the shit sandwich around to everyone else, that's all on her. How you choose to act and react to stimuli is the beauty of free will. The beauty or the beast of it, I should say. Prefacing a statement with, "I'm not trying to be an asshole, but," does not absolve you from being an asshole. It just shows that you took a couple of seconds to think about the repercussions of what you're going to say or do, and then decided to go through with it anyway. Stuff like that started early with Carla. A decade later, and by the time we got to the very special live Halloween episode, she had devolved into growling her demands and shrieking when I touched a crucifix to her bare skin. Not forgiven, and not forgotten either. Though with time removed, it's possible that I can find a gnat-sized nugget of goodness inside her. I'd have to get out a shovel and dig it up, mind you, but it might be there after all. Carla says,
"How does it feel?"
"How does what feel?"
"Winning."
She takes a sip, eyeing me over the rim of the champagne flute. "Like a big surprise, honestly. Did you expect it?"
"Not in the slightest." She raises her glass and we clink. "But I need your cooperation on some things."
What in the hell does that mean? I should have known. Today she's wearing a cobalt blue pantsuit. It fits her perfectly, trim in the right spots, buttoned just below her breastbone, accompanied by a pair of nude pumps so high we're almost seeing eye to eye. A strange concept in more ways than one. It's then I notice she's not wearing a top underneath the jacket. The spectacular curve of pale and, enhanced breasts are on full display between the lapels. Abort! Abort! She catches me looking and I shove my stare elsewhere. Over her shoulder, a white camisole rests across the back of her desk chair. I'm already planning my exit when she notices that the color has vanished from my cheeks. I'm positive that my heartbeat is also visible in my neck. Carla inches closer, and I can only imagine that the rapacious expression on her face is the exact same one that Boogerface wore while he was stalking me down that hallway at the Craghorn house. It's a look of salivating victory. The predator has won. I've already made up my mind that I'll face the lawsuits and the fines, that I'll destroy any chance I have at a future career in the paranormal, and Mike's as well, before I let her put her blood-red lips anywhere near mine. Not a chance in hell I'm selling my soul for that. Nor am I going to betray Melanie again. Carla smells like strawberry cream, though, which is nice. She leans in, and underneath the fruity perfume is the hint of bubbly booze on her breath. I'll likely associate that with demonic sulfur for the rest of my life. Before I can speak, before I can get my mouth fully open in protest, she whispers, "You couldn't handle me anyway," and bursts into a round of cackling, howling laughter, punctuated by deep snorts that could trigger the rapture. I let it go, softening with relief, letting her relish the "I got you good" moment. It dissipates into an easy giggle before she finally says, "Oh God, your face, you looked like you'd seen a ghost." I've heard the joke innumerable times since the show's inception, but I'm so relieved to not be sleeping with Carla Hancock to have my documentary needs met that I begin to laugh too. She waits until she's able to catch her breath before she says, "I spilled coffee on my top. My assistant, the little mouse-faced girl, she's out picking up a new one." She shakes through another small fit of giggles, wipes the corners of both eyes. "Did you think I would? Or would you really have—" "Forget it. That's a question neither of us wants to hear answered." "Right. Thank you, Jesus." "So, back to business. She takes a deep breath to stifle more laughter.
They agreed, but with some small stipulations.
Here's where I'm getting nervous. Could my plan actually have worked this easily? My pops always said that if something is too good to be true, then it probably is. I'm holding my breath in anticipation, but I manage to ask, what's the catch?
There's always one, isn't there?
Is this it? Is this the moment where the prediction of Keller's ghost comes true? Betrayal in its finest? It wasn't betrayal, but shit blew up on me. In a big way, and I never saw it coming.
They want us to do what? That's about as fucking far from small stipulations as you can get, Ford.
I feel his frustration. I did the exact same thing to Carla back in her office. Melanie sits over by the pool, frowning at me over her margarita, because I'm supposed to be relaxing beside her in a cozy lounge chair instead of trying to convince Mike that this is fine, that we can work through it. I motion to Melanie that I'll only be another minute and say to Mike, "Trust me, dude, I had the same reaction with Carla. I understand how crazy this sounds, but if we want to relocate to the Hampstead place, where we can at least attempt to control the outcome of this war, then this is the only way they'd go for it. It's frustrating. I never expected them to."
Frustrating, Ford? That doesn't even come close. This is bullshit. Complete and total bullshit. You promised it wouldn't come to this. What did you say to Carla when you pitched the idea? You told her this wasn't an option, didn't you?
I said nothing that would give them this idea. I dangled falsely using Chelsea as bait, and this is what Carla came back with. I tried to refuse and she wouldn't budge. She played me better than I thought she could. Like I said earlier, we had 3 choices: agree to their terms for the farmhouse, keeping the film at the Hoppers' old place, or get tied up in court from here to eternity for a breach of contract.
Fuck me sideways.
I'm sorry, bro. I had no choice. The catch? Yeah, about that. We did give a lot to get a lot. In order for the suits to meet my requests, or better known as demands, they had one major request of their own. Guest investigators. Not a big deal, right? Wrong. We'd had them on Graveyard in the past, and while it might have been fun to see a handful of my A-lister friends get spooked all to hell when a breeze blew a door closed, behind the scenes it threw off our rhythm. Mike and I got to the point where we despised bringing someone else in, even for a minor cameo. Why? Because we were purists. We loved the thrill of the investigation itself, gathering evidence to prove to the world that we weren't a hoax, talking to the other side, battling evil, punching a demon right in his scrawny, shriveled nutsack. Whenever a celebrity guest host finagled their way into an episode, we knew we were in for a long night of placating egos and reassuring the next Hollywood it-girl that she wasn't going to go home with a spooky paranormal attachment that might ruin her budding career. Fun for the audience to watch their heroes squirm while we seethed at having to humor someone who'd earned $20 million for their next film. Carla told me that the upper-level suits were going on data analysis. Celebrity guest episodes had been some of our highest by far throughout our enormous run at TV history.
"It's all about the numbers," she said earlier that morning. "Data doesn't lie."
A sparrow swoops down, landing a few inches away from my feet. It has enough time to hop around, scope the pool deck for dropped scraps, and explode in a flurry of beating wings before Mike replies,
"Son of a bitch. We specifically had them modify the contract for no celebrity guests before we signed."
Which they likely resented, and now they're using it against us. They've got the lawyers drawing up an addendum already. Carla says she'll have it faxed to us before 3 this afternoon. Mike is back at my house, where he continues to be my roommate until all of the divorce nonsense is finished with Tony. Dakota Bailey, the former queen of an ultra-popular reality cooking show, Yes Chef, and Mike's unofficial new flame, is there with him this weekend. Publicly, things calmed down surrounding Mike's issue with Dakota, meaning the press moved on to something else, which has given them a chance to pursue what may come. In the background, I can hear Dakota talking to Yulie. I hated to leave him behind with someone other than Melanie, yet the evidence is proof enough. His excited bark is all I need to know that she'll make a great doggy aunt one of these days. I inform Mike that he has to keep an eye on the ancient fax machine in my office. No hemming and hawing. They need it signed and returned today. I'm doing mine here through the hotel office.
This really blows, Ford. We had such a great plan. There's no other way?
Not if we want to keep our souls out of hell or endless courtrooms. We knew there was a risk, man. We were prepared for it.
But I never expected it to happen. We shouldn't have brought up her name.
Hindsight.
And the celebrity guests? As if that's not going to be distracting enough.
The good news is they're only requiring us to have 3, and we get to pick 2 of them.
All right, 3 I can handle. Well, 2 and her.
Yeah. If a word with typically positive connotations can carry 1,000 pounds of negativity, it's yeah wrapped in a demoralized sigh.
I wish you'd called me first. We can't do this to her, man. Not again.
The her in question? I'm sure you can guess. Devastating. I thought about it, but we agreed that if we want Boogerface away from the Hopper House and on our home turf, then I had to swallow the bitter pill before things got worse. I hate it as much as you, probably even more. We'll do everything possible to keep her out of the line of fire.
And they got her parents to agree to it? Again? That's what baffles me. That's like, I just want to punch them both square in the mouth so hard. When Carla and the other producers first talked to them about being involved, all they wanted was to be interviewed off-site and have it coincide with the memoir's release.
Preaching to the choir.
What in the hell changed?
Money. It's all about the money.
Bastards.
And finding peace for their daughter, I hope.
Like we promised them the first time. As if that giant clusterfuck wasn't enough. How much did they offer?
From what I can gather, it's an ungodly amount.
Must be an ungodly amount for them to risk their daughter's soul. That can't be the only reason for it. It just can't. I'm not buying it. I'm a parent. I can feel it in my chest. No money is worth that. There has to be something else.
I was thinking the same, like somebody holding a gun to their heads.
I wouldn't put it past Carla,
Mike says. She didn't have time to fly back east, otherwise I'd say you're right. We can try to find out, even if it means showing up on their doorstep to ask them what the fuck they're thinking. In the meantime, Chelsea will be... Look, I can't promise she'll be fine, but it's our best chance at ending this. We'll take every precaution possible and keep her involvement to the absolute minimum that we can get away with. And I need you to know this. Hear me and understand me. I had nothing to do with it. This is not about me or my ego. It's not about me wanting to get the ratings higher, or me wanting the world to validate my existence, whatever. None of that psychoanalytical bullshit.
Then what's it about, Ford?
Ending it. Forever. The more we dig up, the more we learn. There's that whole matter of Keller's translation of the Hopper House message to consider. The more terrified I feel, but it's for Chelsea. From now on. Mike says the same 6 words that came out of my mouth when Carla delivered the demand this morning.
My God, that poor little girl.
About that translation, an elaborate description of the how of Keller's translation crusade doesn't matter. Carter Kane condensed it for us back before we left Shatterbone, and I'll do the same. Vigorous research. Multiple trips to Holy Lands overseas, Israel, the Vatican. The remnants of satanic rituals, you name it, Keller tried to uncover it, study it, dig it up, and bury it again. The search became an all-consuming obsession, and eventually the linguistics expert managed to decipher the symbols. Possibly. He may have been right. He may have been wrong. Given that Keller seems to have mysteriously vanished from the face of the earth, I'm willing to bet he was correct, and someone or something punished him for it. The message? The blood of the meek shall feed my horror. Shiver. 7. Here's the thing. As little as a couple of years ago, Mike would have rejected the idea of bringing Chelsea back with the burning passion of 1,000 stars gone supernova. Why did he reluctantly agree this time? He really needs the money. It's always about the money, right? After the video surfaced of him attacking Dakota while he was possessed and made the rounds on national media, there's a good chance Tony's not just going to get half of everything during the divorce proceedings. She'll have the ammunition she needs to go after every last cent, right down to the loose change under his car seat. Then why do the documentary if it's only going to hand over more cash to his bitter soon-to-be ex-wife? Because Mike is a good guy, and regardless of what happens to him and Tony, he wants his kids to have an excellent future, even if it means handing it over in the form of a signed check. He'll need whatever his lawyers can scrape up in the violent aftermath just to get back on his feet, and maybe buy a few cases of ramen noodles. Of course, Dakota has money, but Mike is one proud son of a bitch, and mooching off anyone except for me is an abhorrent state of existence. This is why I find him on my living room couch, passed out, with a nearly empty bottle of my best scotch tucked underneath his arm. He's cuddling it like a stuffed animal, arms wrapped around it as he snores. On the television, I see that he's been watching a recording of that very special live Halloween episode. It's paused right at the moment Chelsea came bounding up the stairs, when everything was still somewhat right with the world. Before I sent her up the attic ladder. Before she was attacked by Boogerface. Before my life was reduced to ashes after the fiery explosive fallout. Chelsea is all smiles in the frozen image, unaware of what's about to happen. As I relive the memory, my heart aches for her lost innocence. I did that. Carla convinced me, hell, practically ordered me to do it. But I could have said no. I could have taken Mike's advice that night and walked away. It's still painful, you know? So much time and so many therapy visits later, the regret continues to pool in my stomach. It's burning, acidic like that puddle full of corroded batteries and dead pigeons back in Keller's abandoned house. I wiggle the bottle from Mike's snuggle grip, careful not to wake him, and sit down on the leather recliner. A soft cush of air escapes the cushion as I sink in and take a swig of the remaining scotch. A morose blanket sinks over me. I know exactly what Mike was thinking and feeling. The evidence is paused right there on the television screen. But Chelsea's involvement has to happen. I was honest with him on the phone. This isn't about me or my ego anymore. Matter of fact, fuck my own redemption. I earned this pain. I could say no to Carla again, I realize that, but I just don't have the energy to face the future years of courtroom drama. It's selfish, so selfish, and I understand how awful it looks on paper. And yet, what does it say about our legal system that I would rather fold against the man and subject a child to another possible demon attack than spend the next 10 or 20 or 30 years fighting off recurring lawsuits? The way I see it, I'm more confident in my ability to battle with a demon than take on some three-piece suited prosecutor with a law degree. Maybe I'll forgive myself one day. For now, I can only assure Mike and my own shaky psyche that we're taking this bastard right-hander down. I'm sick of Boogerface. I'm sick of him ruining the lives of people I care about. I'm sick of being afraid. You heard that right. Ford Atticus Ford is actually afraid. Oh, how the Almighty has fallen. I take another swig, wince at the burn slithering into my stomach, study Chelsea's paused face on the television screen, and then come to an understanding with the warring emotions inside my heart and head. Come hell or high water, this is most definitely the end. My time with the paranormal is finished once I drive a holy stake through Boogerface's forehead. Let some young gunslinger step into the role. Somebody who isn't tired, somebody who hasn't risked a child's life, somebody who isn't carrying around innumerable tons of regret like Atlas with the world on his back. So, it's settled. Fight and retire, or go out swinging my fists all the way down to my reserved room in Hotel Hell. Melanie and I had taken an early flight back from L.A., and the rising sun is searing through my wide picture window. Far down below, Portland proper glows warmly, light reflecting off wet rooftops and cars. So many people living normal lives, so many haunted by remorse and guilt, haunted by spirits, real or imagined, haunted by their own personal demons, or those from the underworld. It's both beautiful and gloomy at the same time. Or maybe it's just my mood. I hear the garage door open, a quick, "Daddy's home, give him some love, Yulie," followed by the rambunctious, excitable scrambling of doggy feet on the kitchen floor. I had been so lost in thought that I had momentarily forgotten about the best dog ever and ever, amen, along with his new running buddy, Dakota Bailey. A machine gun blast of clicking claws later, and he's rounding the corner, launching himself from the top step down into the sunken living room, then comes at me like a furry missile, all slobber and flopping jowls. I'm smiling, laughing, greeting him, trying to thwart the onslaught of drooling love. He manages to get his tongue so far into my mouth that I can feel him lick a molar. I finally get him off me, and he stands there, doggy grin a mile wide, tail swishing back and forth, faster than windshield wipers on high. Mike is waking up as Dakota comes into the living room. She's carrying a fresh bottle of water from the fridge and glistening with sweat on her chest and arms. Her yellow sports bra and pink running shorts are the color of that amazing strawberry and banana saltwater taffy I used to buy over at the coast. Also, you could crack a walnut on her abs. I fight off another slurp from Yulie's tongue, this time across the bottom of my chin, as Dakota greets me and insists that she's too sweaty for a hello hug, adding,
"You're back early."
Mike grumbles something unintelligible about a hangover and rolls onto his side, facing away from the brightness outside the picture window. I point at him and tell Dakota, "That's what I was hoping to prevent. Looks like we didn't make it fast enough."
"He started on that bottle about 11 last night," she admits. "Where's Melanie?"
"Her place, unpacking."
"You don't sound too thrilled about that."
"Meh, she's not too thrilled with me at the moment."
"Because of Chelsea?"
"Mike told you?" Dakota points to him.
"Obvious much?"
"Right. So, yeah, Mel understands, but, bad decisions beget more bad decisions. She probably just needs time to go find a picture of me and draw devil horns on it, black out a few teeth." I almost said black out my eyes, but the memories made me shudder before I could say the words. "I'm hungry. You need to let me in." Dakota points down at Mike, then silently mouths for me to come talk to her in the kitchen. I oblige, and with Yulie only a couple of inches off my heels, I follow her. We make it out of earshot, supposing Mike is even awake, before she says,
"He's really stressed about this whole thing with Chelsea, like to the point I'm worried he's going to give himself a stroke before you guys make it to filming."
I'm not too far behind him. I even paid for a couple of calm my nerves drinks on the flight, and then dealing with Mel's frustration on top of it. Rough morning. Dakota unscrews the lid on her water and downs half the bottle. Yulie trots away and inspects his food dish. He's lapping up a few remaining morsels when Dakota tells me,
"I haven't been a part of your lives for long, Ford, I get that, but I'm not thrilled about it either. I rewatched part of that live episode with Mike and couldn't take it. I had to leave the room."
"No, I get it. We're in such an awful position."
"Isn't there some way out of using her? Loopholes in your contracts, maybe? I can't imagine it's going to go over that well with the public. The media is going to eat you alive."
No such thing as bad press. Not that I'm condoning it, obviously, but they've done the research. The focus groups tested off the charts when they were asked about Chelsea's involvement again. Once Carla's bosses reviewed the data, they had to have her, and it seemed like they'd been holding that ace up their sleeve until I came at them with any kind of ridiculous demands. It was so simple for them, like they were waiting there, ready to say, "Sure thing, Ford, you can do whatever you want as long as you bring Chelsea back. Thanks for falling right into our trap, dumbass. Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha." Seriously, how did I not see that coming? Dakota leans against the countertop, hooks her thumbs into the straps of her sports bra, and nods knowingly.
"I was on the other end of that a few times. God, it sucks, doesn't it? Being powerless."
Always. 5 or 6 years ago, I could have told them where they could shove it and gotten my way. But now, not a chance. Being a pariah removes any bargaining goodwill I might have had. Dakota finishes her water and drops the bottle into the recycling bin. I kind of feel like that bottle, honestly. Finished, tossed into the recycling, and then melted down and molded into a weaker version of myself. She asks,
So who are you thinking for the other 2 celebrity guests?
I'll tell Mike when he gets up, but I've already called Carter Kane. He agreed in a heartbeat. Dakota seems surprised.
No kidding. I thought after what happened at his house, he wouldn't want to get anywhere near another demon.
Revenge is a powerful motivator.
Yeah, I guess,
She responds with a shrug.
Who's in mind for the other slot?
I have a list of people that I put together on the flight. Guests we had on Graveyard back in the day, a few A-listers that begged to be on the show, people like that. Nobody seems quite right, though, and even if they did, it's going to be dangerous as hell. What happens if some Oscar winner like Marilyn Street gets possessed for a while and then sues the shit out of me? You can't get any more game over than that.
I know people too,
Dakota reminds me.
I could make some calls.
But who? What's the right play?
This is going to sound callous, okay? Let's lay it out there. As much as you both would be happy to drive this thing into the ground just to piss off Carla Hancock, on some level you need it to be a success, right? Even if it's simply to get a message out there?
Yes, for Mike, his kids. To warn people about how dangerous this shit really is.
Okay, so first, you've got Chelsea, which means you'll have all the movie-going family demographic tied up. Parents aren't going to forgo rubbernecking the mistakes of another family like the Hoppers. They'll show up just so they can sit there and be judgmental, pointing fingers and swearing they'd never do something similar. Second, you'll tap into the paranormal-loving portion of fans because it's you guys and Carter Kane. That's huge right there.
Exactly. She grins.
Tell me what you're missing.
I have a feeling you have an idea already.
Teens. Early 20s. They're notorious for going to theaters over and over. They'll go back multiple times. You hit that market and you're talking $500 million in ticket sales worldwide.
You really think so?
I used to study this stuff a lot when I was on Yes Chef. You said it yourself, data doesn't lie. Invite some young star on and you're golden.
You already have someone in mind, don't you? Dakota bites her bottom lip as if she can't wait to tell me. I remind her, it would have to be someone that I wouldn't mind getting possessed or dragged down to hell just in case. She blurts,
Gunner Creek.
Whoa. Teenagers, early 20s, those kids love his smushy, lovesick lover music. It's an unhealthy obsession, while at the same time, most people over the age of 30 would pay good money to have him dropped in the middle of the South Pacific on an empty lifeboat, or to watch him struggle with a demonic possession and secretly cross their fingers. Dakota, that's genius. Do you know him?
Not personally. We have mutual connections.
Connections to who?
Mike interrupts as he joins us in the kitchen. Morning, Sleeping Beauty. You look like hell.
Feel like it.
He rubs his bloodshot eyes and asks what we're talking about. We fill him in on the picks for our celebrity guests. As predicted, he goes along with it, saying,
I figured you'd want to ask Kane regardless, and who wouldn't want to see Gunner Creek piss his skinny jeans?
I'm totally open to suggestions, I say, just as long as we pick Carter Kane and Gunner Creek. Mike rubs his temples, trying to ease the hangover headache away, and yawns without taking the bait.
Fine by me.
Dakota scoots next to him and puts her arm around his waist.
You okay?
Just this dream I had seemed so real that I can't shake it.
My entire body tenses when Mike adds,
I was walking down this hallway like in the middle of the night, and it was my house, but it wasn't at the same time, and I felt evil. So evil. And the weirdest thing about it was I was a little blonde girl that looked a hell of a lot like Chelsea. There was some song or poem she kept singing about white nights.
I say quietly, the white night is bright with light and love. And then every speck of color drains from Mike's face. 8. When you have a modicum of clout in TV or film, it's amazing how a few simple calls can set up an entire scenario. Carter Kane was already on board, and with a couple of favors cashed in around Hollywood using Dakota's connections, my people got in touch with his people, short discussions ensued, and Gunner Creek became our second major celebrity guest before lunch. In fact, The pretty boy punk was so thrilled about being asked, he posted something cryptic on one of those social media sites I typically ignore, and the rumors began to spread before Carla's team had a chance to draw up his contract. Not that I really care, and there will likely be some stricter limits set up in his contract to deal with things like breaking a non-disclosure agreement, but it would have been nice to put that news out there ourselves. We also have 2 more things to accomplish before I'll give Carla the official green light to shift the production crew to the Hampstead farmhouse. Mike and I need to spend a night or 2 there, make contact with that cranky old bastard Papa Joe, and then ensure that our message gets delivered to Boogerface across the energy airwaves. It's time for a showdown, you big ugly bastard, no matter how frightened and worried I am. What happens if he doesn't fall for our trap? My heart withers every time I think about the prospects, but if Chelsea is going to be there, then we'll have to make do with my original lie to Carla about using that poor child as bait. It became a self-fulfilling prophecy, goddammit. That's what I get for putting the thought out into the universe. Speaking of Chelsea, that's item number 2 on the list. We have another important stop to make before informing Carla we're ready. We left Dakota, Melanie, and Yulie behind. They'll have fun bonding some more while Mike and I fly back to Ohio to ask Rob and Lila Harper why in the immortal hell they decided to get their daughter deeply involved again instead of peripherally. There's no choice. We have to do it in person. It's too easy to hide the truth behind 2,500 miles of separation and a phone call. Remember Detective Thomas, the gent working the Craghorn case back in Virginia? The one who promised to do me a solid if I needed it? I had indeed kept that favor card handy and cashed it in with him. More calls were made, records were checked, perhaps illegally, I'm not suggesting that, and he isn't either, and we were on our way to the new and, we hoped, not haunted Hopper residence. We touched down at the Cleveland airport after a bumpy flight. Mike nearly got down on his knees to kiss the solid, stable ground, and 40 minutes later we're hauling ass in a rented Ford Mustang because I allowed Mike to choose the upgraded option. He's making zooming noises, laughing as we juke and jive our way through slow-moving nighttime traffic, and I think it's a defense mechanism, distracting himself from the fact that we both had the same demonic dream about Chelsea. It had severely freaked us out earlier. We chose to accept it as an indication of the war to come, as if Boogerface was taunting us, calling us out into the street just as Carter Kane had alluded to, and then we attempted to put it aside. We had work to do, and it led us to the outskirts of Cleveland at midnight. We arrive at the hotel unscathed, and I'll admit to peeling my fingers loose from the door handle after Mike's insane driving. It was too late to call on the Hoppers, and besides, I'm wiped. Mike is running on an adrenaline high, and I don't know if it's because he's exhausted or his body is trying to burn away a level of fear that I've never seen in him before. 10 minutes later, he's knocking on my room door, telling me he needs to go for a drive, and then he's gone. I don't bother asking why or where. Sometimes Mike needs his space, and I let him go unchecked. We don't meet up again until the next morning, 7 a.m. sharp, at the Continental Breakfast in the hotel lobby. And he looks like he got run over by a garbage truck, and then that garbage truck backed up and drove over him again about 6 or 20 times. We barely speak, shovel a few morsels of stale cereal and rock-hard bagels into our mouths, bypass the coffee dregs, then hit the road. We want to catch the Hoppers before they leave for work. It's not until we get to the car that I officially ask him if he's okay. "Shitty sleep," Mike grouses as the Mustang rumbles down the street. "Like 2 hours of nothing but dreaming I was Chelsea again. Goddamn thing was on repeat." I don't tell him that I got a solid 5 hours and had nothing but deep slumber visions of sun, sand, Melanie in a thong bikini, and oddly enough, a pet penguin that enjoyed the heat. "Where did you go last night?" I ask him. Mike changes lanes rapidly, coming so close to a lumbering pickup that he would have a hard time slipping a sheet of paper between the side mirrors. Egypt's pyramids were built with less precision. "Honestly, I was too scared to sleep. That's why I was so jumpy and agitated." "Oh, good. I thought you were being an asshole for the fun of it." Mike acknowledges this with a sideways glance. "No more than usual. It's just that I'm freaked the fuck out about Boogerface getting inside my head. Like, gun-shy, I guess.
after that thing got in me back at Dakota's.
Bad news is he's already there, I inform him, even if it's only a little. Where do you think the dreams are coming from, amigo? Mike takes his eyes off the road long enough to flash me an astonished look.
I get it, but you call that dream a little?
Dreams, man, that's all they are, I say, trying to placate him. I know it's not the truth.
Don't bullshit me, Ford. I know better. The fact that we both had the exact same dream, right down to checking to see if we had a winky in our pants.
A winky?
Yeah, that's what Dayton called it when he was a toddler. Don't interrupt. It's too much of a coincidence to be nothing but a dream.
Meaning? Mike takes the time to process, weaving around soccer mom vans and delivery trucks. Trees lining the road whip by in a green blur. A blackbird swoops in front of the Mustang. A cloud passes over the sun, creating a temporary shadow. Mike finally says,
I wouldn't say it's necessarily a message, because he's not really telling us anything, right? It's just, oh, shit.
What?
He's showing us Chelsea.
Right, Dream Chelsea, I reply with a hint of, yeah, duh.
No, it's more than that.
Mike shakes his head adamantly. He might kowtow to my assertions and decisions, or did on a regular basis in the past, but I learned way back when we were filming the first season of Graveyard that when he actually balks, when he cares enough to put up a fight about something, he's usually right, and there will be no changing his mind.
I'm telling you, Ford, our dreams are her reality.
No, I say in slight disbelief. It makes sense, though.
You know damn well that girl has had horrible dreams about this asshole in the past. She was having nightmares about the Dark Man back when she was 5, before we even brought her on the show.
He never left her, did he? I had hoped, perhaps foolishly, that once the Hoppers had gotten out of that godforsaken haunted house, Chelsea would have found some peace. Now, it seems, Boogerface has been attached to her this entire time, perhaps lying dormant, but not quite, waiting for the perfect opportunity. You think her folks realize it? Like that's why they signed on to have her in the documentary?
It's possible, but I don't know, man. Something seriously feels off.
Best thing to do is ask.
If they let you anyway near her, you mean?
Mike's phone chirps with verbal directions. He flips on the blinker and turns right into a quaint neighborhood with tree-lined streets and immaculate lawns.
Let's not put that idea in their head, you know. Not at first. What's it called when lawyers try to ask sneaky questions to get people to admit to something?
Leading the witness?
Bingo. No leading the Hoppers. We go in there asking questions, offering suggestions, subliminal or not. They could tell us what we want to hear instead of the truth.
Makes sense. So were you the good cop or am I?
I'd say as much as they hated us after she got attacked, we're both playing bad cops.
Mike mumbles the address and slows down. We both check the house numbers as we pass single-family homes that are well-maintained. Lush green yards, beautiful arrays of multicolored flowers in beds, white picket fences with 2.5 kids playing in the driveway. You know, typical American suburb, minivans, swing sets, an older gentleman walking a droopy-eared basset hound. It looks like the perfect place for a young family to raise their possessed daughter. Mike's phone informs us that we have arrived at our destination.
There it is,
Mike says, whipping the Mustang over to the curb. He parks and we sit in silence for a moment, staring at the one-story home with cream-colored siding. There's a porch swing. Hanging potted plants gently drift from side to side in the morning breeze. A pink bicycle lies on its side in the front yard next to a bird bath, which is currently populated by 2 sparrows flinging water, the spray catching sunlight and glistening. Inside the Hoppers' new home, I see movement through the window. It looks like a large figure, and I imagine that's Rob Hopper heading for the kitchen where he'll inhale a breakfast bar and pour a mug of coffee. No, wait, I remember now that he's a green tea guy. One of those small details that I might be able to use to establish a connection with him, because I have absolutely no idea how they're going to respond to us showing up at their front door, unannounced. Worst case scenario, there's a good chance they'll call the police and try to have us arrested for trespassing, Such was the intensity of their hatred for all things Ford and Long from 2 years ago. Best case scenario is that they'll invite us in for, you guessed it, green tea, and we can have a civil discussion about their intentions. There's an untold number of possibilities ranging between those two options, but we have to try. Like I said, it's harder to hide the truth in a face-to-face conversation. At the very least, I want them to hear and see my sincerity firsthand. I want them to know how sorry I am, and I want them to understand that I'm going to do whatever it takes to protect their daughter, even if it means shouting it at them while I'm being dragged away in handcuffs. The figure moves past the front window again, and Mike says, That's strange."
"What's that?"
"You saw that, didn't you?"
"Yeah? Probably Rob getting ready for work."
"Nope."
"Huh?" I check again, straining to see if the figure walks by once more, trying to make out some details. "That's not Rob?"
"Nope,"
Mike repeats. "How do you know?" With his eyes on the rearview mirror, Mike lifts his chin toward whatever he's seeing.
"Because he's walking down the sidewalk with his wife and daughter."
I whip around in the passenger seat to get a better look. The Hoppers are happily strolling through their neighborhood, wearing workout clothes and running shoes. Sweat drenches both of their shirts, and they're all smiles. Rob has put on quite a few pounds since I saw him last. Stress will do that for you. Lila, on the other hand, appears to have gone the opposite direction. Back during the filming of the very special live Halloween episode, she still hadn't quite lost her post-pregnancy weight 5 years later. She looks great now. Her hair is a different color. It's longer and pulled back into a ponytail. Her grin is the exact opposite of the last time I saw her face in person. Joy looks good on her. And then my eyes drift down. Walking in between her parents, holding hands on either side, is little Chelsea Hopper. Somehow my heart simultaneously melts and breaks at the same time. I want to leap out of the car and run to her, wrap her up in a bear hug and beg forgiveness for what I did and what we're about to do in a couple of weeks. "After this, Chelsea, it'll be over. I promise." The Hoppers certainly don't look like people who have committed to sending their daughter into another fight with a demon. Maybe they are the psychopath pageant parents that do anything to their children to obtain fame and fortune, to pick up where they failed in their life's ambition. Or they could be trying to put on a good face in front of their only daughter before they tell her that she has to go visit the dark man again in a house that's far, far away. Only one way to find out. Ask and see. But a more pressing question begs to be asked. If they've been out, then who's in their house?
"Could be anybody," Mike answers. "Friend sleeping over, family in town for a visit. Who knows? They're both still working, aren't they? Maybe it's a babysitter."
I take another look at the Hoppers approaching, then survey the house once more. The dark figure hasn't passed by the window again. Doesn't feel right, dude. My sixth sense is going off. I glance down at my arm. Goosebumps.
It's nerves," Mike interrupts. "Let's go talk to them before they get inside. Less of a chance they'll shoot us in the face out here on the street."
I take a deep breath. Maybe he's right. I haven't been in contact with the Hoppers since that fateful night. What's the likeliest scenario? That they have a friend or family member staying with them, or that this house is currently being visited by the Dark Man himself? The problem is, in my mind, they're both possible and hold equal weight.
"Let me go first," Mike says. "My gut says they hate me less."
You think so, Sherlock? Before I can follow it up with a request to ease into questioning their sanity, Mike is out the door of the Mustang, walking around the front of the car, waving and smiling as if he's their best buddy. Nice move, Mike. Kill them with kindness. He says, "Hi, guys. Long time no see." And I shift in my seat to observe Rob and Lila's response. It's a mutating mess that goes from curiosity to surprise to reactionary anger, which slowly melds into smiles that show in their lips but not in their eyes. Playing along, so to speak. I watch through the side mirror and listen.
"Mr. Long," Rob says. "Been a while, huh?"
Chelsea recognizes Mike right away, and her smile is genuine.
Mr. Mike.
She jogs to him as Mike drops down to one knee and accepts a hug, coming in at a full sprint. Her weight barely moves him when she crashes into his chest.
Sorry for popping in on you like this,
Mike replies over her shoulder. Lila says,
I'd guess it's a few thousand miles out of your way to pop in.
Something like that,
Mike admits. He stands but keeps his hand on Chelsea's shoulder. She looks up at him with admiration. They had a good relationship back then. You know, before a Tier 1 right-hander scarred her for life.
We wanted to talk to you about some things before filming starts. Figured it'd be best to do it in person.
We?
Rob and Lila ask in unison. Mike nods at the Mustang.
I had to bring him.
I take my cue, open the car door, and step out onto the sidewalk. When I'm fully upright, I don't know which concerns me more. The look of venomous rage coming from Lila and Rob Hopper, or the black figure with bright red eyes now watching us from inside their living room. 9. Fear digs its claws into my abdomen, and my stomach sinks with that feeling of spotting your high school bully in the hall while you're both alone. I want to turn. I want to walk, no, run, the other way. And I'm at odds with myself because that's such a foreign sensation. For over a decade, I've encountered every kind of paranormal entity, from simple ghosts to black-eyed children to full-fledged demons, and I can't recall a time when the panic grips me as much as it does now. And I finally understand why. Just as I told Mike earlier while I was trying to calm his nerves, Boogerface is already inside our heads. Only a little, yet it's enough. Granted, we're not as susceptible as Chelsea Hopper. We've been doing this a long time. We have strong defenses built up around our hearts and minds, scar tissue that forms a wall. But it's not impenetrable. These dreams showing us what he's doing to Chelsea is the equivalent of implanting a virus in our heads that's not quite strong enough to accomplish what he wants. Which tells me at least one thing. He's underestimating us, and that's a good sign. That doesn't mean that it's not doing its job in manufacturing fear. I see the bright red eyes staring back at me as soon as I climb out of the car. Chelsea shouts,
Mr. Ford, yay!
Leave, Ford, Rob says. Chelsea bounces over and takes my right hand in both of hers. Hi, Chelsea. One sec, sweetie. Mike, I say, look. He follows my stare and gasps as the figure and its menacing eyes shoot off to the right, out of view. I turn to Rob and Lila Hopper. Did you see that?
See what?
Lila asks. In your house, that thing with the red eyes. They appear confused, hesitant, as if they're trying to decide if I'm bullshitting them, and probably torn between calling the police and taking a Louisville Slugger to my shins on their own. Lila, her latent anger momentarily forgotten, asks,
What red eyes?
Rob says,
You mean like a deep?
He stops himself short with a look down at his smiling daughter. He mouths demon with his eyebrows raised as a question mark. I think so.
Stop,
Lila demands.
Do not do this to us again. You need to leave right now.
Mike backs me up.
I'm afraid he's right,
he says, his stare never leaving the front window. How long has it been in there? Have you seen any signs? I ask. I'm finding it hard to hide the dread and panic in my voice. Rob shakes his head in disbelief and answers,
Never. Not yet. Not that we've seen.
Lila accuses us of bringing a demon here to frighten them. Mike and I both deny it, and then it occurs to me. There's a chance she's partially right. Perhaps Boogerface trailed us here. Only one way to find out. God, my hands are shaking like one of those paint mixers at Home Depot. When did this start happening to me, this fear? You know when, dummy. The dream. The supernatural virus in your head. I take a chance on hope. You guys don't have someone staying with you, do you? Nobody that would try to pull a prank? Lila ignores my question and says,
I really think you should leave.
Thankfully, Rob answers my question. Nobody we know would do such a thing, especially after what we've been through. Give me your keys. Let us go in first. I hold out my hand. Chelsea innocently asks,
"What's going on, Daddy?"
Rob bends down to her level and rests his hands on her shoulders.
Nothing, honey. Mr. Ford and Mr. Mike are here. Well, I'm not sure why they're here, but they're leaving soon. You'll see them at—
"Rob,"
Lila scolds.
"not yet."
A wave of realization takes my breath. They haven't told her. She doesn't know that she'll be in the same house with the dark man again. What the hell? I understand why that regret, that anticipation of putting your sweet daughter in harm's way has to be an overwhelming feeling in your chest, but my God, they need to prepare her. Insistent, I say, "Give me your keys." Why? Because we're here, Rob, and unless you want things to get a lot worse, you need to let us get rid of it. Get rid of it is the understatement of the century. Part of me feels like Boogerface isn't going to wait until we call him to the Hampstead farmhouse. He's showing us that he's ready and willing to throw down right here.
"No," Rob replies. "No way. There's nothing going on."
Which sounds so forced that I don't believe him for a second. And besides, we've had the house blessed and— I saw something, I interrupt, and it's not safe for you guys.
We had a Native American shaman come by and do that smoke thing with the sage and the chanting throughout the whole house. I promise you it's as safe as we could make it.
Mike points at the picture window and asks,
"You swear you didn't see it?"
Rob and Lila shake their heads, defiant. Chelsea asks,
"See what, Mommy?" "Nothing, honey."
Lila strokes her daughter's perfect blonde hair and sighs in defeat.
"What are you guys doing here? Honestly."
We'll talk about it later, but for now I really think Mike and I should—
"No,"
Rob says, growing more agitated.
"You are not going in our home. At least not until you tell us why in the HELL you're here. It's because of the movie, has to be, but I want to know why. What business is it of yours if we choose to have—"
He flicks a quick look down at Chelsea again, searching for the right words to hide what's to come.
"To have her involved. Huh? Tell me that. What business is it of yours?"
Mike wears a deep tan these days, but the red plumes in his cheeks.
"Are you kidding me? Seriously? What business is it of ours? We're doing the damn thing."
"Language,"
Lila warns.
"Sorry, but guys, it's a DEMON. We're risking our lives for her, which is exactly why it's our business. And if I'm guessing right, she doesn't know, does she?"
Mike asks. He picked up on that vibe too. Rob and Lila exchange worried glances. I keep looking past Mike at the front window, expecting to see something glaring back at me. For now, it stays hidden, building up energy. Crouching. Waiting. I'm anxious to get in there and discover the truth. I'm scared, yes, but my overpowering need to protect this family that I have wronged in the past is screaming for me to go break down the front door. But I relent, trying to empathize, realizing they need information as badly as we do. We showed up unannounced, and now we're claiming there's a demon in their supposedly safe home. My need to know why they decided to put Chelsea through this horror again must match their need to know why we had the audacity to show up and challenge them on it, with a demon in tow. Guys, I get it, I say, addressing Rob and Lila. It's nuts that we showed up here uninvited.
"Nuts,"
Rob scoffs.
"Insane."
We had to know.
"Had to know what, Ford?"
I let my shoulders droop, hang my head, and pinch the bridge of my nose. Why? I ask. Why do it? I thought you were only selling your story rights, not bringing her back. It doesn't make any sense to us. If it's about the money—
"Don't you dare,"
Lila says, pointing at me. Anger chokes the rest of her words. She looks away. Chelsea reaches over and tugs on my hand. She scrunches up her nose and grins. The beautiful thing about children is that sometimes their fear can have a short life cycle. I would be willing to bet that she's mentally blocked the terror of her old house and what happened to her from her memory, only for it to resurface years from now in a therapy session discussing why she feels the need to draw satanic shapes and cut symbols into her thighs with razor blades. For the moment, she sees Mike and me as the fun guys who offered her peppermint candy and chocolate chip cookies over 2 years ago.
Bring me where?
I freeze. I don't want to lie to her, but I also don't know how to answer, nor is it my place.
Bring me where, Mr. Ford?
She's 7 now and slightly more self-aware. She has a better grip on the world and how it works, to a point. She's naive, yet she can tell that something is obviously wrong. I look at Lila, then Rob, pleading with my eyes, begging for help, wondering if they're really going to leave it up to me to deliver the bad news. I watch Lila capitulate. She huffs through her nose, uncrosses her arms, and takes Chelsea by the hand. Just when I think she's going to reveal the future atrocities to come, she pauses, then changes course.
Come on, little lady. Let's go play in the treehouse out back. Your best friends here need to talk to Daddy a minute. But, Mom...
Go with your mother, Rob says, voice deep with alpha male authority. I'd rather you didn't get out of sight, but please be careful. I remind Lila, don't take her in the house. Not until... I catch Chelsea squinting at me curiously, wondering why they can't go in. I clear my throat. Not until we can look around, okay? Promise me that? Lila nods wordlessly and pulls Chelsea away as if she's dragging a pet on a leash against its will. Chelsea, in between balking against her mother's instructions, asks us not to leave without saying goodbye. And for the briefest of seconds, I see something in her eyes before they walk away. It's a glimmer, a hint, merely the way her lids narrow, nothing more. And yet it gives me the chills. There's understanding in there that isn't coming from Chelsea. I don't know how I know that. My sixth sense picked up on a feeling, and before I can fully react, I feel Rob's hands on my chest, shoving me, quietly saying, "What the fuck are you doing here, Ford?" Unprepared, I stumble backward, never taking my eyes off Chelsea and her mother as they disappear down the side of the house, between the outer wall and a row of bushes separating their property with the neighbors. Mike reaches for me with one arm and puts a hand over Rob's heart with the other, keeping me from falling as I trip over my own feet. Mike has been working out like a crazy person for 2 years now. He's got some beefcake going on, and his bracing arm easily stops the big man where he stands. "Whoa, Hopper, don't start. We're on your side, dude. Same team. Stop it. Do not shove him again. Same friggin' team." I hold my palms up. You don't want us here, I get that. We suck. I suck. We did a horrible thing, and I can never apologize enough. Rob takes an aggressive step forward, balls up his fist, and stops when Mike steps in front of him. "Same team," Mike reminds him again. "We have to be." Rob shakes his head and pushes his hair back. Hands to hips, he backs away, walking in a small circle on the sidewalk. "Rob," I say. He ignores me. "Rob." Again, no eye contact. I never got to officially apologize, and I'll go to my grave with that. "Good." I sent cards and money. I tried, man. I promise. "Straight into the trash can." Really? God only knows how many thousands of dollars they probably threw away. Good thing that college fund I set up for Chelsea is in an untouchable account that won't transfer to her until she's 18. Mike says, "What he's trying to say is we fucked up. We know we did. Ford especially." "Thanks," I say, not hiding the cynicism. Mike continues, "But really, it was both of us. I could have tried harder to stop it. I could have talked to you and Lila more, explaining what it was that you guys were getting into. I could have done something insane right in the middle of filming to stop production, but I didn't. I gave in and I gave up. The machine was too big, and when I realized that, I wouldn't have been able to stop it anyway. But I could have tried harder. So hate Ford as much as you want. You gotta hate on me, too." Rob stops pacing and sits down on the rock wall bordering the sidewalk. He puts his head in his hands. Mike seems to have better luck with speaking, because tensions flare the moment I open my mouth, so I pat him on the back and motion for him to go ahead. Meanwhile, I'm going to step back and survey the house, moving to the side slightly, hoping I can also keep an eye on Chelsea and her mother. Mike says, "We both screwed up. We all did.
Ford, me, the producers, the networks. We should have known better. That was our fault. We did that.
Mike moves over and sits down next to Rob. He puts a hand on his back.
But you have to understand, agreeing to bring Chelsea back for another round against that goddamn thing in your house, that's not us. That's on you.
Rob sits up straight, nostrils flared.
It's hard to hear,
Mike says, lowering his voice, trying to smooth the accusation in his words.
I can see that. You don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. And that's why we're here. We needed to talk to you. We need to know why before we do it. And you can trust me on this, we'll be better prepared this time. We have a better understanding of what we're up against, and we'll do everything humanly possible to keep that beautiful girl of yours safe. I can't promise that she'll be okay, but we'll do our level fucking best. I'll protect her like she's one of my own children. You get that, bro? You understand?
Rob nods, wipes an errant tear from the side of his cheek.
Yeah.
I glimpse movement in the window. It's not much, maybe the shadowy outline of an arm, and it's gone. Did I see it again? Or was it a trick of the light? A breeze blows a branch overhead and a similar shadow flickers across the window. Okay, so that wasn't it. Debunked. Nerves taken down a peg. I can't explain it in simple terms, but I feel a sense of awareness coming on. A knowing. An understanding. I can't grasp what it is, not yet. I step toward the Hopper's new home, attempting to discover the source of inexplicable energy that I feel. Then I see it again. The tree shadow theory gets flushed as soon as it appeared. The shape of an arm and shoulder, a swirling mass of black, manifests at the window's edge. The figure leans out. First one red eye, then the other. My breath catches in my chest. I'm stone motionless, watching it. The red, glowing orbs are surrounded by a black so deep I can't see beyond it. The clearest sign of a demonic possession you can get. They aren't looking in my direction. They're focusing on Rob and Mike. And then the muddled sense of understanding presents itself like a slap to the cheek. Boogerface is here, and he's trying to spy on the Hoppers. Rob's assertion earlier that things were fine when I saw that he was lying had some weight to it. He knows, and Boogerface wants to see if he'll tell us. No, I whisper, unable to find the full depth of my voice. Maybe we don't want to know. Not here. Not now. Maybe it'll make things worse for the Hoppers until Mike and I are prepared to fight the war. I can't break away from the figure in the window as I hear Mike say, "Why, Rob? Why get her involved again? It's not the money, is it?" No. If you want this fucker gone, if you want me and Ford to have a real shot in kicking its ass back to hell, then we have to know why. Knowledge is power for us. I whisper again. Don't. Fear chokes my words. They can't hear me. Rob says, "He did it. He made us do it." "Who?" Mike asks. "That demon. Everything had been fine until a couple of weeks ago." I force my feet to move toward them. If my voice won't work, maybe my body will. Rob continues. He invaded her one night." "Invaded her?" "Out of the blue. Possessed Chelsea. She was acting so strange, her eyes got this blank look to them. And then this horrible, growling, demonic voice just sort of exploded out of her and said, 'When they ask, you say yes. Say no and she's mine forever.' And then, poof, it was gone. Chelsea collapsed and we had no clue what it meant until Carla Hancock called us the next day, asking if we'd reconsider the level of Chelsea's role during filming." The door to the Hopper's new home swings open and slams shut so hard that the picture window next to it cracks, a sliver going from the lower right corner to the center. 3 heavy thuds, like a sledgehammer on thick wood, boom against the door. Immediately after, coming from the backyard, I hear the dual screams of Chelsea and Lila. Time slows. Mike, Rob, and I move in a blur, sprinting toward the house. I'm terrified, but I keep going because that's what heroes do, like a paranormal firefighter running headlong into the flames of hell. 10. Now, I've seen some shit, but let me tell you, what we encounter when we round the corner of the Hoppers' home and hurtle into the backyard really and truly sends some of the worst chills down my spine that I've ever had. Black, swirling mist. A thin, blonde girl, 7 years old now, hanging upside down in the middle of the air, twisting, flailing her arms and legs, screaming. Her mother stands at the edge of the dark cloud, grasping for a leg, reaching upward, fear and rage contorting every facial muscle. It has to be Boogerface. I've heard plenty of urban legend stories, but I've never seen anything this powerful before, not in all my years of paranormal investigations. Rob bellows, "Let her go, you son of a bitch!" He drops his head and lunges forward like an NFL linebacker, arms and legs pumping, pistons driving him to save his daughter. Lila jumps and tries to grab a tiny hand. Rob thrusts his body ahead, and 3 steps away, a portion of the dark mist rapidly forms into a thick cylinder, a swirling mass thick like a steel pipe, and swings sideways, catching Rob in the ribcage. He hurtles to his right and sails into a pink and white princess house. The flimsy plastic crumbles under his weight, and he hits the ground hard and lies there motionless. This all happens in a matter of seconds. Mike and I are still moving, running toward this evil black cloud, yet once we grasp the magnitude of its power, tossing Rob like an old rag, all 225 pounds of him, we back off a step. We arc around to our left, flanking the undulating mass, yelling for Lila to get away, that it could hurt her. She either doesn't hear us or ignores us, and if it's the latter, I wouldn't blame her. If I were a parent, I wouldn't back away from my child being attacked by a Tier 1 demon. We stop 5 yards back, flabbergasted, looking at each other, silently asking what to do now. What comes next? I'm at a loss. Undeterred, Mike acts first by slowly inching closer to Lila. He calls her name once, twice, 3 times, and she doesn't look back. She's screaming, reaching for Chelsea, who is dangling 5 unreachable inches above her mother's fingertips. On the other side of the demonic cloud, Rob pushes himself to his feet, stumbles to the side, groggy and dazed. Mike wraps an arm around Lila's waist, yells over her screams that it's too dangerous, and pulls her away. Lila fights to get away from him. She throws elbows at his head and neck, driving her heels back into his shins, wailing in anguish and anger for him to let go. I'm roughly a foot taller than Lila. I know I can reach Chelsea, so I make a decision to go for it. Possession be damned, I have to get that child away. She's unconscious from the shaking, from the blood running to her head. To my left, I spot a wheelbarrow between an herb garden and a shed. As Rob rubs his face and staggers toward the dark form, yelling something unintelligible, I dart over and grab the wheelbarrow, drag it back, and then flip it upside down. Backing away a handful of steps, I take a deep breath and shout at the abomination, "She's not yours, asshole!" And then I run. Like an Olympic sprinter in the 100-meter dash, I'm at full speed by my 3rd step, and a second later, I use the wheelbarrow like a ramp. And if this weren't such a harrowing situation, I could imagine hearing the blare of the General Lee's horn from the Dukes of Hazzard. Arms outstretched, flying over the yard below, what feels like a chasm between 2 worlds, standard and haunted. I crash into Chelsea and grasp her tiny body, clutching it against mine. For a holy shit second, Boogerface hangs on, and I dangle with her, floating inside a pure personification of evil. And then we drop. I land with a hard thunk, feeling my ankle twist underneath me, and the 2 of us go down. I wrench myself sideways quickly, using my body to shield Chelsea from the ground. My head bounces on the packed soil, and the impact blurs my vision, but not so much that I can't see Rob standing over me, swinging a yard rake like a medieval sword, bellowing for the demon to go away, to leave them alone.
"The power of Christ compels you,"
he adds, and though I've rarely seen that work, ever, the swirling mist hisses, compresses itself into a black orb the size of a baseball, then shoots straight into the ground where it vanishes. Behind me, Lila sobs as she orders Mike to let her go. Mike says,
"Unreal."
Mike and I sit next to each other on the Hopper's love seat, too close for comfort, but we've been in tighter spots. Over on the sofa sit Rob and Lila, with Chelsea in between them, protected on both sides. She seems slightly dazed, looking blankly around the room while she sips chocolate milk. After that attack, it didn't take much for Mike to convince the Hoppers to allow us in their home. 1, to do some more baseline readings with the equipment he brought along just in case, and 2, to ask Chelsea some questions because we're the experts. Mike explains that after a brief investigation, the home shows some unusual readings on his EMF detector, but there are no other signs of paranormal activity. He adds,
"The higher-than-zero reading on the EMF could be due to inefficient wiring, which could also be acting as a battery for the bad guys, like a charging station. If you plan to stay, get an electrician here as soon as you can. Don't let apathy contribute to the problem."
Rob says,
"Ignorance does not equate to apathy."
While I feel like reminding Rob that he should have known better after all they've been through, I don't. Instead, I survey the room we're in, trying to recall if it's anything like their old house. Spirits can attach themselves to objects, and it makes me wonder if the Hoppers brought something with them from the last place. You know, other than Chelsea. To the best of my memory, nothing in here looks familiar. It's definitely a different couch and coffee table. I recall that much. The pictures on the wall seem to be encased in new frames, silver now instead of the polished wood in the past. Lamps? Maybe. They seem new. This all could be an exercise in futility, but perhaps not. The Hoppers walked away from that very special live Halloween episode with quite a bit of money, plus the fact they've sold the rights to their story to a big-time New York publishing house. It stands to reason that they totally abandoned their former home and bought all of this stuff fresh off the shelf. As Mike finishes, Rob leans forward, elbows on his knees, and thanks us for saving his daughter. They've held on to such a strong hatred for me for the past 2 years that his sincerity surprises me. "You're welcome," I reply. "Part of the job. Maybe some recompense that will never be enough."
$5 word of the day,
Mike says. I ask Chelsea how she's doing. She blinks and sips at her chocolate milk, unresponsive. Addressing Lila, I ask, "Is all of your furniture new in here? I mean, like, everything?" Mike grasps where I'm going with this and says,
"Spiritual attachments to objects have the potential to be extremely powerful."
Lila confirms what I had suspected.
"Everything, right down to the spoons and nightlight in the hallway. We never wanted to set foot in that
She glances at the semi-catatonic Chelsea.
"That stupid house. Never again. We used the money to start completely fresh."
Rob says, "Which is why we thought that thing was gone, you know, at least to some degree. We've done research to know that possessions and hauntings can drag on for years. Those bastards can latch on and follow you from place to place, no matter where you go, but this house felt clean. It's 50 years old, but it seemed new, you know? And then it happened. The message I told you earlier."
"Yeah, about that,"
Mike says. He looks to me for confirmation, and I nod for him to go ahead. We had asked the Hoppers to stay behind, outdoors, while we performed a hit-the-high-spots investigation of the house, and discussed the details in private, agreeing that it would be best for Mike to do the talking and the convincing.
"It doesn't surprise us at all, but it seems odd that Boogerface—"
"Who?"
the Hoppers ask in unison. Mike points to the backyard.
"Him, your demon."
"Boogerface?"
Lila says.
"I'll never understand boys."
Mike continues.
"So, yeah, it seems odd that it would just suddenly pop up out of nowhere and deliver that message. Like you'd said, attachments can drag on for years, forever sometimes. Not that Chelsea's will, not as long as we're alive and breathing. But they usually manifest in some way, shape, or form. Has she said anything about seeing him? Anything at all?"
Lila strokes Chelsea's hair, watching her with a concerned look as Rob answers.
"Not a peep. She's had some trouble at school, small things like fights and getting sent to the principal's office. We assumed it was because she had a touch of celebrity, and the other kids were picking on her for being famous. She's been fine since a therapist gave her some ideas on how to handle her emotions when her classmates behave that way. Stronger than before, and really kind of amazing that a girl her age has already learned to take the high road, come to think of it.
Mike flicks another look in my direction. Ask them, is my subliminal response. Mike does.
Is there any chance at all she could be hiding something from you?
Rob and Lila both raise their chins, curious looks lifting an eyebrow each, tugging the corners of their mouths down. Lila stops short of baring her teeth like an angry mama bear when she says,
"Are you suggesting she's lying to us? Don't you think I know my own—"
"Ford and I both have had the same dream,"
Mike interrupts, and then apologizes for doing so before he adds,
"and we think that demon is showing us what he's showing Chelsea, or how he's controlling her under the radar. Something like that. It's too hard to say."
Rob squints and shakes his head.
"Meaning what?"
I have to chime in here. You know me. It's hard to keep my damn mouth shut for this length of time. We think, I say, catching the icy glare from Lila, that she's been having dreams, or that he's guiding her to do odd things.
Like what?
Like what, we don't know. Maybe asserting control? The dream,
Mike says, edging out on the couch cushion,
is just weird. Bottom line, we've both seen the exact same thing. We wake up in the middle of the night and, actually, I can't believe I didn't notice this earlier.
He leans over and studies the hallway leading to 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and then an office at the far end.
Ford, that look familiar to you?
In fact, it does. The hallway is familiar to the dream, but not quite the same. I suppose it's the difference between dreamland and the real world. It's diverse enough that neither of us made the connection until we began discussing the dream. Almost the same, I admit, and a herd of goosebumps slither down my arm. Mike tells the hoppers,
"Okay, so the dream goes like this. It's the middle of the night. We wake up and start walking down a hallway. We're both saying some sort of prayer or reciting a poem. Not quite sure. We feel like ourselves, but not, because we can tell that we're a young girl. And then we think we get the sensation that we're a male demon. That's the best we can describe it. Even though we're a girl, sorry, I'm rambling, we check inside our pajamas to make sure we don't have, male parts. And then after that, we look at ourselves in the mirror, do this sort of rage-filled, super evil hiss, and a crack starts running across the mirror. That's where it ends and we wake up. It's happened to us both a number of times."
At the mention of the cracked mirror, Rob and Lila go white, all color draining from their cheeks. Rob clenches a fist and points at us, nostrils flaring.
"Let me ask you a-holes one question. Tell me the truth when you answer, because if I find out you're lying, I won't even bother suing you. I'll find a sharp machete and I'll gut you in your sleep."
Lila gasps.
"Rob, little ears, please." "Do you guys have cameras in here? Serious question."
Stunned at the allegation, Mike and I rock back on the love seat, then lean forward again. God, no. Why do you think we would? I ask. Rob hesitates, and I suppose he's making up his mind about believing us. Excruciating seconds tick by on the wall clock. Finally, he stands and says, "Let me show you something." We follow him down the hall and into the bathroom. Rob turns on the light, then steps out of the way. He points at the mirror.
"It happened a while back. Chelsea woke us up screaming. We thought she'd been sleepwalking, that she woke up in here and it freaked her out. Then we saw the mirror."
A slithering crack runs from one edge to the other, splintering like lightning. Rob says,
"And that has happened 3 different times. The guys at the glass company said maybe the house was settling and causing it. I'm going to ask you again. Did you install cameras in here? Are you spying on us?"
Again, we reassure him profusely that we haven't been.
"Looks about the same as the dream, though," Mike says, hands on his hips. Is that what you see, Ford?
Almost exactly, I agree. My stomach sinks down to somewhere near the soles of my shoes. Mike's theory was right. Boogerface is taunting us, showing us Chelsea's reality and how easily he can manipulate it. Seconds pass as all 4 adults stare into the bathroom, grasping to make sense of everything. And then, behind us, we hear the soft, angelic voice of little Chelsea Hopper saying,
"The white night is bright with light and love. Right, Mr. Ford?"
The second act. 11. Before all of this started, the first trip to Ohio, the trip to Carter Kane's home, the subsequent trips to L.A. and back to Ohio, Mike and I had consulted with Hamster Hampstead and her parents and were granted permission to film at the family's abandoned farmhouse. Due to insurance, budgeting, and a million miles of red tape, we were certain that we wouldn't be allowed to have Hamster, in all her teenage angst and emoticons, investigate the property with us during filming, even though she begged. What we did promise, if we could pull it off, was to first have her and the family members interviewed for the documentary. A decent spot in the lineup, if contracts are negotiated properly, can lead to a pretty fantastic paycheck. We put the family in touch with our agents, and they begrudgingly agreed to sign them on if we were able to finagle the scenario we wanted. Second, we promised to bring Hamster on an investigation with us at the farmhouse, one where we would attempt to make contact with Papa Joe so he could spread the message to Boogerface over the paranormal energy airwaves. In my mind, I had this image of some cranky old man sitting down in front of a microphone, donning headphones and screaming, "Good morning, paranormal land," in the style of Robin Williams in Good Morning Vietnam. And now that Mike and I are here, sitting on the front porch waiting for Deanna Hampstead's mother to drop her off, I'm 100% positive that this is a horrendous idea and we're about to get sued into oblivion. We've parked ourselves on the top of the porch steps, sitting patiently and running through our routine equipment checks while we wait. EMF detector, check. DVR, digital voice recorder, in operating order, check. All manner of equipment with screens and lights and buttons get the once-over as we ensure they have fresh batteries, that they squeak and honk and beep like they're supposed to. Mike has been silent for the last 15 minutes, looking up only when headlights appear from the north, the direction the Hampsteads will be coming from. It's not unusual he's quiet. This is more par for the course, our old habits of getting ready for an investigation like we used to, back during the first couple of seasons when the budget wasn't as healthy as it would become years later, back before we had interns and lackeys to do all this stuff for us. During the early days, it became almost a meditative state for both of us. You've seen professional athletes sitting on the sidelines, pre-game, I'm sure, where they're hanging out on a bench, headphones on, lost in their own world while the stadium around them is going nuts. That's what it's like. A pre-game warm-up. We're getting in the zone. And yet I can't help but feeling a sense of morose sadness hanging over me, a small, dark cloud roiling above, like Pigpen in the Peanuts comic. Nothing is wrong. I know this. At least not here with the two of us. Mike and I are on better terms than we've been in ages. Bosom buddies again, you know. Soon this place will be the site of an epic paranormal war, and you want your ultimate bro at your side. Back home, Melanie and Dakota are asleep, and I'm sure that Yulie is hanging out in the hallway between them. Doggy in the middle, we say now that we're essentially two couples living together in my mansion. Our own commune, if you will, made up of two guys who don't really deserve the wonderful, understanding women who have chosen to be a part of our lives, regardless of our past indiscretions or the mistakes we're likely going to make over the next couple of weeks. Things are looking up. Some of them. Then why am I so morose? I'm worried about Chelsea. That's the main thing. After we inspected the bathroom mirror and Chelsea told us what she had been doing as well, which more or less matched scene for scene with the dreams Mike and I have been having, I put in a call to Father Duke. And though he would have done it for free, I offered him a hefty chunk of change to travel to Ohio, bless the Hoppers' new home, and then remain nearby and on call until the Hoppers were set to arrive here at the farm for filming. It's not only that. Papa Joe and whatever other entities might be in there, I'm positive he isn't alone. can pick up on my fear, my worries over Chelsea, and that negative energy is like a generator. I can sense spirits. They're out here with us, soaking up the negative juice I'm emitting. It's going to happen whether I like it or not, and that's a fact I'm used to. My legitimate fear grows every time we have to face the supernatural. Further evidence that it will be time to walk away from this life after the war, supposing I'm able. Carla and Spirit World Productions have been leaking stories that I'm too afraid to proceed with the filming, and the falsified inside scoop is working its magic. We're all lined up. Things are in order both professionally and personally. We've gotten approval from all sides. Contracts have been signed. The Hampsteads have an agent and will get paid for allowing us to set off a supernatural nuclear bomb on their property. Home team advantage. Melanie and I are great. Dakota and Mike are in what I've been calling teenage love mode, cooing at each other, feeding each other grapes. It's kind of gross, honestly. Since the incident with Grandma Death Eyes, Yuli finally seems like he's relaxing again, and that's also a good thing. Carla and the remainder of the crew are on standby, ready to come here and set up as soon as we give them the green light. The only thing left is to deliver the message to Boogerface. Yo, Boogerface, you rotten, slimy, disgusting piece of satanic excrement, we'll be right here waiting on your filthy ass. Big talk from someone who is shaking in his proverbial shoes, to be honest. But that's the message we have to send. However giant the lie may be, we have to put on a charade of fearlessness, taunt him, get him riled up and angry so that he'll make a mistake. A guy can dream, can't he? Mike shifts where he's sitting. The porch boards creak underneath his weight as he clears his throat. Hey. Yeah? I don't even look up. The EMF detector I'm holding isn't registering quite right, and it's holding my attention. I've already replaced the battery, so it must be an equipment malfunction. Hey, Mike repeats. Yeah. Look at me. I put my eyes away from the needle dancing around erratically and glance over at my friend, my partner, my brother. What? I'm proud of you, Mike says. He looks elsewhere, out into the night sky. Unless it's him blowing off steam when he's really angry, he rarely exhibits emotion like this. An attempt at peeling back the layers he so desperately holds against his chest. The fact that he's able to say it out loud surprises me more than him being proud of me. I draw my head back and squint at him. Who are you and what have you done with the real Mike? Wait, you're not already possessed, are you? We haven't even gone inside yet. Shut it. I'm trying to be real here, dude. I put the malfunctioning EMF detector on the porch beside me and shift sideways to face Mike. He says, I'm serious. I'm proud of you. And? I drag the question out as if doing so will pull the answer from him like a magician pulling an egregiously long handkerchief out of his mouth. Back there with the hoppers, when Boogerface had Chelsea swinging her around? I was there. Mike stands and puts his hands in his pockets, looks as if he's contemplating the moon rising over a distant hill. I hesitated. Meaning what? You didn't, man. You were right there with me, running around the house as fast as I was, and you grabbed Lila and dragged her away. I stand up beside him and cross my arms. Didn't look like hesitation to me. I could have done more. I could have... You kept her away, kept her safe. You did the right thing. No, I stayed back on purpose. I haven't wanted to admit it, but goddamn, man, I'm scared. Not in the way we've seen before. Not just spooked, you know? Now I have Dakota in my life, and aside from my kids, who still treat dear old Dad like an empty ATM, she feels like the best thing that's ever happened to me. His hand goes up and rubs an eye. Not a strong attempt at hiding what might have been a tear. It takes two, bro. You did your part. I did mine. I rub his head, a quick shot of attaboy that I hope will cheer him up. It's okay to be scared. I'm starting to realize that. We all need a healthy dose of fear. It's what keeps us from dying by doing stupid shit, yeah? Like a few days ago, I was at an athletic center near the house, the one up on Carter Road. Yeah? I'd been swimming and stopped to take a break when I look over and see this middle-aged dad, maybe around 40.
Which means we're middle-aged, Ford.
Good point. Anyway, he had this toddler with him, such a happy blonde kid, maybe 3 years old, and at first he seemed fearless.
The kid?
Him, yeah. Jumping into the water, swimming like Michael Phelps at that age, already knew how to do the butterfly and backstroke. I was impressed. And then a few seconds later, something happened, and he came up coughing and choking. The dad lifted him out of the water and rubbed his back until he stopped. I went back to my laps, but I'd look up every so often, and the kid was still sitting there on the side. The dad, he was trying. Kept pointing at the water, saying something to his son. The boy would shake his head. Nope, nope, nope. And it was fear, obviously. He got too close to his own personal son, and Icarus got burned. I'll tell you what, though, 5 minutes later, the next time I looked over, he was back in the water. Not quite as confident as he'd been, but he was in there.
So you're saying I'm a toddler that needs to get back in the kiddie pool?
Not even the kiddie pool, bro. They were down at the deep end. Short and simple, when we get back in there, I say, hooking a thumb over my shoulder at the front door, and we take on Boogerface, we're back in the deep water. But it's that healthy dose of fear that's going to keep us alive. I've been thinking about it a lot, and honest to God, Mike, we were stupid all those years. It blows my mind that we didn't come out of it any worse than we did. For all intents and purposes, we should be 6 feet under, chained up for eternity while Boogerface uses us as a double-ended dildo.
There's an image I'll never get out of my head.
I chuckle. Seems like my miniature motivational speech worked because a smile slowly appears on Mike's face, too. He says,
Before we get too far off track, let me finish my thought. You were like this crazy, spiky-haired superhero.
Leave the hair out of it.
You're trying something new, I get it, Captain Porcupine, but what I'm trying to say is, even if you were about to shit your pants, you were brave, man. Courageous.
You know what I read one time? Courage isn't the absence of fear. Courage is being scared and choosing to run at danger anyway.
Point taken.
He sits back down on the porch and motions for me to join him.
That was one reason I'm proud of you.
There's more?
One more, and don't get used to it.
He holds up an index finger.
You haven't mentioned any regrets, not for a single second, about not having a camera rolling while Boogerface had Chelsea dangling up there like a rag doll. I mean, good Lord, dude, that was one of the most insane things we've ever seen in all our history together. That topped Italy. That topped the lighthouse in South Carolina. That topped the mental asylum in Pennsylvania. It was unbelievable, and you haven't said a word about missing the chance to capture evidence. All you've talked about since we got back was hoping that she's okay. Do you know how huge that is? You're changing, bro. You've evolved into a human fucking being. Good for you.
It hadn't occurred to me until he mentioned it. I sit stunned for a moment, thinking about that and studying my arms and hands as if the evolution is physical. Nothing about my body has changed, same as I ever was. Reality and maturity are finally playing nice together. Wow. You know what? I'm proud of me too. A chilly breeze pushes between us, and for a moment I wonder if it's Papa Joe or one of the other spirits from inside, coming back for another hit off the energy crack pipes known as the almighty Ford Atticus Ford and Mike the Exterminator Long. It's not paranormal. It's simply Mother Nature. Her breath puffs against the trees, leaves shaking and rattling in the wind. Breath that brings with it the fat scent of distant rain, reminding me of the first night I brought Yuli here with me. That seems like an ancient memory. It was only a couple of months ago. So much has happened in that amount of time. And so much more will. 12. Mike and I turn our ears toward the clap of distant thunder after a small flash of lightning illuminates the southwestern side of the property. Storms of this nature are such a rare occurrence here that we give each other high fives and smiles. It's a good thing, because electrical storms bring with them more energy for supernatural entities to draw on, meaning we'll have a better chance of connecting with Papa Joe tonight. There's no way on God's green earth that I would want a storm during our filming of the documentary, when we're battling Boogerface. He doesn't need to get any stronger than he already is. But tonight's okay for storms. Preferred, even. We see headlights arcing around a bend and wait. Hamster and her mother are 15 minutes late, and we're on the verge of starting the communication attempt without them. This particular vehicle slows down and turns onto the gravel road that extends roughly a quarter-mile out from the farmhouse. Finally. We gather up our equipment, tuck instruments into various pockets on our vests and pants, and shove some of them back inside the hard foam slots of our Pelican cases. These we'll carry inside with us for later use. The Hampstead's rusted pickup rumbles to a stop next to a decrepit shed. Deanna Hamster Hampstead hops out, and her overweight but jolly mother follows suit. We exchange our greetings in the front yard, and even though we've spoken on the phone, this is the first time I've met two of the Hampstead clan in person. Hamster's mother is starstruck and having a tough time communicating with us without shaking. Hamster, on the other hand, is not quite what I expect. She's small, as the nickname suggests, but I had pictured her as a teeny-bopper teen with a ponytail on the side of her head and pink sandals. I don't know why that is, other than the fact that her email communique sounds like she should be coated in pink apparel and with cute teddy bear cartoons on her socks. She's nothing of the sort. She has the total goth chic thing going on. Black boots, black jeans, black t-shirt, black lipstick and eyeshadow, and a dark hoodie, the hood of which is covering dark hair cropped short. Her smile is another story. Her pristinely white teeth reflect off the glow of the flashlight, and her joy cuts through the angst-ridden image she's trying to convey. Granted, I wear all black, but I do it to project my television persona. What I've never understood is teenagers trying so desperately to convey a certain image of themselves, especially goth-style clothing during the middle of July. It must suck giant donkey balls to feel as if in order to be accepted by your clique you have to wear all black, head to toe, when it's 95 degrees outside. We promise several times to take care of Mama Hampstead's baby girl, and even invite her inside with us to join the investigation. She refuses with so many nuh-uh hand gestures that I'm worried she'll sprain her wrist.
"You're not getting me in there," she says. "Not after what y'all have seen. No, sir, no thanks."
And no problem, I assure her. Come back in 2 hours at the least. She'll be fine, especially since Papa Joe is family. Mama Hampstead nods and hugs Hamster, insists that she be careful, and then ambles over to the truck. Mike and I, along with our temporary ward, head for the porch and wait until the pickup has reached the main road and trundled away. The less noise pollution, the better. That thing sounds like a pile of rocks clanking around inside a clothes dryer. Hamster says,
"Sorry we're late. My stupid dad decided at the last minute he didn't want me coming."
I steer clear of telling her to respect her elders and choose to identify with her instead. Pfft, adults, am I right? How'd you change his mind? I ask. Hamster shrugs in the I-don't-know way that only teens can use to convey apathy before responding,
"Didn't really. We waited until he passed out on the couch."
She can tell I'm worried this might cause a problem for tonight's investigation if some drunk, pissed-off father shows up, waving around a shotgun and demanding to know what we're doing with his daughter. To be fair, dropping off a 15-year-old girl with two strange men, celebrities or not, sounds damn shady on the exterior. Before I can express my concern, she assures me,
"He'll be asleep all night. Once he's out, you couldn't wake him up with a stick of dynamite."
Mike chuckle snorts.
"That's so."
"My older brother tried one time. Didn't work."
Through the flashlight's glow, I watch Mike's eyebrows arch in shock as he says,
"Well, okay then."
Without anything further to add, because really what can you say to that, he asks if I'm ready, then Hamster. 2 affirmatives later, we're standing at the front door, discussing our investigation plan when the entire house shudders under our feet. And thank God, it's the result of nothing more than thunder erupting the same time a lightning strike hits a tree 200 yards east. I'll take Mother Nature's wrath over supernatural posturing any day. Doesn't mean it's not a small shock, and all 3 of us duck and cover our heads. As cliché as it sounds, like those overdone scenes in movies, with the gigantic thunderclap comes a waterfall downpour, as if the heavens burst at the seams. We're sheltered underneath the porch roof, and that's a good thing, because, I shit you not, it's like Noah's flood out there. I've never seen anything like it for as long as I've been living here in the Pacific Northwest. Lightning crackles and races across the sky, reminding me of the mirror shattering in the Hopper's bathroom. Mike says,
Maybe we should get inside, huh?
Yes, please, Hamster whines. I hate storms.
I put an arm around her shoulder. Your guardian protectors are here to save you, ma'am. Thunder slams into the home again, rattling the windows on either side of us, and Hamster sinks into me. Oddly enough, it's a comforting feeling, being the protector, and the thought of having kids with Melanie skitters across my mind. First things first, Ford. Papa Joe, message sent, mail delivered. Try not to shit your pants while you go to war against the strongest demon anybody has ever seen in modern times. I checked in with some of my paranormal investigator colleagues, giving them the lowdown, asking if they'd ever seen or heard of anything so powerful. They confirmed they indeed had not, though one suggested talking to this demonologist he knows. Apparently back in the 1700s, a suspected demon shut down half of London's East Side for 3 days. All conjecture derived from shaky historical accounts, but it wouldn't surprise me if it were true. Besides, I've seen this shit firsthand. I let go of Hamster and reach for the door. The century-old iron knob is cool to the touch. I twist it, and the ragged, decaying wood swings inward on its corroded hinges. The screech makes my eardrums tingle. We march inside, single file like 3 good little soldiers, and then leap inches off the ground when it slams closed with enough force to crack the closest window. Rarely have I seen Mike shake from fear. He squeaks out, "That wasn't the wind, was it?" "No," I say, sighing. "No, I don't think so." Hamster whispers,
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
"You got this," I tell her. "No worries, 'cause you've got the best 2 paranormal investigators in the world standing right beside you." I say that, though these days I'm not so sure. Fear has invaded us, and the inability to maintain positive energy during these situations is bad, bad news. I'm almost to the point where I'm not wholly certain we'll both make it out of the documentary without a minor possession at best, or dead at the worst. God, I hope that's not psychic foreshadowing. I'm sensitive to the supernatural. I've mentioned that, and I've had more than one time where I hoped what I had sensed would never come true. And there's Keller's warning. She will betray you. Could he have meant Hamster Hampstead? Good grief, now I have another possible suspect to worry about, in addition to Melanie, Dakota Bailey, Carla Hancock, Chelsea Hopper, Lila Hopper, my mom, and the nice lady who makes my cappuccino the way I like it at the coffee shop around the corner. I don't know how many she's could be possible suspects for betrayal, but I'm thinking those 8 are enough. I ask Mike, "Why don't you run a quick baseline sweep and see where the numbers are sitting?"
Sure, he replies. You've been here before. Any wiring issues to worry about? Any fear cages that'll throw off the EMF detector?
No power to it. You're good here. Hamster and I.
Deanna,
She interrupts.
I'm just Deanna now.
Deanna and I say, acknowledging her insistence, will hang out here and get the spot cams set up, then start an EVP session.
Roger that. Back in a few.
Mike and I should have set up the spot cams earlier when there was more light outside. We chose not to because we didn't want to upset the spiritual feel inside here. Short version, we didn't want to muddy the waters before we began the main investigation. Lightning, both strikes and flashes, is doing a good job of illuminating the downstairs, in addition to our flashlights. Deanna and I get the 2 spot cams up and running in quick succession. One by the front door, facing the stairwell going up to the 2nd floor, then another in the western corner of the adjoining kitchen to capture most of that room and this one at the same time. She and I stand side by side, hands on our hips, surveying our work. She's trying to appear confident. It's not working well. Her facade begins crumbling seconds later when we hear knocking on the kitchen door behind us, the door leading out to the backyard. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap.
What's that?
She gasps. Who is more like it? I reply.
What do you mean, who? Nobody would be stupid enough to come out in this.
Yeah. I don't mean human. At least not one that's alive.
Oh,
She says quietly, moving back a step.
right.
There it is again. Tap, tap, tap. A large cold spot begins to form in front of me. I can feel a 20-degree temperature difference on my hand. I step closer to the door, and Deanna begs me not to answer it. I tell her I have to investigate. I have to at least look out the window. It's long been thought in the paranormal community that if you open a door for something, then that's an invitation. Since I'm positive that Papa Joe is already here, I have no desire to invite in whatever might be out there. I peek out the window and study the backyard when a bright bolt of lightning streaks and scatters across the dark, roiling clouds. 1, 2, 3, I count in my head as the thunder comes barreling through. I see nothing. No one is waiting out there. Just overgrown grass, an ancient tractor with 4 flat tires, and the skeleton of a dead cat that I focus on with my flashlight beam. I turn to reassure Deanna everything is fine when I feel it on my shoulder. Tap, tap, tap. I yelp, twitch, and spin around at the same time Deanna screams, "Get off me!" "What? You okay?" I reach for her.
Something pulled on my hair. So creepy.
"You're fine, I promise. It'll be fine. Let's run an EVP session and see if it communicates with us."
Okay,
she replies, not sounding like it really is at all. "More than likely," I explain. "I'd say it's members of your family, so they won't hurt you." "Wait, how long has it been since you investigated here?"
Me and my friend M, we used to, but she moved away, and I haven't been back since the last time I emailed about how we caught Papa Joe asking to speak to you.
Then whoever's here is just getting used to us again. No big deal. Okay? Family won't hurt you. She tucks her hands into her armpits and nods. Even in the darkness after I turn the flashlight off and when the lightning briefly takes a rest, it's easy to see her bottom lip quivering in the ambient glow from the spot cam screen close to her shoulder. "We can do this," I tell her. "Nothing to be afraid of, yeah?" Those words quickly become a false promise as Mike plunges down the stairs, taking them by twos until he lands on the ground floor. He flicks his flashlight back upstairs and huffs, "Son of a bitch, that scared the shit out of me." The cone of light from his flashlight flicks around the room as he looks for us. "Where the hell are you? Oh!" And he scrambles around the rickety furniture to join us at the kitchen entrance. I ask him what happened, and he twists sideways, pointing at his neck. "Felt like something bit me. You see anything?" "Like a mosquito?" I get a giggle out of Deanna. It's good to see that her instinct and gut reactions can overcome her fear. Besides, it's hard for me to resist the easy and obvious joke. "I'm not kidding, bro." "Let me see." Deanna scoots next to me, clenched hands covering her mouth as she whimpers. I shine my beam on the back of Mike's neck. He's right. Only it's not a bite. 3 claw marks, a demonic mockery of the Holy Trinity, slashed down in a bright red angle across his skin. "Dude," he says. I don't have anything to say, and that's rare. I was not expecting this level of malevolence. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. 13. Why does it seem like a natural storm is in the vicinity whenever I'm the most frightened by the unnatural? It's almost as if the universe is sending me a warning signal, waving signs, flashing its lights, telling me to watch the hell out. Mike, Deanna, and I, all huddled together in the middle of the run-down living room, our backs together guarding against a rear attack while covering all the visible area with 3 sets of eyes. Our flashlights circle and sweep in thin swaths of light around a sheet-covered couch, a rocking chair that has twice now moved on its own, and a grandfather clock with the pendulum somehow stuck at an odd angle. A gun cabinet sits in the corner with its door open, the firearms inside long gone, either stolen by looters or taken away by family members. This place holds a bevy of stories within its walls, tales about lives once lived. Well, those lives appear to continue here, only on another plane of existence. We've tried our EMF detectors, our digital voice recorders, our spirit boxes, and yet nada. Nothing, no evidence captured. We only have anecdotal moments that we can't prove happened. We heard and felt the taps, Mike got scratched, the rocking chair has moved on its own, and that's it. Not too scary, right? So why are we guarding each other in a reverse huddle? Precautions. My gut is telling me there's more to come, and whatever may be in the rest of the house is soaking up the ambient, natural energy each time Mother Nature flings a bolt of lightning out of her fingertips. Deanna whispers,
"Didn't you catch the most activity upstairs in their old bedroom?"
"I did," I say. There's a long, pregnant pause filling the room before she asks,
"Then why aren't we up there?"
Mike got scratched, for one. Two, well, I don't have a two. Mike insists he's okay and suggests we get this over with.
We'll get this Joe Schmo guy to deliver our message, then we can come back when we're better armed.
Better armed? I ask. We brought almost every piece of equipment we own.
I'm talking like holy water. Father Duke, maybe 10 or 15 more priests and the Pope. Grenade launcher. Simple stuff.
The big guns would be nice, I reply, though I know taking on Boogerface is never going to be simple, no matter how well prepared we are. Upstairs we go. Deanna?
Yeah?
Stay close. Keep yourself guarded. On the inside, I mean. Don't invite anything in. Don't tell the spirits they can use your energy, nothing like that. You're here to observe only. Got it?
I'm good,
she says, then quietly adds,
I think.
Stay that way. We take you home with an angry visitor in your back pocket. Your folks might not let us off your property alive. I lead the way upstairs. Deanna follows, with Mike trailing her. It may not work, but I'm more comfortable having her in the midst of a safety sandwich. We can at least give her the illusion of protection. The wooden steps, once polished but now dingy and scuffed from 100 years of boots and shoes scraping across their surface, now creak and cry with every step we take upward. It sounds like a rickety march of the ants, with all three of us ascending at the same time. We reach the second-floor landing. A bedroom door is open to my left. Inside, the glass is broken on the westward-facing window. The storm pushes a damp gust of wind through. Crumbling eaves wail against the wind outside. Mike bumps into Deanna, and she yips, startled.
Sorry.
It's okay,
she whines. I ask Mike if he was able to do enough of a baseline sweep before he got scratched, and he replies,
Not 100%, but it was running flat as a pancake until this.
He points at the back of his neck. Did you taunt? Anything like that?
That's your gig, Chief. I asked a couple of questions to see if I could stir something up. Nothing major. Who's here? Anybody with us? What's the score of the Giants game? The usual.
Gotcha. You wouldn't think that one floor up would make much of a difference, yet when the lightning crashes and the thunder explodes overhead, it feels as if God himself is screaming in our faces. Deanna, take my hand. She does, and it's cold, shaking. Let's go straight to the source. I know where he hides.
Usually,
Deanna whispers. I turn to face her, pointing the beam of my flashlight at about chest level. Usually?
We went in the basement once. It's so scary down there.
Mike snorts.
Perfect.
I shake my head. Not tonight. We'll get Papa Joe up here. Pointing to the master bedroom where I've captured the most evidence in my past visits, I tell my somewhat brave companions we're heading there, to say some prayers if they want, and we're off. Crossing the expanse between the stairs and the main bedroom can't be any longer than 20 feet, and yet it feels like we're walking a country mile through the entrance to hell. The hand-hewn floorboards, crafted with love and passion, now screech, sob, and moan as if they're lost souls hanging out in this hallway to Hades. Each step we take is more unnerving than the last. We pass the first bedroom on our left. The bedroom door to our right, 5 feet ahead, slams with violent ferocity, and we freeze in place. Deanna clenches my hand hard enough to hurt, and I can literally hear her teeth chattering from fear. I tell her it was probably the wind, nothing to be afraid of. Then I ask, Were you this scared when you came with your friend?
No way. We were just, goofing off, trying to spook each other. NBD.
NBD? Mike says, molding the letters into a question.
No big deal.
I smirk and think about the linguist, Dr. Addison Keller, turning over in his grave. Deanna says,
Tonight, it feels different. Real. Like there's something here that's not happy with us.
Spirits like your Papa Joe rarely are, I inform her. We're lucky Mike's neck is the only thing getting...
Ouch!
Deanna yelps.
What the shit was that?
I spoke too soon. She yanks up the sleeve of her hoodie. These scratches didn't even need time to bloom bright red. They already are. Sure enough, there are 3 of them, and I'm wondering if Boogerface is already a step ahead of us. Is he here? Deanna's breathing grows rapid. Good arm up to her forehead, she takes a step backward and stumbles into Mike.
I can't get a full breath.
She slumps into my partner's arms.
So exhausted. All of a sudden I can't...
I fumble for the tiny pen light I keep in my jeans. Once I find it, I shine the light in her eyes, checking her pupils, feeling her pulse, finding the erratic beat is weak underneath my fingertips. Breath after breath after breath peppers my cheeks, and I'm worried she's going to faint. Out of here, Mike. Get her gone.
No,
she mumbles.
I want to help.
Your night's done, Deanna. I squeeze her arm twice, trying to reassure her. I promise we'll do a rain check, okay? She's barely able to nod. Mike and I exchange a silent, burdened glance detailing everything we need to say. Stay with her. Don't let her back inside. Mike scoops her up in his arms with all the effort of picking up a kitten, and then they're gone, thumping down the stairs. I wait. I watch. I listen to the front door slam and hear their muffled voices underneath the blustery, raging storm outside. Good, I say out loud. But maybe not so good. Now I'm all alone, and the energy in here is extremely different than my previous visits. I may have shut myself inside an abandoned farmhouse with an ancient demon. Not one of my brightest moments among the many, but what am I supposed to do? Allow Deanna Hampstead to stay in here and have another repeat of the Chelsea situation? If I take her home possessed, soaked to the brim in evil, vomiting demon pus and spitting pea-green soup all over the house, I'm dead in so many different ways. I can't go through that again. I can't allow it to happen twice. My guilty conscience would plant me in a mental ward, staring out a closed window and drooling all over my straitjacket. So yeah, here I am. Back to the basics. Might as well attempt another EVP session. I sigh. Here goes nothing. I push the red record button, mark the time and the location, and then gingerly, cautiously, step from room to remaining room, staying out of the master because I haven't quite built up the jujus to head in there. I introduce myself again, ask all the standard questions like, "Who's here with me tonight?" And, "Papa Joe, if you're here, will you give me a sign of your presence?" I do this for 10 minutes, and then do a live review session before I tackle the last bastion of evil in the Hampstead farmhouse. 10 minutes of my questions. 10 minutes of no replies. Shit. Downstairs, the front door opens and Mike calls up, asking if I'm okay, asking if I need him to join me. "Not a chance," I bark back. "Stay with her, please. I'm good here." Though I'm positive my shaky voice betrays me.
Okay, yell if you need me.
Another deep breath. Here we go. Second verse, same as the first. Not really, because I can feel this place taking on a life of its own now, as if the house itself is breathing, the walls expanding and contracting each time it inhales and exhales. It's huge, crouching, and bestial. Throat rumbling, fangs bared, their sharp points glinting with each flash of lightning, while I crawl around inside the belly of the beast. I shiver thinking about it. And this is just the beginning. We're only here to send a message. What's it going to be like when this place is crawling with cameramen and crew, each one of them like a goddamn supercharged battery with energy that can be soaked up to power a raging, angry, revenge-fueled demon? Okay, Ford, stop freaking yourself out. one thing at a time, one day at a time. You've done this more before, I remind myself, and then I press on. I would like to say I bravely march toward the master bedroom door. Instead, I kinda run to it like a chicken shit coward. I grab the doorknob, twist, and for a second, it feels cold on my palm. Then my brain catches up with my sense of touch. It's so hot that it feels cold at first, confusing the synapses sending signals. I haven't felt something similar since the Craghorn house. I scream obscenities, pushing it open farther, and then jerk my hand away, trying to shake it free of the pain. Downstairs, Mike must be eavesdropping because he once again yells up and asks if I'm okay, if I need him. "No," I shout back. "I got this."
What happened?
Doorknob is about 1,000,000 degrees. I'm going in.
Be careful, please,
Mike begs, and then I'm through the door. It's so hot in this room, I'm surprised Satan isn't sitting in the shredded easy chair by the window. Up near the headrest, 2 springs have broken through the thinning purple material, and they remind me of jagged devil's horns. Thanks, Ford. Didn't need that imagery. I breathe deeply, calmly, as best I can, and for 10 full minutes I stand in the bedroom, enduring the heat, trying to use each piece of investigative equipment I have with me and watch as, one by one, the fresh, full batteries die. The entity or entities present are soaking up everything I'm throwing at them. Sweat beads race down my back and sides like wet snakes slithering along my skin. I search my pockets and find one last set of batteries, choosing the digital voice recorder for my final round in the chamber. I spend another 5 minutes addressing Papa Joe, explaining what we're up against, but only revealing part of our plans in case there are prying demonic ears that might run home to Daddy Master and tattle on us. Then I play back the recording. The first voice I hear, in between my yammering, is Papa Joe, finally. But gone is the cranky old bastard that I've spoken to before. It's the voice of a man cowering in a corner, holding up his hands and shaking his head before he meets his fate.
"They're here,"
Papa Joe whimpers through the speaker.
"They can. Tell him. No, please."
It's one of the clearest Class A EVPs I've ever caught. Instead of being on the other side, he sounds as if he's directly in the room with me.
"His minions. Can't you see?"
My voice, having not heard this in real time, continues to blather, asking if he can send a message to Boogerface for us. It would really help us out, and blah, blah.
"They know. They're coming. He's coming."
With each passing word, his voice grows more and more frightened on the recording while I fumble with my own words. A second or two here, a second or two there, Papa Joe talks over my questions, addressing me directly, telling me that a portal has opened. He can see a wave of lesser demons howling, flying up, up, and up. And then my voice stops for a moment. I had paused to give him a chance to respond.
"Tell everyone I'm sorry,"
his voice says. Then Papa Joe screams in such abject terror I can feel goose flesh flood my entire body at once. My voice again. "If you could send that message, it would help." Short pause. "Oh, and if there's any chance you know his name, could you maybe tell me? Please?"
"Mirror, mirror,"
is the last clear EVP I hear, and then his horrified voice fades as if something is dragging him away. Or down. If it's possible, the room has grown hotter, and I decide it's long past time to leave this place for the night. You've heard the expression going to hell in a handbasket, right? It takes me a moment to fully comprehend I just listened to a spirit being dragged into a pit of raging fire, and it is certainly possible Mike and I aren't far behind. When the time comes, I'll probably have to save Mike a seat in the handbasket. This is bigger than us. I know that now. I understand we're out of our league, completely. My only consolation is that Father Duke has agreed to join us, along with Carter Kane, who, aside from Mike Long, are 2 people I inherently trust to handle the demonic. We'll have some quality backup the next time we're here. Until then, maybe I can figure out what Papa Joe meant by mirror, mirror. I don't take my time descending the steps, pausing only at the bottom to look back once, regretting I didn't ask Papa Joe if he knew what "the blood of the meek shall feed my horror" referenced, aside from what could be construed as a doomsday prophecy. 14. 1 week later. Gunner Creek. 2 words, first name, last name. 3 syllables that elicit a look of annoyance, disgust, and mild rage in anyone over the age of 30. Rather than working hard like most overnight successes that took 2 decades to come to fruition, the dude was nearly handed his fame in a week. For the first 15 years of his life, he was a cute kid with bleached blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and real, rare talent with a guitar. He learned to play when he was 6. When I was 6 years old, I was picking my nose and seeing how many Matchbox cars I could fit into my mouth at one time. Then, your video appeared on ye old interwebs. Gunner's mother uploaded a couple of recordings where he performed excellent cover songs of popular Beatles tunes, and boom, honey, viral ain't even the word for it. The short clips shot around the internet, garnered millions of positive votes in a handful of days, and a month later, he performed an original song on Sherilyn, the super popular daytime talk show hosted by the queen of comedy, Sherilyn Jones. In between interviewing the Hollywood elite, Sherilyn likes to play games, give away coffee roasters, and scare the crap out of her celebrity guests around Halloween. Not long after, Gunner Creek was on posters in every single teenage girl's bedroom from Seattle to Mongolia, a worldwide sensation who grew up in a trailer park outside of Mobile, Alabama. He went from eating string cheese for dinner every night to earning north of $200 million in his first 3 years of performing to sold-out shows across the globe. You'd think the Beatles landed in the U.S. for the first time again with the way crowds react to Gunner Creek's arrival. Fame and all the nasty vagaries that come with it took its toll on young Gunner, and he spent 2 years getting arrested, being photographed with a rolled-up dollar bill stuck in his nose as it hovered over a white powdery line, to having a raucous public breakup with another teeny-bopper songstress named Kayla Carmichael after some paparazzi snatched a photograph of Gunner cozying up to a naked supermodel. Also with a line of white powder stretching from nipple to belly button below Gunner's distorted stoned grin. His publicists have been working double time to repair his image, and so far, I'm not entirely sure it has been doing any good. He's still an entitled prick who treats waiters poorly and racks up the occasional speeding ticket while berating the beleaguered officer unfortunate enough to pull him over. If I had my druthers, I'd avoid him like a leper in the buffet line. What I mean is, the dude's a humongous asshole, and anyone with a modicum of maturity sees him that way. In the over 30 crowd, he might be the only person in the U.S. who has a poorer public image than I do. Did. I hope. And yet he's going to be in our documentary because the under 30 crowd absolutely adores him. In their eyes, he can do no wrong. Asshole? Not a chance, Grandpa. My boy up on that stage has the voice of an angel. A 12-step angel, but an angel nonetheless. As Dakota had said, the under 30 crowd will go watch the documentary multiple times because he's in it, while the over 30 crowd will go just to see him scared shitless and cross their fingers really, really hard that he wets his pants. The numbers sent over by Carla's data guys have suggested that including Gunner Creek in the celebrity lineup will raise worldwide profits by an estimated $300 million. We'll see. That's all I can say. For the time being, Mike and I had some serious discussions about his involvement after we exchanged a handful of phone calls with his representatives and Gunner himself. He was a major fan of Graveyard and sent out those tweet things constantly before the show got pulled. Are you sensing the but here? He has never been on a paranormal investigation before, which could pose a problem. We had uninitiated celebrity guests on Graveyard in the past, but none of them were quite on the same level of popularity as Gunner Creek. Nobody would care if Dane Kowalski, the stand-up comic who starred in that movie with the talking cat, ended up possessed after a night spent in a haunted asylum with us. Nor would they mind much if Lucy Lanyard, the host of the ultra-conservative news show Today Tomorrow, found herself sitting in a corner sucking her thumb for the rest of her life because she got groped by a dead sex offender. There's no such thing as a big loss when it comes to B and C-level celebrities. A big loss of Gunner Creek, on the other hand, would raise the ire of a few billion people on Earth, perhaps even alien planets, if someone committed him to the loony bin post-demonic encounter. We would have nowhere to hide. So, armed with the fear of reprisal from about 1 billion teenage girls, Mike and I decided that Gunner needed the experience of at least one investigation, and we had an adequate location in mind. There's a place in Oregon we always wanted to investigate but never had the chance. It was actually on the docket for our 11th season, and we all know how that turned out. Once all the calls were made and details arranged, we caught up with Gunner Creek and his entourage in Bend, a small city in central Oregon, home to amazing scenery, professional athletes, and a number of celebrities, both retired from the public spotlight and others actively engaging in selling their soul to Hollywood. It's a fantastic area if you love the outdoors, being active, consuming mass quantities of microbrews, and enjoying 300 days of sunshine each year. The snot-nosed brat insisted we stay the night and dragged us from local brewhouse to local brewhouse until we finally threw in the white towel around 3 a.m. Evidently, Oregon's serving laws don't apply to Gunner Creek. I'll have to admit the conversations were somewhat entertaining in the fact that while almost every person on the planet knows who this young guy is, he gushed over us like he had met a couple of superheroes. We spent the night drinking gloriously excellent IPAs, pale ales, and wheat beers, all while recounting stories about our past investigations and trying to curb Gunner's expectations. It's not going to be Ghostbusters, we told him time and again, because this is some serious shit. We're taking on a demon, an actual, real, live, well, dead, demon. Having him fawning over us didn't totally change our opinions of him, by the way. He'll always be a dipshit with an entitled attitude problem, but we were able to see how he'd been molded into such a jerkhole by his parents and his handlers. Anyway, Gunner's life story aside, we're now riding in the lead SUV of a celebrity motorcade that could seriously rival the president's, while traveling northeast through the beautiful rolling hills of the Ochiko Mountains. The mounds remind me of piles of brown sugar dotted with pine trees and weathered rock outcroppings. We roll through the farmland in the valleys, which often feels as if we're running a livestock gauntlet, what with the number of cattle on either side of the road. Mike and I are somewhat alert, being old and wise enough to know when to quit drinking to avoid a massive hangover, while Gunner dozes in the far back seat of the SUV, trying to sleep it off. You would think his tolerance level would be higher than the cruising altitude of a 747, and yet, when he walked out of the hotel this morning, he looked like he'd fallen out of a tree and hit every limb on the way down. I can't remember the driver's real name. He goes by Bomber, and he's the monstrous head bodyguard who spent time in the Marines, then the Middle East working as a private security contractor before he moved stateside to kick ass and take names for the upper echelon of celebrities in Southern California. We don't speak much because Bomber quietly hinted that if the mental toddler, in his words, not mine, in the back didn't get his beauty rest, he'd be impossible to handle for the next 36 hours. Point taken and duly noted. Mike and I spend the 4.5 hours from Bend to Sumter, Oregon, communicating with each other and our respective partners via text, chuckling at goofy pictures of Yulee that Melanie and Dakota keep sending along, and reading up on the history of Sumter and the haunted hotel where we're staying. Ghost Bros and Terrible Tales have both been there before and captured some terrific evidence, but the hauntings have seemed like they're tame, for lack of a better word, and to us, that sounded like the perfect place to indoctrinate Gunner Creek into the world of the paranormal. The trip seems to get longer and longer as each passing mile reminds me that even in a heavily occupied state, unsettled areas remain, holding on to the feel of a settler making his way west to seek fortune and a place to call home. If I look out to my right, down a steep embankment, down to where a river carves its way through multiple layers of soil, I can imagine a pioneer with his wagon parked off to the side while he pans for gold in them thar hills. Then, looking up and up the other bank, I imagine a line of Native Americans cresting the ridge while they glare down at the interloper below. Cue the music of doom inside my mind movie, and there's one dead settler with a spear sticking out of his chest. Fun. My brain is imagining death before we get to our destination. Finally, we arrive at the middle-of-nowhere town of Sumter, Oregon, population 304 if you count the pets too. It's a borderline ghost town, but back in the day, according to historians, this place was a hopping gold-mining metropolis of close to 4,000 people. The easily accessible gold dried up, an enormous fire destroyed over 90% of the buildings, and the citizenry moved on to seek the yellow malleable metal elsewhere. From what I read online, nowadays the townspeople spend their time cruising around on ATVs and entertaining tourists who come to take in the history, ride a fully functioning steam train, and try their luck at digging up some gold wherever they can find a bit of land to do it legally. Bomber strictly obeys the speed limit of 15 miles per hour as we drive along Sumter's main street, giving me time to take in the scenery. The town seems like it has 2 more saloons than necessary, in addition to antique stores, restaurants, and a different hotel with a wooden fence built around it and made to look like an Old West fort. Mike leans up from the middle row and taps on my shoulder, whispering,
"Dude, look over there. Not all of the streets are paved. What year is it again?"
How's that for a step away from civilization, huh? Gravel roads right in the middle of town. The GPS on Bomber's phone barks an order, and we turn right up a slight incline, gravel scrabbling under the tires and bouncing off the SUV's underbelly. The noise is enough to wake Gunner, and he grumbles his displeasure from the far back as the Sumter Hotel and Spa looms above us. 2 stories tall, painted forest green on the sides and celebrity teeth white on the front, it looks ominous already, and we haven't stepped inside yet. You know me and buildings. I don't get comfortable until I've had time to discern whether it's the structure itself or the entities inside that are causing the biggest issues. The hair stands up on my arms, and my supernatural sixth sense is pegging in the red before Bomber pulls the SUV's reins and stops in front. Interesting. Our research indicated this would be like serving Gunner a haunted cupcake instead of tossing him directly into the shitstorm sandwich of the Hempstead farmhouse. Gunner, acting like he's 5 instead of 21, climbs over the back of the middle seat and flops down next to Mike. He runs a shaky hand through his ratty bleach job and asks if anyone has a cigarette. When we tell him no and he begins to whine like an actual 5-year-old, Bomber rolls his eyes so hard I'm sure they'll pop out of his head, then reaches into his jacket pocket and tosses Gunner an unopened pack of Marlboros. We had planned on giving Gunner a briefing on the Sumter Hotel and Spa and what to expect during the investigation, but that opportunity vanishes because he's out the side door and bounding up the stairs, flicking his cigarette ashes into a potted plant before we're able to open our mouths. Anyway, Bomber warned us that the kid would be difficult to control, and I'm cool with that. My only goal here is to keep him out of the psych ward and get him prepared for the insane supernatural shenanigans, now there's an understatement, of an unnamed Tier 1 demon who may very well sit at the right hand of Satan himself. Mike, Bomber, and I climb out of the SUV, along with the remainder of the entourage parked behind us. They pour out like multiple clowns from a small car. Security guys, on-site makeup specialists, because you never know when the Rozzi are going to be hiding in the bushes for a photo op, and 3 young women we met when we stopped for a burger a couple of hours ago. A blonde, a brunette, and a redhead. A rainbow of flavors for our dear leader. It's a sight to behold and reminds me of our days at the height of Graveyard's popularity. More bodies means more energy for the dead. And it worries me that if this place is as haunted as my supernatural radar suggests, then every one of these damn people, whether they're here because it's their job or tagging along because they hope they might be accidentally photographed in bed with Gunner Creek, are nothing more than paranormal cannon fodder. It's going to be a long night. The one saving grace is that we invited Carter Kane along, for funsies, and he's just now rumbling up the hill on a Harley, looking badass and ready to eat some ghosts for dinner. Amen to that. 15. Established in 1903, the Sumter Hotel and Spa used to be the area's first hospital. According to the brochures, various plaques around the walls, and my short-form internet research, it came equipped with all the modern facilities a gold miner with a case of the sniffles or an arm that got crushed in a cave-in could want. It served as the hospital for a while, spent some limited time as a brothel, because in a gold mining town, why not, then became a Masonic lodge before it finally settled into its current role of half hotel and spa, half bed and breakfast. Reviews on the internet report some of the most amazing huckleberry pancakes anyone's ever tasted. But I'm not sure we're going to make it that far unless Gunner Creek stops bouncing around the joint like somebody gave an ADHD-suffering child a caffeine enema with a chaser of speed. He's already broken an antique vase, spilled cola on a pistol from the late 1800s, and knocked the same photograph from a shelf 3 different times. When I quietly ask Bomber what the little prick is on, he replies,
"They're blue. That's all I know."
And speaking of the owners, they're amazing. Mac and Bonnie, 2 salt-of-the-earth type folks I'd happily adopt as honorary grandparents. They're calm, gentle, and quite tolerant of Gunner ping-ponging around the main downstairs, doubling as a sitting area and dining room, complete with red and white checkered tablecloths. I try to subtly apologize for Gunner's behavior while he's plastering fingerprints all over an antiquated wheelchair, and they wave me off, whispering their grandson is a toddler with ADHD too. Well then, familiar territory it would seem. It smells old in here, and for a building with well over 100 years behind it, that's not surprising. The scent is distinct, and it takes me a half an hour to realize it reminds me of my grandmother's farmhouse. It's the combined scent of paperback books turning yellow, wood stove smoke soaked into the walls, and 100 years of sweat, meals, and pipe tobacco all combining to douse the joint in a heavy pile of nostalgia. Gunner's posse, along with the 3 tag-along girls I've secretly dubbed 1, 2, and 3, stays behind in the main area while Mike, Carter, Kane, Gunner, Bomber, and I all take a tour with Mac. Bonnie, I assume, is hanging behind to ensure the gaggle doesn't destroy anything valuable. The 6 of us ascend the wooden staircase to the 2nd floor, each step whining under our weight, particularly Bomber's, and I suspect he's about 1 gigantic cheeseburger away from falling through. The popping and cracking of the wooden steps is overruled only by the snickering and giggling of 1, 2, and 3, as they watch longingly after Gunner's ascent. I see 2 lick her lips and recall the days when that was an everyday part of my life, and Mike's too, I should note, but to a lesser extent. Mac gives us a short tour of the upstairs, pointing out the individual details of each of the 8 bedrooms. The sunflower room, the black and white room, the Cary Grant room. You get the idea. Each has its own flavor and style. Some are equipped with modern items like digital clocks and air conditioners. Others, depending on your requests during reservations, are more rustic in nature. Quick shots of time travel back to a different era. Oil lamps, wooden bed frames, and goose-down blankets designed to give the guest an old-timey experience. Never fear, because you can walk right out into the main sitting area upstairs and find a flat-screen television and satellite TV. The charm is delightful, and that's a statement I never thought I'd hear coming out of my mouth. What concerns me is the 6th sense feel that I'm getting up here. Downstairs I was cool. It felt fine, no vibes, just an old building with its individual quirks and oddities. Upstairs, the hallway leading to the sitting area is closed in, claustrophobic almost, and then the sitting area is off. I feel the tingling sensation of being watched. Mike has noticed it too because his eyes are flitting from room to ceiling, to the rear door, to the staircase behind us. His curious glance settles on mine. Something is going on here. "Mac," I say during a lull in Gunner's endless supply of chatty questions, "just how haunted is your place? I've heard stories, and some of the other paranormal crews have been here, but what's your take?" Mac replies, "Straight from the horse's mouth, you mean?" I nod. "Straight from." "Well, Mac clears his throat, tucks his thumb in his belt loops, and arches back as if he's going to launch into his story, as if he's the ammunition in a giant slingshot. If you ask Bonnie and me, we try to keep an open mind. We've seen things, heard things. Stuff gets moved around. There's a ghost cat that scratches at the door now and then. Gunnar blurts,
Anything bad ever happen here?
though it comes out in a jumbled mess, like,
Anything bad ever happen here?
No, Mac answers. Not evil bad, really. But you got to remember this place was a hospital, and the gold miners around here, they'd come in with some gruesome injuries, and as one might suspect, not all of them made it out of here alive.
Creepy,
Gunnar says, with a delight in his eyes that's both excited and diabolical. Once Mac resumes his tale of woe and grief that happened here over the past 100+ years, Kane taps me on the shoulder, points at Gunner Creek with his chin, and silently mouths,
Him? Really?
I whisper that I'll explain later, and then move an antique lamp to the side before Gunner knocks it off a nightstand. Did I mention that it's going to be a long night? Okay, gang, here we go. I motion for Bomber to turn off the lights behind us, and then ask Mike to do the same thing upstairs. Thank God there wasn't enough room for the entire entourage to spend the night here, and doubly so. Not all of them have the guts, desire, or testicular fortitude to hang around for a paranormal investigation. The Good Riddance gang is staying down the street at the aforementioned hotel that looks like a fort, leaving Mike and me here alone with Bomber, Gunner, and Carter Kane, along with 1, 2, and 3, who seem like they would literally strip naked and swim in a pool of rotten buzzard doo-doo just to stay close to their crush. I can't count how many times I've heard them saying things like,
People are so not going to believe this.
and
Like he's just so hot.
and
They'll all be totally jelly, the wenches.
so there are 8 of us, minus Mac and Bonnie, who have retired to their small studio in the back of the building. They're separated by a soundproof wall and insist they won't be able to hear a thing. By my advanced mathematical capabilities, 8 means 6 more people than I'm used to conducting investigations with, at least in the past couple of years since Graveyard has been off the air. Anyway, adapt and move on. We're rolling with a couple of different devices tonight that can't be as easily contaminated. Mike and I figured a digital voice recorder would be practically useless with so much noise tromping around here, so that one is gone. The EMF detector sweep showed some minor fluctuations during our initial run, which means that it will be good to have along to indicate energy spikes. We left the thermal imaging camera behind. Too many warm bodies, too much potential for contamination even if we split up. To sum up, we've brought the EMF detector, digital video cameras, a few flashlights to do the yes-no trick, and the SB11 spirit box, which, if you'll remember, cycles through all the available radio stations in reverse at a half-second per station. Words, phrases, and voices, when captured using the SB11 device, are particularly awesome because of the way it operates. Hard to fake something like, "The butler did it in the green room" over individual radio channels being played in reverse. It becomes obvious that we will need to split up the moment all 8 of us try to trundle up the rickety staircase together. It's just not going to work. In a perfect example of boys being boys, Mike is head over heels in love with Dakota, but he also has a pulse. He, volunteers to stay downstairs with 1, 2, and 3, who are quite attractive, honestly, and immediately gets on their good side when he mentions that he used to be on television too. How they didn't know is anybody's guess, but if I had to make one, I'd say they were too enthralled with Gunner Creek to notice. Mike, green from the night vision setting on my camera, grins and winks at me on the monitoring screen.
Captain Exterminator to the rescue. We'll trade up later if you want.
Nah, I'm good. Be careful. The resulting expression on Mike's face suggests that he's found another reason to be proud of me. In the past, I would have broken down walls to spend time with 3 20-year-old groupies. Now, Not a chance. I know that Melanie is who and what I want. Nor is there any danger of Mike ruining what he has with Dakota. Over the years, he'd always said of his marriage, "Just because I'm on a diet doesn't mean I can't look at the menu." He never bought a thing off it. That's why all of this is so crazy. In a minor role reversal, Mike is taking advantage of a little bit of harmless confidence, which I'm sure he hasn't felt in years, and I'm passing on the opportunity to hang out with some beautiful groupies. Holy shit. Maybe we're both possessed. Whatever mind-altering substance Gunnar was on has worn off, and so far, Bomber has refused to give him any more. This is good for us, but bad for the mood in the room. Gunnar sulks around, ignoring my advice and generally giving off enough negative energy to power the lights in a football stadium. That's bad. 45 minutes in, Bomber whispers something to his ward, and the botched, bleached jobber lifts his head as I watch on my camera's screen. Gunnar allows a smile to creep out. He has pristine teeth, but in the green of night vision, the coating of saliva provides them with a malicious feel, along with a devilish glint in his eyes, the kind where you know something bad is about to happen to someone. I don't care to find out what Bomber said, and I don't really want to know. But intuition tells me that I should have 1, 2, and 3 sleep in a different room. That's an issue to deal with later. Right now, I'm curious as to why the activity up here seems so absent, especially when the vibe felt so strong and strange earlier. Then Carter Kane offers the understatement of the night.
"So, what's happening here, Ford? Calm before the storm?"
"I think they're gone," Gunnar says. "It's not, right, Ford? Doesn't feel like it did earlier."
Bomber says,
"And since when are you the expert?"
"Alrighty then. Maybe the kid has been paying attention. As much as it pains me to say it, given my distaste for him that's nearly as strong as my hatred of tomato pudding, he's onto something. For now, I should say. He might be right, Bomber. I'm not feeling it. For a split second, I see it coming, but I can't react fast enough. The antique canoe oar previously hanging on the far wall flies off its mounting hooks like a wooden missile and slams into my forehead. Watching the video later, multiple times, reveals that I'm unconscious for 3 minutes and 39 seconds, completely knocked cold, while Carter Kane, Gunnar Creek, and Bomber something react to paintings sailing off the walls, ceramic cats levitating and then smashing through the windows, and the television blinking on and off, blaring static and white noise at full volume as if the other side is trying to communicate by Morse code. Further analysis shows that that wasn't the case, more like a possessed television with Tourette's syndrome. If it didn't hurt so damn much, it would almost be comical how many times I've been knocked out in recent months, though I guess that comes with the territory when you factor in angry spirits, demonic entities, and best friends who are furious with you for ruining their lives. One thing is for certain, multiple hits to the noggin aren't doing me any favors. I should wear a helmet. At the 3-minute and 30-second mark, for a full 9 ticks on the clock, 5 black shapes — Mike believes they're female because they appear to be wearing flowing dresses — march single file out of the gold mine room by the back door. On camera, Kane can be seen shaking me, whispering,
"Ford, you okay? We're seeing full-bodied apparitions over by—"
He screams, as does Gunnar Creek, when the 5 black masses surge forward with ridiculous speed, the same way the wooden oar flew at me. Bomber has enough wits about him to grab my arm and drag me out of view as my boot hits the camera. The screen spins 360 degrees and the 5 figures are gone. I hate that I'm unconscious for such an amazing first-hand experience, but we captured it on film and we were able to save it. You can never have enough proof for the naysayers. Later, when everyone else is asleep on the floor downstairs, because of safety in numbers, Mike and I stay upstairs to review the video footage again. We pass the part where Bomber whispers in Gunnar's ear. Mike asks,
"What did he say to him right there?"
Something about pink pills.
Which do what?
According to Bomber, they're antacids.
What?
I was worried they were going to roofie those poor girls. I hinted around to Bomber about an interaction of theirs being on camera, and the dude spent 10 minutes bullshitting me, but he finally admitted he lets Gunner think they're aphrodisiacs.
That's hilarious. What for?
Record company has Bomber on the payroll, trying to keep their gazillion-dollar cash cow from riding the dragon's tail to the other side.
Cool. Good for him. Earns him a few extra bonus points.
Tons. We turn back to the video, and there it comes, the ore hurtling at me. In super slow motion, you can see the eyes of my confused companions reacting to a noise they couldn't see in the pitch black. Something in the video sparks a memory. Could be a sound I hadn't noticed yet, could be the look in Bomber's eyes, could be anything triggering it. But I clearly see it in my mind's eye. While I was out, I dreamed of Chelsea. That terrifying walk to her bedroom, and seeing her scream in amplified rage as the mirror cracks, splitting her reflection into jagged pieces. Only this time I'm able to see more, like an extended director's cut going beyond where the dream typically ends. It's fleeting and blurry, but I may have an idea about what Papa Joe meant by mirror, mirror. You know, before the poor old bastard was dragged down to the fiery pits of Hades. I don't mention what I might have glimpsed to Mike. I know. We're supposed to have full disclosure, no secrets, all that nonsense, but this is different. It could give him hope, and if what I saw doesn't actually come to pass, or if it was just another one of Boogerface's trickery attempts, then it could cause Mike to come crashing down. Hope is a dangerous thing to lose. The third act. 16. Filming day. And I swear on everything that is holy and everything that I hold dear, I'm more scared now than I've ever been in my entire life. No shit. It's strange because I've faced down other demons. Maybe not quite a Tier 1 right-hander with the strength of Boogerface, but demons nonetheless. I've had knives and samurai swords thrown at my head. I've been possessed, literally, a few times, and that feels like you have 1,000,000 maggots crawling around inside your body, each and every one of them a tiny pocket of hate that exists to fuel your rage against humanity. I've seen full-bodied apparitions. I've listened to EVPs that called me out by name and insisted that I would die in my sleep. I've had priests, Father Duke included, who have informed me that my soul is 1 millimeter away from being too far gone to save. That is, unless I decide to walk off the field and hang up the cleats. Which, really, is exactly what I plan to do once this is all over, supposing I walk out of the Hampstead farmhouse alive. I'm kind of at the point where I don't even want to be Grand Champion victorious. All I want is to make sure Chelsea is safe and that she'll be able to live a normal life. I want that for her. I really do. In some of our recent phone conversations, Carla Hancock has mentioned that studio execs are snooping around, hinting at the possibility of a series of feature film documentaries, maybe even another shot at a show like Graveyard. The Phoenix could rise again. Out of the ashes, out of the flames, and Carla suggests that if numbers are good, Mike and I could have the potential to spread our wings and fly again. Nah. I'll pass. Mike and I, along with Melanie, Dakota, and Yuli, the bestest doggy pal in the whole wide world, have had many long discussions about the future, and we all agree that it's time to walk away. This shit puts a heavy burden on your psyche. It damages your heart, your motivation, and your perception of reality. I'm not solely talking about the paranormal world. I mean life in the public eye. Having to perform, having to be on point every single time you step into the spotlight, having to rise above and beyond what you've done in the past. This interview, this appearance, this investigation, this feature documentary, which is expected to earn $200 million on its opening weekend, all have to be better than the last thing you delivered to your fan base. The moment you falter or stumble or put out a product that doesn't best what you've done before, you're toast. People question your talent. They wonder if they've wasted years of their lives cheering you. They grumble and complain. They tell their friends over drinks and across the table at dinner parties that they lost interest. "It's just not the same," is a good one. Or, "It used to be so much better before they sold out." Constant criticism messes with your confidence. It keeps you debating your relevance in society, keeps you questioning if you still matter to people. The impression of significance in this life, like hope, is also a dangerous thing to lose. But you know what? I don't mind that I'm not relevant anymore. It took a motherfucking Tier 1 demon picking a fight with me to realize love and relevance don't come from millions of adoring fans, not even close, brother. It comes from that person standing next to you with her fingers intertwined in yours. It comes from that fluffy, furry ball sitting at your feet, looking up with a wagging tail and admiration in his eyes so deep you wonder if you might be his version of God. It doesn't come from a packed folder named Mom's Meatloaf Recipe, full of thousands of risque and XXX-rated photos of the groupies known as spot cam girls. It comes from the satisfaction of a job well done. It doesn't come from extra zeros in your bank account, a number that includes more than one comma. It comes from knowing you did right by someone less fortunate than yourself. It doesn't come from appearances on late-night television or getting invited to the best parties in Hollywood. It comes from realizing you have the willpower to choose your honor, dignity, and peace over the devil sitting on your shoulder, telling you that life isn't worth living without the naughty side. It comes from reaching up, taking that pesky dickhead by the horns, and tossing him into the toilet. Flush. See you on the battlefield, chump. Cue the almighty Ford Atticus Ford stepping down off his soapbox. Like I said, I'm terrified, and I can't beg God, the force, or the universe enough to let me know that I'm making the right decision by going up against a demon 20 times, 50, 100, stronger than anything we've ever faced. But I have business to attend to, a child to keep safe and save, and I've never been one to back down from a fight, even when I'm afraid. Speaking of fear, Carla and Spirit World Productions ceased their viral campaign about my reluctance to film the documentary a week ago, with a press release stating that Mike and I had bowed to the public pressure for our return, and filming would begin immediately. That portion of my original plan worked. Social media is abuzz with delight. Word is spreading. The anticipated opening weekend numbers have taken the express elevator up toward the clouds. Too bad we might not live to enjoy the aftermath. It's 2:15 in the afternoon. Birds are chirping, the crew is hustling about, and the Hampstead farmhouse doesn't seem so intimidating when you're on the outside looking in. Under the blazing hot sun, finally, not a cloud in sight, the 2-story home looks like nothing more than century-old craftsmanship that's seen better days. I'm not sure if I've ever paid attention before, but it appears to be listing a couple of degrees to the left, like the Leaning Tower of Hampstead. The windows are all pockmarked with holes, reminding me of impact craters on the moon's surface. The steps sag. Shutters hang limply. Missing shingles align in a jagged Picasso pattern on the roof. To somebody driving by, it's simply a house, nothing more. It's a decrepit, dilapidated structure that looks as if it could topple over at the behest of a stiff wind. To us, it'll be like walking into a meat grinder, or stepping directly in front of the full barrage from a Gatling gun. After the attack at the Sumter Hotel and Spa, which I anticipate to be infinitely worse, I consider borrowing riot gear from a fan I know on Portland's SWAT team. We've repeatedly asked Carter Kane and Gunner Creek if they're positive they want to do this, and they insist they're prepared. My biggest concern is that they don't truly understand what's coming. Mike and I can only explain so much. At some point, you gotta see demonic paranormal insanity with your own eyes. Carter's husband, stands quietly by him. The tall man's arm rests on his beau's shoulders, and they stare at the farmhouse together. Gunner Creek sits in the bed of a rented pickup the crew brought to haul equipment. He chews his fingernails and swings his legs back and forth. Nervous, it would seem, distracted only by the arrival of 1, 2, and 3, He's really taken to them. 3 in particular, I think her name is Andrea, and I can only hope that maybe he'll find love and relevance in her arms, instead of the 3 billion teen girls clawing for a 1-second glance. The rest of our crew, sound and camera guys, unpaid interns, producers, directors, and the devil herself, Carla Hancock, all ignore him. They've been around enough celebrities to understand fluttering eyelids and effusive praise will get them nothing more than a smile and a joint selfie. Besides, they've got work to do. Mike and Dakota stand by the catering truck. They're eating buffalo chicken wraps and chatting with Father Duke while the poor man sweats himself thin in his dark suit. Mike looks calm, but I know he's shitting himself on the inside. He told me earlier he's trying to put on a brave front for Dakota so her worries won't boil up and bubble over. The Hoppers? They're late. Flat tire on their rental, they said earlier, and I pray they're not getting cold feet, maybe coming to their senses and shipping Chelsea off to a nunnery where Boogerface has no dominion. Might not be such a bad thing. As for me, I'm sitting under a shade tree sweating profusely in my own trademark black outfit, feeling the gel in my hair combine with sweat and run in rivulets down my forehead, along my temple. I'll have to hit makeup again before we officially start filming the investigation. On my left is Yulee. He's exhausted from sprinting around the farm, chasing sparrows and squirrels, barreling after tennis balls thrown by the camera guys who don't have much to do until we're ready. Yulee rests with his head in my lap. He's asleep and dreaming about something nice, evidenced by the doggy grin, playful growl, and twitching legs. As always, I am food bringer. The light of his life. I am he who takes me for a run sometimes. I am chew toy. I am pillow. To my right, and thank the good Lord above she's here, is Melanie, my rock. It's impossible to put any numerical measurement on the regret I feel for destroying our relationship the first time around. Man, I was a dumbass, and man, she's a saint for giving me another chance. Today she's wearing a light sundress, one I bought her last week because it matches the color of her eyes, and the fabric complements her tan skin. She has her knees pulled up to her chest. Neon pink toenails peek out from underneath the hem of her dress as she shoos a fly away from her elbow. I ask her if she misses all this, the setup, working with a familiar crew, flirting with me way back when, before we were lovers, before I became a giant asshole.
Do I miss the long hours, the traveling, the awful pay, and sleeping in shitty hotels with Geraldine the snore monster as my roomie? Not a chance, she answers, and then she pats my forearm. And to be perfectly honest, you weren't that much of an asshole.
You're joking.
Well, yeah,
she replies, feigning like she's pondering her memories with a finger over her lips.
You were, actually. But that's in the past, and despite the raging objections from my feminist friends, I want you to know before you go in there, I've forgiven you. Look at me, Ford. It's true.
You might be surprised to learn that since we've been seeing each other again, this is the first time she's uttered those specific words, and it's such a relief to hear that I have to swallow the lump in my throat.
Which means, Mel adds, you're going to walk out of there the same way you walk in. Understand? If we're going to start over, I need you on this side of the ground.
I lean over, careful not to disturb the slumbering Yulee, and kiss those soft, forgiving lips. You don't have to tell me twice.
Whatever happens in there, don't give up. Don't you dare give up. I didn't fight through all the anger and lonely nights, all the weird charges on our credit cards, all the racy pictures you kept on your laptop.
Embarrassed, I snicker and look away. You found those?
Don't name a folder recipes if you don't want me to look into it, dummy.
Fair enough. Sorry. I make a mental note to delete the other folders when I get home. Lately, like the recent addition from Caribou, the waitress in Virginia, I've kept pics from the SpotCam girls more out of habit than any real need to feel desired by groupies. If I do march out of here alive, those pics are gone. Done.
What I'm trying to say is, there's a future here. You're different now, and I can feel that in my chest, Ford. No more sleeping around. No more betrayal. That's not you anymore.
Betrayal. The EVP we caught at Dr. Addison Keller's home comes screaming up out of my memory bank. She will betray you. And now I have something else to worry about. 17. A handful of braver souls on the crew have been here for a couple of days already, setting up spot cams inside the farmhouse, filming picturesque shots for the B-roll footage, and doing family interviews, along with members of our team walking through the local library and museum researching the Hampstead Farm's history. Mike and I watched some of the raw film this morning, and they captured some thoroughly intriguing content. But the real meat of the story will be our investigation. Normally, and people in the paranormal reality industry will rarely tell you this, we'd spend a couple, maybe 3 or 4 nights at a location to gather enough evidence to create an hour-long episode. But here, now, this evening, 1 night only. That's all. I've explained to Carla Hancock and the other producers and directors that this is a one-time deal. We are not coming back again. She'd rolled her eyes at me and asked what happened if we didn't catch anything, adding,
Then what, dumbass?
To which I had replied, No danger of that. I know it. We'll be fine. Maybe fine in the fact that we'll get enough footage to last a lifetime, if my assumptions are correct, but fine as a whole, overall, spiritually? I haven't the slightest. That was an hour ago, and the crew spends the remaining daylight prepping, checking equipment, and testing batteries. The usual. Finally, the hoppers arrive. As they creep up the gravel driveway and find a place to park next to one of the sound vans, I whistle at Mike and motion for him to follow me. He gives Dakota a peck on the cheek and joins the short walk to their car. The tiny donut wheel is proof positive they had a flat. Rob greets us as he climbs out of the driver's side, apologizing profusely, and explains that the original spare was flat as well. Then they had to wait on roadside assistance and blah, blah. Rob finishes.
They didn't have a matching tire, so they brought another rinky-dink spare. Anyway, sorry again. Hope we didn't hold up filming too much.
Not at all, I tell him. We're prepped, ready to go. Just waiting on the sun to go down. Carla wants you guys to meet her over by the barn for some preliminary B-roll interviews. Rob nods his acceptance, hands on his hips, then proceeds to remove some chairs and bags full of blankets and snacks from the trunk while Lila helps Chelsea out of her booster seat. And there she is, the little blonde girl, the catalyst that led us all here to this moment. Chelsea rounds the back of the car, smiling and waving. She's carrying a stuffed bunny under one arm and a can of soda in her free hand. She dashes up to Mike and me, wraps an arm around Mike's leg, then mine, and greets us with a smile. Tells us she's missed us. She doesn't look afraid at all. And that's concerning. Lila calls her daughter over to help with an overnight bag, and once she's out of hearing range, I arch an eyebrow at Rob and ask, You guys have explained what's happening tonight, haven't you?
Yeah.
She doesn't look scared.
Weird, right?
Mike adds,
Weird ain't the word for it.
Rob says,
On the way over, she kept talking about how she had a dream about you and had shown you something, and you were going to protect her, stuff like that. We kept trying to tell her tonight might be pretty scary, but she insisted she had to come help you, so here we are, I guess.
My jaw drops at the mention of her revealing something to me in a dream. I try to hide my surprise because Mike knows me well enough to pick up on that, and then I would have to explain to him, etc. You know the drill. Besides, I haven't decided when or if I'm going to tell him about what I saw until it's time. Why? I'm not absolutely positive it's viable. Rob whispers,
You guys, seriously, you've got this under control, right? Because this is all suddenly sounding like a fucking incredibly bad idea.
Understatement.
He continues, the demon, I mean. I told you what he said, that he'd take her away from us if we didn't do this. But tell me right now, face to face.
then puts an index finger on my chest. Do we have any other options? Any at all? I gently push his finger away, then cup his hand in both of mine. A gesture of calmness, caring, and I tell him, no. As much as I hate to admit it, this is the right thing. It's the worst possible option, but maybe if we cut the head off the snake, then we might have a shot at giving her some peace. Rob checks for Lila and Chelsea, sees them on the opposite side of their rental, and then his bottom lip quivers with the speed of a sewing machine needle. He holds back the tears with all the effectiveness of a screen door in a submarine, yanks me in for a bear hug, and says through gritted teeth, "Please take care of her, you son of a bitch." It's a promise I shouldn't be making, because there's no way for me to guarantee that. But I reply, at all costs, man. No matter what. He claps me on the shoulder and backs away, goes to his family. I hear Chelsea ask him,
"Have you been crying, Daddy?"
He says something was in his eye, then she informs him,
"It'll be okay. I know it will."
God, I wish I had her confidence. It'll make things a hell of a lot more interesting if she is actually psychic. Mike says,
"So what now?"
Now we wait for sundown. Strap on the armor. Say our goodbyes.
"Anything happens to me, make sure Tony does right by my kids, okay?"
It won't, but I will. Pinky swear. Another promise I shouldn't be making. Night comes. So does the sinking feeling in my stomach, a giant tumor of worrisome anticipation in my gut weighing 1,000 pounds. The plan is for Mike and me to go in first, do some sweeps on our own, and then bring in Carter Kane, followed by Gunner Creek, then Chelsea, accompanied by Father Duke, for the grand finale. We'll film from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., just as the sun brightens the eastern horizon, and walk out of here with our souls uncontaminated. Yeah, right. Good luck, says the voice of reason in the back of my mind. We stand on the bottom porch step, staring up at the front door, awaiting our entry. Behind us, 2 cameramen and a sound guy carrying a boom mic wait on us to get our shit together and get moving. But I can't do it. You guys can't come in, I say, turning around. I'm changing my mind. Cameraman 1, I think his name is Tommy, says,
"The hell you talking about, Chief? Clock's ticking."
Mike says,
"Ford."
"Too dangerous. I'm serious. I don't care what Carla says. It's only the 2 of us going in."
"But..."
"Do the 3 of you want to go home to your wife and kids, or do you want your soul to burn for eternity in a lake of fire and acid? Because that's a real possibility, considering what we're dealing with inside." Tommy and Cameraman 2 make eye contact and shrug while the sound guy retreats, shaking his head. Tommy says,
"I'd rather get there on my own time, honestly. Your neck, Chief. I'll let Carla know."
And then the 3 of them walk away. I tell Mike, let's get in there before Carla erupts like Krakatoa.
"Serving up our souls in 3, 2, 1.
Mike presses the record button on his handheld digital camera.
"Rolling."
Is it a good move, sending them away? I'm not positive. Safety in numbers, right? The thing is, those guys have families, wives and daughters and wagging tails to go home to, and I can't risk having more broken homes and possessed families bearing down on my wounded conscience. Mike and I can take care of ourselves. Carter Kane is close enough to the paranormal that he knows what he's doing. He wants to be involved. He's not here because there's a paycheck coming. We'll protect Chelsea with everything we can muster, and it'll help having Father Duke along. I'm not confident, but I'm okay with that. Gunner Creek? I won't necessarily mind if he sprints out of the house with some lower-tier demon hanging onto his hoodie sleeve. But for the people who don't have to be involved, I'd like to preserve their souls before they have a chance to be eternally damned, thank you very much. Look at me, all caring about other people. Who is this new man? Behind us, I hear the door of a production van slam, followed by Carla shouting,
"Ford! What the... Ford, get over here now!"
"Time to go,"
Mike says. Yep. We take the rickety steps in twos, pushing through the front door single file, and then close it behind us because we know that Carla won't follow us inside. She has millions upon millions to earn and Hollywood elite to rub elbows with, so she's not going to risk giving up all that to fight with me over filming decisions. She's like the President of the United States, more of a figurehead, while Mike and I are the Senate and Congress. We're the ones actually running things. Carla's shouts continue for another 30 seconds, clawing their way through the cracks in the walls and the holes in the broken windows. She finally ends with a resounding,
"You're such a pain in the ass! I never liked working with you!"
This sets off such a barrage of giggles between the two of us that it's a wonder we're able to recover 5 minutes later. We desperately needed a bit of stress relief. God, did we ever need that. Mike wipes the corners of his eyes, turns the camera on himself, and says,
"Ladies and gentlemen, that was only the second worst demon we've ever encountered."
It'll wind up on the editing room floor, no doubt, but it sets off another round of belly laughter, leaving us short of breath and grasping our sides. On the tail end of a final chuckle, Mike asks,
"Jesus, Ford, how in the hell did we end up here, huh?"
as he surveys the room. His tone is almost pensive, regretful, like he knows it's the end of something, and he's not all that happy about the journey it took to get here. I turn my camera on his face. He glows green against the black shadows. This should be good footage for the editing guys to work with later. If you had a choice, would you do this all over again?
Meaning this investigation or our careers?
Careers. He bites the side of his lip, scratches his temple.
We had some bumps, bro, but yeah, here we are. I'd rather be drinking a rum and coke on the beach somewhere, but man, what a ride it's been.
I move away from Mike and turn the camera up to the second floor. Ladies and gentlemen, the ride is about to get bumpier. For the next 10 minutes, Mike films me downstairs while we run some baseline checks, and I explain the history of the home and what we're doing here instead of the original Hopper house back in Ohio. As you will see later, I say, the real danger of this haunting resides upstairs in the master bedroom. You'll remember him from that very special live Halloween episode. How could anyone forget the demon we've nicknamed Boogerface, the evil, rotten, pus-filled maggot who hurt that beautiful girl? I've spent the last 2 years trying to redeem myself for what happened, and it's done little good. He haunts her dreams. He won't leave her alone. He insists that she belongs to him, and he's picked a fight with us just to prove it. I move over to the stairwell, but I remain on the bottom landing. I dive into more detail about the message left on the Hopper House wall. I stare directly into the camera, making eye contact with anyone who will be watching in the future. The blood of the meek shall feed my horror. That's what we're up against. Mike then films me shouting up to the second floor. Know this, demon. We're here to take back the night. We're here to drive a stake through your putrid heart and end your reign of terror. You will no longer sink your claws into Chelsea Hopper. She belongs to us. She belongs to everything good in the world. She belongs to God. You picked a fight with the wrong motherfucker, asshole. You wanted a war? Well, guess what? You fucking got it. Did you hear me, you piece of shit? I want you to bend over, pucker up those rancid lips of yours, and kiss your own ass goodbye. After my tirade, I can only hope that Mike was filming my face, because my hands won't stop shaking. I'm also positive some pee dribbled out. Mike closes the camera screen and sighs in feigned exasperation.
Did you have to?
What?
Push buttons. Make it worse.
You didn't expect us to go up there with a tray of cupcakes, did you?
We could have put tiny crucifixes on them if that had been an option.
What kind? Red velvet?
Is there any other?
The banter, while unrecorded, is good, because it gives me a second to calm down and catch my breath after essentially poking the demonic badger caged upstairs in the master bedroom. And a second is all it lasts, because the war begins with a violent hiss 2 inches away from my face. 18. It's not the first time I've been hissed at by a paranormal entity, and after tonight's investigation, I kinda hope it'll be the last time something hisses at me, barring the occasional cat or unruly toddler. The sound was so close, I could literally feel its rotten breath on my face. It's powerful, too, because I feel hands shoving me hard as it drives me into the wall at my back. Mike gasps and says,
"What the fuck, dude?"
I hear him fumbling with his video camera.
"I missed that."
Rubbing my chest, eyes wide, I push myself away from the wall, upright, and say, "Oh, no biggie, just got attacked by a demon is all."
"Rolling,"
Mike tells me. His cues will be edited out later. "Who was that?" I shout. "Did you hiss at me? Did you shove me?" The answer is not quite so obvious, because my tingling sixth sense tells me that wasn't Boogerface. The energy, a swirling mass of negativity, is here, filling the downstairs living room now, but it's not strong enough. Since Boogerface has been dipping in and out of my mind with these dreams, I dare say I've developed something akin to a bridge across worlds with him, a psychic bond between host and parasite. This energy belongs to something else, perhaps one of his underlings acting as the vanguard in the attack. I can't explain it. I just know. Mike continues to film my reaction, muttering to himself, taking shaky breaths. I'm doing the same, shivering with fear on the inside, though trying to put on a strong image of fearlessness for the camera. The audience has an expectation of the almighty Ford Atticus Ford, and I want to do my best to give it to them. That fact occurred to me seconds before the attack. While I'm ready to move on, get away from this life, find peace in a new one, and give the same to Chelsea Hopper and her family, the dedicated fans who stuck with us all those years and got us to where we were and are today, deserve the hero they've built up in their minds. I can try. I can't promise. "Boogerface!" I shout, stepping down from the stairs. "We're here. I'm here. That's Mike. I'm sure you remember him. Did you send one of your pathetic minions to attack me?" In the presence of a paranormal entity, one will feel the presence of a cold spot. I'm sure you know this by now, because the spirit or otherworldly being is sucking up the available energy to manifest. This time, instead of being enveloped by a pocket of cold air, I feel a thick wall of moist heat surge around me, as if I've stepped inside a steam room full of naked old men, and then it rockets away. Mike exhales with a heavy oomph, and a beat later, he's on his back, handheld camera clattering across the wooden floor. He rolls to his side, trying to push himself up as I dart over and kneel down. My hand goes to his forearm. "You okay, bro?" He groans, painfully, as if the impact had left a crater in his chest, and winces when he sits up.
"God damn, that hurt. Landed on a DVR, too. Take this for a sec. Make sure it's okay."
Mike hands me a small digital voice recorder that had been clipped to his belt. I grab it, examine it, and shove it in my shirt pocket, snapping the button closed to hold it in place. Then I'm almost surprised to find my digital camera is still in my hand, its weight a foreign entity. I flip open the viewfinder screen and begin recording. Show the audience. They have to see what we're dealing with here. Mike lifts his shirt, and this is the point where the SpotCam girls and adoring lady fans will gasp in the theater, because not only are there 2 handprints on his chest, they're visible right above his six-pack abs. A few years ago, we joked that he was carrying around a keg. Now you could hike through those muscular peaks and valleys. He and Dakota make a good pair. Even though he's sporting a dark tan from his time spent at his former beachfront property in North Carolina, the handprints flush brighter. I turn off night vision, turn on the regular light, and inform our future audiences that this is what it looks like when you get attacked by a demon. "See those claw marks?" I ask. "Right up there at the tip of the fingers." I switch back to night vision and turn the camera on myself. You want to know the worst part? That wasn't the big one. That wasn't even the demon we're after. You'll probably recall from our 10 seasons on the Paranormal Channel, we believe each energy source, from both natural and unnatural entities, has its own unique signature or vibration, similar to a fingerprint. The thing that just attacked us is weaker than its master. Trust me on this. I stand and pull Mike to his feet. While he feels around on the dark floor for his camera, I continue. We explained earlier, meaning an introductory sequence, which we'll film later and add at the beginning of the documentary, that we chose to move our investigation here to the Hampstead farmhouse because it's our home turf. Unfortunately, our cameras may not have captured what happened to me. I don't know. We'll have to check the footage in a bit. But you saw what happened to Mike. We think, and let me stress, think, the demon we call Boogerface is a Tier 1 right-hander, meaning he could literally be one of the superior beings who sits at the right hand of Satan himself. He had chosen the old Hopper House as his, let's call it his demonic headquarters, a place where he could reign over his dominion. That's why we're here, to get away from that. Anyway, sorry, I'm still in shock a bit, and I just needed to point out we moved our investigation here to throw him off his game. But I'm not entirely positive it made a goddamn bit of difference. If the weak ones are that powerful, we can imagine how much stronger Boogerface has become since the night of Chelsea Hopper's attack. We're here to find out so you don't have to. I go on to explain exactly how we lured Boogerface here, citing our beliefs and evidence that clearly indicates there's some sort of paranormal post office able to send universal messages across time and space over to the other side. Most of my rambling will likely end up in the bonus footage section of the DVD, but I'm out of practice filming for an audience. Plus, I'm a wee bit petrified of taunting these sons of bitches at the moment. I blather when I'm nervous. It's in this moment that I feel the energy shift, like someone changed the radio station. There's a different vibration to it. The hair on my arms stands at attention. Player 2 has entered the game. Who's this now?
Found my camera, Mike says in the middle of the living room. How'd it land all the way over here? Do you think it's still...
With his back to the kitchen, Mike can't see what comes next. A black mass, darker than the deepest shadows in the room, darts from left to right across the kitchen doorway, and in the middle of Mike's question it shoots around the corner, flies straight at Mike's back, halts abruptly, and unleashes one of the most ungodly howls I've ever heard. It's fueled by rage, the fires of hell, hatred, corroded souls, and the poison known as hazelnut coffee. I have nothing to equate it to, honestly. Imagine a dragon. Now imagine a dragon the size of a United States Navy aircraft carrier. Now imagine it on steroids. That's how loud and heart-stopping it is. On the shaky screen of my viewfinder, I watch Mike duck, cover his ears, and sprint toward me like a Vietnam soldier running under the glowing tracers of machine gun fire.
Oh my God, dude!
He screams and dives at my feet. Then, for the first time ever, Mike scrambles up and hides behind me, using my body as a shield. I can't take my eyes off the screen. The black mass swirls against the moonlight seeping through the kitchen windows, and then launches itself straight up through the ceiling with another vicious hiss. It's gone. I turn the camera on my face once more. Did you hear that? We need to take a break.
Thank you,
Mike exhales in relief. The cameras go off. The flashlights come on.
Should we leave?
He asks. The tone in his voice suggests, please? Not yet, no. It'll be too dangerous to show any more fear than we already have.
Bro, I'm not sure that's possible.
Fair enough.
You caught that, right?
Mike asks. Every bit of it.
Let me guess, black mass, red eyes, mouth like a cannon filled with razor-sharp teeth?
Just the swirly stuff. No eyes, no physical manifestation. I run my hand across my forehead, wiping away a mixture of sweat and hair gel. Then a terrifying thought occurs to me. You know what I don't get?
Laid?
Really? Now?
Trying to break the tension.
Right before you were attacked, those handprints on your chest, my sensitivity meter started going off, and I was absolutely positive it wasn't Boogerface. It wasn't strong enough, it wasn't his energy signature, and then that thing just now, that screaming, the vibration felt right. It was him, I'm positive, but so much stronger.
Meaning what?
My fingers and toes go numb. Somebody's been holding back. What if... This is bad. The worst possible realization to have. We're not ready, not in the slightest. We would never be ready for something like this. But we don't have a choice.
What if what, Ford?
It can't be, I say, pointing at the ceiling where the demon exited. What if Boogerface isn't just a Tier 1?
No,
Mike says immediately. He's shaking his head, shifting toward the door, rubbing a hand nervously across his bald scalp. It could be. I'm just saying, that was Boogerface turned up to 10. He's been playing possum, I'm sure of it. That message in the Hopper House, bro, the blood of the meek shall feed my horror. My horror. Not his horror. Mine. Doesn't that sound like something coming from...
Nope, no way. I refuse to believe it because if it is Ford, we don't stand a chance. We're worm food.
It means we have to, Mike. Now more than ever. For Chelsea.
We should walk away, man. We need to walk away.
Mike. I move closer to him, hand outstretched.
I have kids,
he says. Emotion chokes his breathing.
I have Dakota now. There's a future out there for me. You have one too.
We can't run.
Oh, yes, we can. Watch me.
Mike moves for the front door, and I grab him by the arm. He pulls, and I squeeze tighter. We have to do it for her, for Chelsea. It's my fault we got her into this situation. I should have said no. I should have stood up to Carla, but I didn't, and I'll go to my grave with that, which might actually happen tonight, and the only way to find out is to do the job. Mike tries to pull away again. I need your help. She does. We all do if the big boy upstairs is who I think it is.
Lucifer,
Mike whispers.
All this time?
A new confirming fact surges to the forefront of my mind. When Lauren Coburn became one of the black-eyed things, when she gave me the message, she kept calling someone Master, and I assumed she meant Boogerface, and that he's a lower demon just because, seriously, who would expect the top dog to be up here doing some dirty work?
That's who? You're literally telling me that Satan is here?
Yes, I am. The language she was speaking, the Hopper House message Dr. Keller deciphered, and his book, holy shit, his book. The whole thing was about the war of language between heaven and hell. It was right on the cover. God and Satan both. Son of a... Footsteps thump overhead.
Shh. I got it,
Mike whispers, pressing buttons on his handheld camera.
Rolling again.
Thump. 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 One direction. And back again. This continues for 3 full minutes, back and forth, as if he's impatiently waiting. When I'm sure it's finished, I turn on my camera and look into the lens. We're back, I say, swallowing the growing ball of fear in my throat, and we've just figured out something that we should have known all along. The demon we've been calling Boogerface, we thought he was a Tier 1 right-hander, but it's more powerful than that. Infinitely more powerful. And we may be dealing with the one who was kicked out of heaven. Yes, that one. We explained the history of our interactions, and the thing is, after the power in that scream you just heard, we now believe he's been toying with us all along. We never saw it coming. It didn't matter if we fought the war here or at the Hopper House or in the middle of Wrigley Field. We've been screwed since Chelsea fell out of that attic so long ago. But we're not going to walk, are we, Mike? His long, long pause will make good for on-screen drama. Not that I'm concerned with that right now. And eventually he flattens his lips and gives an affirmative nod. So then, I say, panning the camera slowly around the room, taking in every inch of rotten wood, furniture ensconced in white drop cloths, and the grandfather clock stuck on permanent midnight. We have a little girl to save, and now that we know what we know, it's more important than ever. He doesn't get to have her. He thinks he already owns her, but we have news for that nasty bastard. We're prepared to die to save her. Behind me, a shocked Mike mumbles, "Not really, no." The audience will love that. I film the stairs where again we'll be going up into an annex of hell. Nobody ever said I was original, so I'll borrow a line from Shakespeare. Once more into the breach, dear friends. Now, folks, it's time to introduce you to them. Our guest investigators, Carter Kane, Gunner Creek, and... I have to pause here so I won't start crying. Little Chelsea Hopper, our secret weapon. Up on the second-floor landing, we hear disembodied laughter. A swirling mass manifests at the top of the stairs. 2 red eyes open and then narrow into slits. A voice growls,
"Bring her to me."
And the eyes close, followed by the clump of retreating footsteps and the thundering boom of my pounding heart. My only consolation is that Chelsea showed me something in that dream. It might help. It might not. And then those same 4 words come round again. She will betray you. 19. Mike and I cinch up our gusto, find a modicum of professionalism among our frayed nerves, and investigate for another hour, downstairs only. I get the sense that the main action is only going to happen on the second floor. He's waiting for us up there, using whatever portal that master bedroom might be to refuel himself. No pun intended. It's dead in here. Well, I shouldn't say dead, not completely. It's just that things are tame compared to the earlier onslaught of paranormal activity. We use every piece of equipment we brought and capture some evidence that would be the highlight of the episode on Ghost Bros. We capture a couple of Class A EVPs from spirits we assume to be Hampstead ancestors. To us, they sound like residual voices, because no intelligent spirit in its right mind would hang out in this house while the big guy downstairs has a summer home up on the second floor. We film a small blob of light in the corner. It's shaped like a cigar, hovers for 5 seconds, and then darts out the window. My guess is it was something on the other side curious enough to come check out the supernova-like ball of negative energy that has to be permeating this joint. It snuck in, the record player scratched its warning, and then it wisely left. This is all good footage that we can use to fill the 90-minute running time the studio has planned, but it's not the real fight the audience will be anticipating. I hate to show you how the sausage is made, but what will probably happen is the technician team will perform some fancy-schmancy editing on the back end. They'll put this evidence capture up at the beginning of the documentary and then build up to the big battle from there. It's only when Mike notices another set of red eyes spying on us halfway up the stairs that we decide it's time to go take an actual break. You know, maybe grab some caffeine pills, a snack, and then let Father Duke dunk us in a vat of holy water. We're walking across the front yard when Mike says,
"I've changed my mind, Ford."
"About what?"
"Chelsea."
He stops me before we reach the gathering crowd who will want to ask us how things are going.
"We can't. I can't. We're back to the Halloween episode. It's not right. Not with kids of my own. If you were a parent, you'd do the same. I wish you could understand. We can't send her in there, not again. You gotta do something. Talk to Carla. Call the suits."
Mike, come on." My hands go to my hips. I sigh. "Maybe."
"I know you better than that. You wouldn't send Yulie in there. Imagine your child. There's no way on God's green earth you would send your own kid in there. Maybe if we were dealing with nothing more than a demon, even if it was a Tier 1 fucker, but the devil? Satan? Lucifer? Shit-sucker numero uno? No way, man. The Hoppers only agreed to do this because they were afraid."
He said he'd kill her if they didn't.
"And that's probably true, but not if we get to him first. We're her last, maybe her only hope. Honest to God, I don't know if the church can do anything about him because they've been trying for a few thousand years. If we can find some sort of edge, maybe we stand a chance, you know? Something. Anything. Kane's probably done more research on evil with a capital E than anyone we've ever met. Maybe he knows something. Maybe we don't beat the devil, but what if Kane can help us break the chains on her?"
Mike has a point. We could use an advantage now more than ever. And I never wanted to send Chelsea inside in the first place. We do have one detail he doesn't know about. I have a secret shown to me by a 7-year-old angel. However, it's not that easy. Dude, we have contracts. Legal obligations. Did you even read the fine print before you signed it?
Yeah, but...
Carla's got us by the short and curlies. We do anything to screw with that legal shit, we're toast. There'll be lawyers circling overhead until the end of time.
Ford.
Mike steps closer to me, holds a hand up and waves off an approaching intern carrying 2 bottles of water.
Please. I begged you not to do it the last time. I'm begging you again. Screw the contracts. Screw the lawyers. Fuck Carla Hancock. Let's figure out how to save Chelsea's life without handing her back to Satan like she's some stuffed animal that he dropped.
But...
No buts.
A dog barks in the distance. A car roars by. Crickets chirp. And I think. And think. Okay, he's right. Mike's always been right. Honor supersedes the resulting circumstances. If I had only said no the first time, maybe none of this would have happened. Could be the Hoppers finally had enough and moved away on their own, never to hear from Boogerface again. Or could be he would have tagged along no matter where she went. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. We're here at this spot, this specific moment, for a reason. Every act, decision, and flicker of thought we have made in the past has led us right here to this farmhouse. To save Chelsea Hopper. But we don't have to use her as a weapon to do it. You're right, I tell him. She's out. His relief is visible, like a doctor just told him the cancer tests came back negative.
Good. Thank you. Thank God.
Just because I agree doesn't mean we can make it happen, but let me go talk to Carla. I have an idea. We walk toward the crowd. I quickly explain my plan to Mike, and he agrees that, in theory, it should work, though we'll be misleading our viewing audience for the first time ever if Carla allows us to go through with it. I also decide it's finally time to tell him what I saw in the dream. Wouldn't you know? I don't get a chance because the throng of technicians, sound guys, camera operators, producers, directors, interns, and Carla Hancock begin to gather around. Then the unexpected happens. Behind us, the Hampstead farmhouse shakes violently and a guttural roar rises and fades. Mike and I whip around just in time and see the walls of the Hampstead farmhouse expand and contract once, as if the house itself is breathing. The belly of the beast once again. It goes quiet, and a collective gasp of relief swishes around the group. Somewhere among all the warm bodies, I hear Gunner Creek's voice.
Whoa, cool.
The poor bastard has no idea what he's getting into. Nice. If any of us survives this and the documentary makes it to theaters, Gunner's underestimation of this satanic haunting will make for some fantastic filming. We spend the next 15 minutes talking with the crew. We explain what we saw, what we captured on film and audio, and then sit in the back of a video monitoring van with our mouths shut while Carla hands out a tongue lashing for our earlier behavior, and for the fact that we walked out of the house an hour ahead of schedule.
I hope to Christ you got enough footage, knuckle-draggers. You know how much we have to cut and pare just to make a 42-minute primetime show. We're looking at 90 here, maybe even 100 or more.
Relax, Carla. We have the interviews, all the B-roll content.
Shut up. Listen to me.
Off she goes again, so angry she's almost speaking in tongues, speaking in run-on sentences. When she's finished, indicated by the slower breathing, wiping a drop of spittle from her chin, and the general lack of vitriolic words flying out of her mouth, Mike looks over at me and says,
Good luck.
He pats my thigh, stands, and offers Carla nothing more than a thumbs up before climbing out of the van and slamming the door in his wake. Carla crosses her arms. Her face is tinted red from the glow of various buttons and lights. Put a couple of horns on her, give her a spiked tail, and well, you know. She says,
Good luck with what?
She spits out what, as if it tastes awful. Sit, please. I say, pointing at Mike's empty chair. I need to talk to you.
About?
It's important, and you need to be sitting to hear it.
Why?
She stands her ground. Mostly so you can't kick me in the neck when I tell you this. Carla scrunches up her nose, pinching her lips together. She huffs through expanded nostrils and surprisingly takes a seat beside me. Exasperated, she hides her face behind her hands and a muffled, "What?" escapes between her fingers. We can't take Chelsea in there. Not after. Carla slaps her legs.
I fucking knew it, you goddamn...
Not after what we just learned, I say, raising my voice to stop hers. I don't care what the suits say, or you, or the lawyers, or whatever language is in the contracts. We'll keep filming. Stop, let me finish. We'll keep filming. We'll get your movie, I promise, but if you try to force us to take Chelsea inside that house, we'll walk. I swear to God in heaven, Hancock, we'll take off through that field over there, and you won't see us again until the deposition room for whatever bullshit you and Spirit World tries to hit us with. Dead serious. Hundreds of millions, gone.
You won't stand a chance.
Maybe not, but I can't imagine any judge on the planet will rule against us for preventing reckless child endangerment.
Contracts are binding. Even if he sees it that way, you're doomed. You and Mike, you're done. Career's gone. You'll never work in television again.
Not that I care, and I'm pretty certain Mike doesn't either. Carla almost seems sad. Maybe she knows I'm right about the moral issues. Maybe she knows she has lost all power when we cease to care about the legal repercussions. Cease giving a shit about the money.
Why, Ford? Explain it.
Because inside that house, that's Satan. It's not some rinky-dink demon, even if it might have been a Tier 1 right-hander. The devil is inside those walls, and that's the truth. Carla laughs and rolls her eyes.
You and your stupid theatrics. We're not on camera.
It's real.
Whatever. Say I believe you, even if it's for a second. I can't believe I'm feeding into your delusions. Why would Satan stoop low enough to fight with an insignificant poop stain like yourself?
Because I tried to take his plaything away. And that's not cool.
Not cool? That's how you describe it?
I don't have time to get into all of the reasoning or explanations, Hancock. Here's my proposal. Chelsea is out, but we'll find a way to get her into the documentary. This is what I originally wanted to do after we talked down in L.A. We'll scout some locations and film her in another crumbling, ancient farmhouse. We cut it just right, shoot all the right angles, have your editing wizards wave their magic wands, and nobody in the audience will ever know the difference. You agree to that? Mike and I will walk back in there with Carter Kane and Gunner Creek, and we'll get you the most impressive paranormal footage you've ever seen because the motherfucking devil is in there, Hancock. Maybe we survive. Maybe we don't.
And what if you don't?
How many millions of extra people are going to sprint to the theaters to watch the Almighty die on camera? There's the catalyst. The dollar signs begin blinking in her eyes. She smiles deviously.
It's that serious?
I dip my chin, acknowledging that indeed it is. Carla sits back in the metal chair, laces her fingers behind her head, and stares at the roof of the van. While she ponders the new development, thoughts race through my mind. What happens if we actually get what we want? It'll be the end of our careers. Mike will lose his last penny in the divorce settlement. He won't have anything extra to give his children. Privately, Dakota has told me what she's worth these days. Through some intelligent investing and being smart with her money, she's loaded, and generations to come will be too. If she and Mike stay together, he'll be fine, and so will his offspring. Me? I don't need the money. Matter of fact, screw the dollar signs. Humanity. Heart. Soul preservation. That's what it's about. A week from now, I'll wake up with my conscience clear. Earning that for myself. That's the secret I've been missing. I've been looking to redeem my image in the public eye for the past 2 years. Wrong angle, my friend. What I've really needed all this time is the realization that I need to forgive myself. So if Carla agrees to this, what do we have to lose? Not much, other than our lives. And that seems worth a lot more now than it has in the past, especially since the night of the very special live Halloween episode.
I like it,
Carla agrees, almost too easily.
but I have some stipulations.
I reply, I wouldn't expect any less. Too concerned about these stipulations to be relieved just yet. 20. I find Mike over by the catering van, where else, chatting with Dakota and the Hoppers. At first, when I walk up, I'm worried he's been making promises I hadn't been granted yet, but instead, I hear him talking to Rob and Lila about his children and how precocious they were at Chelsea's age, who, by the way, seems to be smitten by Dakota. The older, blonde grown-up sits crisscross applesauce on the ground beside the younger blonde child, and I feel like I might be getting a peek into Mike's new future. They're giggling and playing some sophisticated version of patty cake that I would never have the coordination to master. Melanie also sits beside Dakota as she wrestles with Yuli's leash, trying to keep him away from the buffet table. She glances up at me and smiles. Everybody seems content on the outside, yet internally, it's another story. I can tell by the way Mike holds his posture. He's antsy, worried. Lila clasps her hands at the center of her waist, fingers fidgeting as she rocks from foot to foot. Rob pretends to listen, but his smile is vacant, and his eyes focus past Mike's shoulder. He's looking at something in his mind. Everything okay over here? I ask, my tone nonchalant, making conversation as if we're not all standing 300 yards away from Satan's current hostel. The adults focus on me. Chelsea shouts, "I win!" once Dakota stops paying attention. She hops up to her feet and plucks a handful of blueberries off the seemingly endless catering spread. Mike says, "How'd it go?" Asking but not revealing his intentions and not letting the Hoppers know there might be some hope. She agreed, I tell him. Mike fist pumps the air.
Holy
Little ears,
Dakota warns quickly.
Right, sorry. So we're good then?
I tell him yes, though he can sense it's not that easy.
What?
Rob asks,
She who? Agreed to what?
Lila adds,
Are you talking about Chelsea?
What's the catch?
Asks Mike. We lose a few percentage points on the back-end profits.
That's it? Fine by me,
Mike says with an accepting shrug. And by a few, I mean all of them. That's what I had to agree to in order for Carla to say yes to leaving Chelsea out of the lineup. It's the difference in a couple million apiece for our upfront appearance fee and possibly tens of millions if the documentary takes in the gargantuan profits everyone expects. Surprisingly, Mike considers this for all of 2 seconds. I expected more, before he says,
Done.
Your kids and their future, you're cool with that? Mike's hands go to his hips. He looks down at the ground, then back up to me.
They'll be fine. Tony will get everything I have already. Apparently, the new boyfriend comes from old money down in Brazil, or maybe it's Florida. Either way, they should be set, and they're not leaving much room for dear old Dad in their lives anyway. Sucks giant donkey balls, but money ain't everything.
Lila and Rob approach us. She says,
What are you guys talking about?
Rob asks,
What happened?
I take Lila's hands in mine and look into those terrified, troubled eyes. Chelsea's out. I pulled a miracle out of my backside and just renegotiated our contracts on the spot. Carla should be on the phone waking up the lawyers as we speak. The Hoppers squint at me, so confused. They listen while I explain our plan. And then they tell me I'm insane. I'm sorry, what? Rob inches up to me, and I can't tell if it's an act of aggression or if he's trying to keep Chelsea from overhearing. She's over by Dakota and Melanie, sharing a handful of chocolate-covered strawberries, so I'm sure there's no chance of that happening. He says,
We told you what could happen for it. He That demon thing in there, he said he would take her away from us if she wasn't involved. That's why we're here, dumbass, and you're trying to get her out of it? Excuse my ignorance, but what the actual fuck, man? Do you want our daughter to die?
Lila tries to take him by the arm, and he jerks free.
You already tried once, he spits. You can't possibly think we're going to let you get away with it again.
Rob grabs the front of my t-shirt and twists it, yanking me close enough to smell his coffee breath between gritted teeth.
I will bury you, asshole, and you can go to hell with that bastard.
Please, Rob, just calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down,
he screams. Heads are turning our way, curious, watching to see what I've done now. Thankfully, Mike steps in and attempts to ease him down, back him off me with gentle words and insistence that this isn't helping. And when that doesn't work, he hooks a forearm in Rob's underarm, pulls him around and away, using the bigger man's weight as leverage.
Stop, Mike orders. Listen to us. We know what we're doing. We know what's in there now, and we know how to beat it.
I'm not entirely sure that last part is true, but at least Rob surrenders with his palms in the air.
Daddy, Chelsea says, everything okay? Not too many strawberries, sweetheart.
Rob lifts his chin at Dakota and Melanie.
Maybe you can take a walk around with Dakota and Melanie. Looks like Yuli needs to find the bathroom.
He's not really asking. Dakota recognizes this right away. She has good parental instincts, this one. She tugs on Chelsea's ponytail and asks her if she'd like to see if one of the cameramen can show her how he's able to hold that big device up on his shoulder.
After Yuli goes potty,
Melanie reminds her, playing along. Chelsea agrees, smiling over her shoulder at us as Dakota leads her off into the night, Melanie and my loyal pup in tow.
Talk,
Rob says. And yeah, he's not asking me either. It's all about Chelsea's dream, or our dream, I should say, pointing at her distant figure, then Mike, then myself. I had the same dream the other night, and I saw something, or maybe she showed it to me. I have no way of knowing. If it's what I think it is, then we have a chance of giving her a normal life. Maybe.
So you're not sure,
Rob says. He puts his arm around Lila's shoulders, pulling her closer. Two distraught parents wary of putting their faith in the guys, or guy, I should say, who made a lot of empty promises the last time he held their daughter's fate in his hands. No more than I was before. There's never a guarantee. Never was, never will be. But I can tell you this. Wait, Mike? Did you already explain what we learned inside?
Nah, I was waiting for you. You're the general in all this. I'm just Private Goober, reporting for duty.
The subtle attempt to lighten the mood doesn't work. The hoppers don't take their eyes off me. Inside that house, I say, is something far bigger and stronger, more evil and vile than I expected. Deception is the devil's greatest weapon. I don't even know how we ended up here in this situation, or what he's doing out of hell.
He who?
Rob says.
What in God's name are you talking about?
Not God's name, I reply, shaking my head. We could use him right now if he's out there listening, but this, over there in that farmhouse, it sounds too unbelievable to be true, but that's Satan. Like the real one. The 800-pound gorilla downstairs. Lila gasps.
What? You're joking.
I wish I was. Like I said, I have no earthly clue how we ended up at the point where we're actually going to go to war with the granddaddy of them all. Rob points at my chest.
But you said it was just a demon. Maybe a powerful one, but not this. How, what, why? I don't even have the words to tell you how insane this sounds.
I anticipated this reaction. The hoppers have enough experience with the paranormal, having been on the receiving end of it for so long, to be aware of the dangers and consequences. Yet until you've been on our side, the side of Graveyard Classified, having seen and done nearly everything possible in the paranormal field, the abstract, the ridiculous, is difficult to accept until you've seen it yourself. To counter his reaction, I hook a thumb toward the Hampstead farmhouse and tell him I would be happy to take him inside and prove it. Rob eases up on the bravado, snorts, and looks away.
No, I'm good. It's just, why Chelsea? Why us? Why you? It doesn't make any sense at all.
Mike says,
It doesn't have to. He, you know who, doesn't play by those rules. He doesn't play by any rules at all, Rob. The only thing that we can think of is that your original home in Ohio may have been like the highway to hell, like that old AC/DC song, remember? You were right in the middle of the road. He was on his way to some demonic beach and got sidetracked by a pretty little girl. You know how celebrities go out in public with sunglasses and hoodies, hats pulled way down over their eyes? Could be he was disguising himself this whole time. Then we come along and mess up his game, try to take his plaything away. It doesn't necessarily work because me and Ford screwed it up so much, but he's still pissed. Holds a grudge. Finds a couple of new toys to fuck with just for having the balls to try and take him on the first time, even if we didn't understand that we were stepping into a mountain of shit a mile high. So yeah, here we are. Ford and I have an out, we think. If it works, perfect. We're all good, end of story. If it doesn't, we're dead. Or not dead, but we walk out of that dilapidated shack we call a farmhouse carrying a load of Lucifer in our souls, and the next thing you know, we're batteries for the undead, and they're siphoning energy off us and probably you and probably Chelsea from now until they put us in an urn or 6 feet under. So what I want you to do is this. Back the hell off, trust that we know what we're doing, trust that we know what we heard, saw, and believe, and show some freaking respect for a couple of guys who are risking their lives to save your daughter. Did you even hear what Ford said earlier? We are walking away from tens of millions of dollars that would set up our families for the rest of their lives just so we can try to save yours. Okay? Got it? Now please, say thank you so we can get this over with.
Rob hesitates for 2 breaths, looks to Lila for confirmation, and agrees. Lila uses her knuckle to dab a tear away. She leaves her husband's side, hugs Mike, then me.
Thank you, she whispers. We trust you.
We'll do whatever it takes, I remind her. A minute later, after more reassurances and promises we may not be able to keep, the Hoppers leave in search of their daughter. Mike and I stand alone. He shoos a moth away from a bowl of potato salad. I tell him, "Looks like you just got a promotion, Private Goober. Where'd that giant set of balls come from?"
They were never going to listen to you, not after last time. You could have told them the farmhouse was infested with nothing more than a cute, cuddly pile of demonic bunnies, and they would have fought you every inch of the way. In steps the voice of reason.
Right. Mike picks a pastry from the catering table, takes a giant bite, and says around the mouthful,
I'll tell you the same thing I told him. Please, say thank you so we can get this over with.
Thanks, Mike. I don't know what I'd ever do without you.
Sarcasm's not a good look on you, bro.
Remind me to rethink your promotion.
Sir, yes, sir.
As we walk toward the equipment truck, where the interns and crew have been steadily working to ensure our devices have fresh batteries and remain operational, I look down at the half-eaten pastry in Mike's hand. You sure you want that thing sitting in your gut? It's gonna hurt like hell coming back up once Satan gets inside you.
I'd rather it be this than pea soup.
We laugh quietly, and it's a refreshing moment of calm before the absolute fun house of terror that we're about to walk into. First things first, we remember the matter of capturing some footage with Carter Kane and Gunner Creek. Oh boy, given what we know about our visitor inside the farmhouse, won't that be fun? 21. I wish I could say it was eventful. I had my worries, my fears, and many hesitations about taking one of the world's most popular authors and inarguably the world's most popular pop star into a house that was currently hell central. We caught some small bits of evidence, a couple of balls of light flickering in the downstairs corners, an oil lamp from the 1800s moved 2 inches right in front of Gunner Creek, the grandfather clock, which apparently hasn't worked since 1903 according to Hamster's mama, began to chime. 3 bing-bongs, and that was it. Carter Kane was subdued and knowledgeable, providing some excellent commentary about the world of the demonic and your plain old garden variety paranormal activities. He lost his temper once, shouting obscenities the same way he did back at his Hamptons mansion when something touched the back of his neck. Gunner Creek, as much as I can't stand the annoying whippersnapper, put on one hell of a show for his fans. There were times where I couldn't tell the difference between him being legitimately spooked and him being the pretty boy entertainer for his billions of teenage admirers. He yelped when he was supposed to, flicked that bad dye job hair to the side more times than I cared to count, and seemed genuinely respectable to the spirits we were interacting with on the first floor. After reviewing some of the footage we captured with our celebrity guests, Mike and I noted they did exactly what they were supposed to do: put on the appropriate persona for the markets they're trying to capture. All in all, it might have been more exciting and outrageous if we took them upstairs, but even before we entered the farmhouse, they had both agreed off-camera that they still wanted to continue with the investigation. But they sure as shit didn't want to walk out of there with any demonic stowaways hiding in some dark corner of their souls. So now, here we are, 3 o'clock in the morning. The witching hour when, if you'll pardon the cliché, all hell is supposed to break loose with all things supernatural. Mike and I stand shoulder to shoulder facing the front door of the Hampstead farmhouse while the director films some content for the B-roll. We wield pieces of paranormal investigation equipment in our hands like they're boxing gloves. The cameras at our back film this pose to enhance the image of our bravery. It will show that we're heading into the final battle of this war. And we're going to kick some serious demonic ass. For roughly 5 seconds, I have a wave of goosebumps racing across my arms, across my shoulders, and down into my back because I can imagine the musical overlay the sound team will add during their time in the studio. It'll be something strong, badass, with a seriously angry guitar riff that'll make us seem like mighty warriors, undefeated, rescuers of humanity, saviors to little girls and heroes to puppies from the pound. And yet, I feel like anything but. I think we might have an edge. My confidence dissipates with every passing second because I keep going back to it again and again. What if that wasn't Chelsea revealing something in her dream? Boogerface, or, mother flippin' Satan, has been inside her head for so long already, he's practically purchased real estate in there. Some shitty bungalow to call his own. He's briefly dipped inside Mike's head and mine, bragging and laughing, not doing any real damage, only proving to us that he can. What if he showed me something that will end humanity as we know it? It had to be Chelsea. She was so confident. This reminder does not instill my own confidence. We have to take the chance and use it as a weapon. It's the only shot we have. Father Duke, the portly priest who was supposed to come with us to help protect Chelsea, has chosen to stay uninvolved for 2 reasons. First, now that Chelsea doesn't have to face her tormentor, he's not necessarily needed. Second, he had signed a separate contract from ours, one that gave him an out, the right to rescind his involvement in the project. If extenuating circumstances that would mar his ability to perform his role for the Catholic Church arose. Once Father Duke learned the identity of our opponent, he thanked us for the opportunity to be a part of something historic, blessed us, dabbled some holy water on our foreheads, told Carla Hancock to go screw herself in the PG-rated version, and hauled Buns down the driveway so fast he left a swirling cloud of dust behind. But not before he told us, "Boys, good luck. I wish you the best, and I hope to see you on the other side. And I think you know which one I mean," as he pointed skyward. Then, whoosh, dust. Gone. So much for being the great protector of all the sheep in his holy flock, but I get it. If I didn't have to be here, I wouldn't risk it either. Behind us, the director shouts, "Okay, cut! We got it, people!" I feel a chilly palm on my forearm. It's Carla. "What?" She says with a smile, "You two go take 30. They want to set up for a couple of new shots, and I told them that'd be fine." I sigh and let my shoulders droop. My nerves can't take another delay, and here we are being shuffled around like dolls at a tea party, while the kids playing the game control all the shots. Whatever. It won't take long, Carla promises. Besides, you might as well go give your girlfriends one last kiss goodbye. Thanks, I say, sarcasm so thick you'd have to heat it up in the microwave before you could spread it. Carla cocks her head to the side, feigning sincerity. Or maybe you could just pucker up and kiss your ass goodbye. 30 minutes, Hancock. Won't be long before the sun starts peeking over those hills. I'm saying this to her back. She's already stomping across the yard in her high stilettos. I imagine the sharp heels puncturing the hearts of unsuspecting mice and moles who happen to get in her way. Mike rolls his eyes. How did we ever put up with her for so long? I rub my thumb and forefinger together. You know why. If I'd known, he tisks at himself, tilts his head toward Dakota and Melanie and says, She's probably right, though. Let's go. My heart pounds in my chest. It's nervous energy. I can't calm down. Mike and Dakota hold hands and sit next to each other on the bed of a crew member's pickup while Yulie remains under the care of Chelsea, adoring every second of the girl's attention. Melanie and I embrace in the longest hug ever. I'm talking like Guinness Book of World Records hugging, and then we walk over to one of the equipment vans and sit down, leaning up against a dusty rear tire. Morning dew has already begun its slow march across the grass toward daylight, and I can feel the dampness through my jeans. We sit in silence, Melanie's head leaning against my shoulder, my hand in hers, feeling the warmth of her palm, the life in her body, the sanctity of her soul. This calms me. My heart rate slows. It no longer feels like the veins will burst in my neck. It's good. She's good. I'm good. There it is, right there. I've made it this far. I can see the light of self-forgiveness shining at the end of the tunnel, and for once, holy shit, it's not the headlight of an oncoming locomotive instead. I never want this moment to end. And yet it does. Yulie trots up to us alone, leash dragging in the grass alongside him. Melanie glances at me. Yulie, where's Chelsea? Then a distant question.
Hey, Ford, you out there, buddy?
I emerge from my peaceful trance almost sleepily and recognize the voice of Darren Ellis, one of the cameramen who worked with us on Graveyard. Believe it or not, it's not that simple to find camera operators willing to walk into complete darkness, stand unprotected with their backs to an approaching supernatural entity, and then film our reactions. Since the cameramen aren't going into the house with us, they're stuck doing busy work, like monitoring the video and sound feeds. Yeah, I reply. Right around the corner, actually.
You might want to come see this.
His tone suggests more than a hint of, uh-oh. Coming. Melanie pulls away so I can stand and then follows me, brushing the grass off the back of my jeans as she bends to take Yulie's leash. I round the corner and Darren motions me up into the van with quick waving hands, followed by an index finger over his lips. His eyes are wide as he sneaks a look outside beyond the van's rear doors, and then whispers for Melanie to hurry and get in if she's coming. She climbs in. Yulie follows and flops on the floor. What's going on? I ask as Darren pivots in his chair.
I need to show you something.
In front of us is a bank of monitor screens, each displaying a certain area of the Hampstead farmhouse interior, cameras placed inside by ignorant or desperate interns. Some screens are in black and white, some display the green hue of night vision. 6 total. Dust flies across the image like it's snowing inside the house.
Where?
He mumbles, his voice trailing off.
Shit.
Darren?
Did you authorize her to go in?
Who? I feel that worrisome shot of adrenaline prickle my skin.
Carla came in and asked me to cut the feed to the spot cams.
Why?
Uh-oh. She said the whiny bastard she brought in to direct this thing felt like they weren't filming the best spots, and he demanded to do some rearranging. I reminded her we didn't need to fully cut the feed to all of them while they were doing that, and fear of the unknown grips me, yet I have a sinking feeling about where this is heading.
Oh, God, what did she do? What's happening? Here, just quickly, she said she would radio back and tell me when it was cool to fire all the feeds up. I got curious and turned a couple back on to see what in the shit she was doing. Then, oh no, oh my God, I say, moving closer to the bank of monitors. On the far left screen, showing the live feed from the kitchen camera filming the stairs, is Chelsea Hopper moving into the picture. She's holding Carla's hand, looking up at her expectantly, tiny eyes glinting against the black and white. I can't hear anything, but Carla is clearly talking. She bends down, gives Chelsea a hug, and walks away, leaving the child behind. Ambient light from the moon floods the living room as the front door opens off camera, and then Chelsea is encased in pitch black once again. She slowly begins climbing the stairs, pauses at the third step, and looks around as she chews on a fingernail. A moment of indecision, and then she takes another step. I feel like I'm going to throw up. I can't move. This is it. This is what he was talking about. She will betray you. I whisper, Carla, she promised. It was a promise that Carla had no intention of keeping. Melanie gasps and snatches my arm, fingernails digging into my skin, but I feel no pain. I'm petrified, terrified. A walkie-talkie bleeps on the table. Carla's voice says, "Okay, turn him back on, Darren. Let's get a few minutes of this before we send the boys back in. Anything you see for the next 10 minutes is strictly off the record." Darren has one quizzical eyebrow arched. "Chelsea's not supposed to be in there alone, is she?" "She's not supposed to be in there at all." Melanie says, "Hurry, baby, go." The rear doors of the van slam against the sides as I burst through, land, and immediately hit a full sprint. "Mike!" I scream, checking the crowd for my partner. "We gotta go, man. Hurry." He's pushing himself out of the truck bed and chasing after me as I spot the Hoppers off to my right, coming around the side of another white van.
"Chelsea?" Lila shouts. "Chelsea, honey? Mommy's looking for you."
Rob bellows his daughter's name and then sees the two of us sprinting toward the farmhouse.
"Where are you going? Where's Chelsea?"
"Did you tell Carla she could take her inside?" I shout over my shoulder, not breaking stride. Another 200 yards to go.
"Inside where? The house? No. She said she wanted to take her for a walk and then disappeared,"
he yells back, and then he's running too. Lila joins her husband. I don't slow down. Neither does Mike. They'll catch up. 150 yards remaining. 100. My arms pump, my legs drive my body forward like pistons. My lungs burn, my pulse throbs inside my ears. 50 yards left. Chelsea is inside that house, and we have to catch her before she gets upstairs. I'm both enraged and curious about Carla's motives. How in the name of all that is holy did she think she could get away with this? Didn't she know? Didn't she realize I would never allow it? Didn't she think the Hoppers would sue her into oblivion? And then I understand. Our agreement was only verbal. She promised Chelsea didn't have to be involved. She promised the studio's lawyers would get to work right away. But there were no witnesses. It's her word against mine. The original contracts we all signed, probably sitting in a locked file cabinet down in Los Angeles. She never had any intention of keeping those promises. She caught me napping. She let me feel safe. She betrayed me. She will betray you. How could I have ever been such an idiot, stupid enough to trust her? I thought for the sake of money, all the zeros Mike and I would be losing, I thought it would be enough to motivate her into some level of sanity. But you know what? Money, power, fame, sometimes they aren't enough for the evil, greedy heart. 22. I spot Carla rounding the back side of the house, and she sees me at the same time. She pauses, freezes dead still, rather, with a surprised look of being caught with her hand in the cookie jar. I point as I sprint by her, yelling, "You! Later!" And then I'm gone. Not a lot of clarity in that, though I'm sure she understands. We didn't run fast enough, because when all four of us explode through the front door like running backs breaking through the offensive line, hitting the hole hard, my eyes immediately go to the stairs, and Chelsea is nowhere to be seen. From upstairs, I hear the hard crash of a bedroom door slamming, and my heart drops to the floor along with my stomach and any remaining sense of confidence I might have had. Rob and Lila scream for their daughter and frantically scatter throughout the living room and kitchen, looking for her on the first floor. I tell them she's not here, she's upstairs, and that they should really stay downstairs. "Like hell we will," Rob growls, and he's rushing for the stairs with Lila right behind him. "Move!" he shouts, pushing into my chest. I hold my ground. Rob is a big guy, and yet the adrenaline coursing through my veins gives me an advantage. I throw my hands to his chest and stop him there. "Don't," I tell him. "Do not go up there." "Out of my way," he orders. "Please," Lila begs. "Chelsea." Mike gently touches her shoulder, trying to be comforting. "Our daughter," she whimpers. Rob slaps at my hands and attempts to shove past me. I sidestep, block his path, and put my hands back on his chest, demanding that he stop right here. All of this happens in seconds, and it feels like an eternity. It feels like we're wasting hours, days even, while Chelsea is up there with the dark man, where he's already doing his worst to her. Rob reaches across my arms and grabs the opposite wrist. He twists, using leverage against me, and before I can recover, I'm on the way to the ground. I land face first, popping my forehead against a lower step. My vision blurs. Sparkles dance in my line of sight. Still, I'm able to grab his ankle as he's clambering over me. He goes down on the stairs, popping his shins and knees. Behind us, Lila is crying. Mike holds her in place as she struggles to free herself. I shake my head clear and then crawl on top of Rob, straddling him. He's holding his side, perhaps bracing a broken rib. I'll owe him a sincere apology for that later, but for now, he needs to understand the severity of the situation. I clasp both hands on the side of his head and pull his face up to mine. I said, do not go up there, Rob. Not unless you want all three of you to walk out of here carrying Satan in your soul. You're not strong enough, and neither is Lila. You have to stay here. Mike and I will go. We can do this. We know what we're doing. You go up there, either of you, and it's the end, man. You got me? Rob's face twists and contorts like clothes spinning in a washing machine, folding this way and that as he races through so many emotions, rage and understanding, finally joining hands. She's our daughter, he says, baring his teeth. Hurry, Lila says between sobs. Mike says, Ford, and the urgency is evident. I tell Rob the best thing they can do for their daughter is stay strong and stay down here. Be ready for her. No matter what happens up there, if we can get her away from him, then we'll find a resolution. But I can guarantee you that if you and Lila disobey and come upstairs, you could wind up possessed by Satan, and if all three of you are sporting horns and hooves, you're done, and you won't even know it. Rob's breath snorts out through flaring nostrils, then eases as he inhales deeply, fingers loosening their grip on my shirt. I climb off him, stand, and offer a hand to help him to his feet. Mike and I leave the hoppers behind, standing at the base of the steps, holding each other, desperate for this to end well. Their restraint is phenomenal. Their trust is off the charts. What must it take inside their minds to listen to the man who caused all of this in the first place? How strong do they have to be to give in and accept that we will do what we claim we can? Truth be told, if it were my child up there, I don't think I could do it, no matter how many promises and reassurances were made. God bless the hoppers. They're gonna need it. Second floor. Mike on the left, me standing like a sentry on the right, fists clenched, abs tight, chest held up and out like a shield protecting my soul. I'm reminded of the time I first brought Yuli here when the permeating darkness was blacker than the bottom of a well. That night, a warm gust of wind scampered through an open window as Yuli whimpered down the hallway, aiming his twitching snout in the direction of the room we're about to enter. Mike is slightly higher on the evolutionary scale than Yulie, but I swear he lifts his nose, angles it down the hallway, sniffs the air, and gives off a slight moan like Yulie's whimper. I would have laughed if I wasn't scared out of my mind. He says,
You smell that?
I do the same. Sulfur.
Yep, but stronger, like sulfur and spoiled chocolate milk that's been baking in the sun for a few days.
Oddly specific.
I know what I know.
You think it means anything, since he's stronger than we thought? Mike waves his DVR toward the room.
Could be exactly that. Big man downstairs has the body odor of a rotting cow carcass, nothing more. Or could mean he's brewing up something big in there. I can't even begin to...
Hurry!
Lila screams.
Go!
On it, I call back. Rob adds,
The fuck are you waiting on, assholes? Get her back now!
Mike says,
Man's got a point. You ready?
Will I ever be? No.
Then here we go.
Mike actually takes the lead. Rarely does the exterminator part of his personality come out, but in the past they were some of our highest-rated episodes because the fans went crazy whenever the slightly shy, reserved sidekick broke free from his chains of quietude. From the corner of my eye I notice a spot cam in the bedroom with the open window and briefly wonder if he saw it too and was playing to the crowd. Maybe, just this once, Mike is thinking about the footage we're capturing. Nah. Mike? Doubtful. I'm sure he's thinking about the Hoppers, his own children, and steeling himself to kick some satanic ass. It's motivating, I'll be honest. Not in a competitive sense, like I can't let my bro outdo me in the world of paranormal search and rescue. No, it's more like if he's not showing fear or doing a fantastic freaking job of hiding it, then I need to step up to my A-game of old. Find the Ford that Ford used to find in situations like this, back when I felt comfortable referring to myself as the Almighty. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Here we go. We're walking down the hallway, slowly, deliberately, one foot in front of the other in unified precision. At least until we reach the bedroom door when Mike reaches for the handle and I don't. Wait, I say, grabbing his wrist.
Why?
What's our plan?
Do we need one?
You don't think we do?
I mean, shit, Ford, we step inside, he says, pulling a small bottle of water from the pocket of his cargo shorts. We squirt some holy water on anything that manifests, you yell your thing, and then we grab Chelsea and get gone.
Right. My thing.
It's not much, but what else do we have? Like you told the Hoppers, if we get her back, we always have a chance. We're not beating Satan at anything. So we do the best we can, which is grab Chelsea and take her someplace safe.
But then what?
The hell do you mean, then what? The fuck should I know? They moved to Vatican City? I don't know. What I do know is there's a terrified girl in there and...
Boom. 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 3 heavy thuds pound against the master bedroom door from the inside, and Chelsea screams. It's the first sound we've heard from her since we entered the house, and the next is even more heartbreaking.
Mommy! Daddy! Help!
Go, go, go,
Mike says, grabbing the doorknob. I can literally hear the hiss his skin makes a beat before he yelps and jerks it away, flapping and flailing it like a wounded bird.
Son of a bitch, that's hot.
I suspected that, which is why I cover my hand with my shirt, twist the knob rapidly, and shove the door open where it slams against the interior wall. Chelsea! I spot her over by the window facing north, stuck to the wall, upside down, arms out as if she's on an inverted crucifix. No nails pierce her hands and feet, and I thank God for that. She appears to be mounted by nothing more than the ultimate demon's willpower. She struggles and screams. There's a strange orange glow in the room, like it's illuminated by a fiery light source. Before I can take a step, Mike puts his hand across my chest like my mother used to do when she slammed on her brakes in the car.
Whoa,
he says.
Look down.
Chelsea, honey, hang on, we're coming, I tell her, then glance where Mike is pointing. Below us is one of the most incredible things
I've ever seen. Real, imagined, it doesn't matter. It's insane. Smoke swirls in a circle along the wall in thick black ropes, down, down into a fiery, boiling pit that's growing wider and coming closer with each rotation of the smoke. I had speculated that the room was a portal to hell and assumed that was what happened to Papa Joe. Looks like I might have been right, except something is off about what we're seeing. Chelsea screams for help, screams at us to get her down.
We're coming, sweetheart. 1 second. We just have to— Mike, wait, hang on.
Mike bends down to the floor and reaches out. I'm a split second away from screaming at him, petrified that he's going to get sucked into the void, or that something will reach up out of there, grab his wrist, and drag him into eternity. Instead, his hand thumps against the wooden floorboard and he grunts in response.
"Ow," he says. "It's not real."
Huh?
I don't know how to describe it. Fake. You're seeing the same thing, yeah? Swirling smoke, open pit down into Lucifer's bedroom?
Yeah, but—
He's inside our heads. He's screwing with us. That's what the devil does, right? Messes with your mind?
A deafening roar erupts from below. It's so loud that it shakes the foundation of the home. The walls rattle and shimmy. Ancient picture frames, empty of photographs, fall from pegs and shatter. The glass pieces come to rest on the floor but appear to float over the gaping maw of Hades. Jagged rocks encircle the walls of the hole all the way down, scraggly teeth that would rip us to shreds if we actually fell. I can't be sure of how far down it is, where the fire pit bubbles and surges upward, coming closer to us, but I spot movement. It's a pointed horn carving through the surface like a shark fin. It dips below and then appears again with its partner, the tips of which slowly rise up, growing with each second. As far below as it appears to be, whatever they belong to must be enormous. I have a pretty good idea who's coming. I ask Mike, "This is all in our heads, right? You're sure?"
Are you seeing that down there?
I am. Hang on. I need to find something. Chelsea sobs and begs Mike and me to come get her. He promises we will as soon as we can. Behind us at the top of the staircase, I hear the hoppers pleading with us too. I glance back, see them standing a couple of steps from the top, and order them back to the first floor. They refuse. I don't blame them. But I also can't focus on them at the moment. To my left is a bathroom, one that I've investigated in before, and if it's still here, yes, there, a random 2x4 length of wood, approximately 5 feet long, that stood in a corner. For what purpose, I don't know, but now it has a purpose. Mike moves out of my way, asking,
"What are you doing with that?"
Making sure. I lift it over my head and swing it downward, like chopping wood with an axe, as hard as I possibly can, and it occurs to me an inch away from the floor. What if I break through like it's glass and Chelsea falls? No. Too late. The 2x4 slams into the floor with a resounding thud, and the reverberation shoots a stinging blast of pain through my hands, forearms, and all the way up into my shoulders. Another horrid, wailing roar erupts from below. The glowing, swirling, superheated liquid surges up and up, burying the crown of the head, the horns, and then they appear again, the tips glowing red from the intense heat of hell's lava, fueled by millions of tortured souls. "Move, Mike. Go, go!" Mike drops his head and powers forward. I'm an inch off his heels, telling myself not to look down. And yet I do. The vertigo is intense. I sway and stumble. I know the floor beneath our feet is solid wood, that the devil is playing tricks on our minds, yet it doesn't stop me from feeling like I'm walking on clear glass, on air, and that I'll fall at any second. The sulfur smell grows stronger. It clogs my nose and claws at the inside of my lungs when I breathe. Chelsea struggles against the wall. The beast below spins her once, twice in rapid succession, before Mike reaches her. I can feel the heat coming through the soles of my boots.
Mike wraps his arms around Chelsea and tries to pull her free. It doesn't work. He tugs her again and she yips in pain.
"Get her legs," he says.
I do. We pull. Nothing happens. "Our Father who art in heaven," I say, trying the first thing that comes to mind. "Hallowed be thy name." Mike joins me in reciting the Lord's Prayer. Halfway through, the floor shudders, the room becomes awash in fresh heat, and the image of hell trying to swallow us whole appears beneath our feet again. We finish the prayer. Mike says, "Amen," and the moment the word is out of his mouth, the gaping hole below us vanishes, and the master bedroom returns to normal once more. Chelsea falls into Mike's arms upside down and flings her arms around his neck when he flips her upright. "Go, Mike. Get out." Mike runs for the door, but I can't move. Something is holding me in place as if my feet are encased in concrete. The image of hell returns, then vanishes, blinking in and out like a slow strobe light, switching between the scorching, sharp-toothed orifice to hell, then back to normal. Hell. Normal. And then, it's almost subliminal, it's so fast. I spot the most horrible, haunting thing I could imagine. It's there, then it's gone. My stomach roils like it's full of boiling acid. The vision of hell returns. The flaming pit is empty. No creature arises from the liquid flames. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it means we beat him. It means he's here. Finally, the room blinks back to its natural state of existence and stays that way. Moon glow shines through the windows. I spot the blinking red light of a camera mounted in the upper right corner of the wall, placed there by some unpaid intern desperate enough to enter this home and try to please Carla Hancock. Regardless of my current mental state, where I stand on caring about anything but rescuing little Chelsea Hopper, I can only hope the camera was able to catch something, just for the sake of my own sanity. I need proof of this. I need evidence that it isn't all in my mind. For now, all is calm. All seems safe. Everything is dead silent. 23. Down the hallway I can hear the distant shouts of Rob and Lila Harper through the open door, asking if everything is okay, asking if we've rescued Chelsea. Mike stands beside the door holding a quivering Chelsea against his chest.
"Is that it?"
I don't know. Why are you still standing there? Get her gone, man, now." I stare at the floor, hands out, palms up, examining them to make certain they're real, solid, that this isn't a dream.
"I'm not leaving you here. I saw it too."
I do a double take. Him? The thing with the... Chelsea doesn't need to hear a description.
"We have to go. We can't. Ford, buddy, I don't even have the words."
Don't forget the... You know. I don't want to say it out loud. Not yet. Not until we know for sure.
"That's a big risk. We don't..."
Just go. We're wasting time. Get her out of this fucking house. I'll be right behind you. This will only take a second. I go to them, put my hand on his back right between the shoulder blades, and push him toward the master bedroom door. Reluctantly, he moves, asking,
"You sure?"
"Positive."
"Bro, I don't know about this. I can't leave you. Let me give Chelsea to her folks and I'll be back, okay?"
"Whatever, Mike, just go." Then he's out the door and I can hear the Hoppers sobbing and shouting with joy as I slam it closed behind him. I turn the deadbolt. There's no way he's getting back in here. Distant and disconnected though they may be, Mike has a family. Mike has multiple reasons to stay away, stay alive, and stay free from the devil's harm. It won't be the first time I'm making a decision for him, but it might be the last. What about me? What about Melanie and Yulie? I have reasons to stay alive, right? I do. But this is all on me. I started this shit and I'm going to finish it, No matter how strong the fear is, no matter how strong my urge to turn and run, no matter how low my odds are of walking out of here after facing Satan himself, I have to try, and I'm not taking anyone else down with me. People have called me an idol. They dedicate books to those who go bravely into the night. They look up to me. They want to emulate me. They want to trust that I am a real hero. Maybe it's time I give them a reason to believe it. Seconds later, Mike hammers on the door, jiggles the handle, and shouts, "Ford, open up, man. Don't do this. Don't be a martyr. It's not worth it."
Chelsea's life is worth it, Mike. Yours too. Go deal with Carla. I'll be out in a minute.
"Ford!"
His fist pounds and pounds on the unforgiving wood. He starts throwing his body weight into it, but nothing budges. The good thing about handcrafted homes from yesteryear, the damn things were built to last. He'll never break through that solid oak.
"Don't do this!"
Go, Mike. I turn away. And there he is. Him. It. The vile thing I saw a minute ago. Satan. Lucifer. The devil himself. Standing directly in front of me in the center of the bedroom, bent at the waist, legs coiled and ready to pounce, hands out to his sides with the tips of his claws glistening in the moonlit reflection of whatever substance drips off of them. Black skin, ragged, filled with cracks and pockmarks, warts and open wounds oozing pus. It covers thick, powerful muscles that heave and ripple with each apparent breath. I retreat 2 steps as my disbelieving gaze travels up his arms and I try to recall everything I've ever read in the field of paranormal research about this guy right here. History books, common guides to the undead, encyclopedias detailing all the known demons. Some had advice, some speculated, but when it comes to encountering Satan, it's unlikely that anyone who ever did lived to explain how they escaped. Don't look him in the eye. Don't touch the skin. Don't open your mind to psychic suggestions. I have no idea. He's already been inside my head, playing around. Shit, he might be in there right now. A forked tongue lashes out like a whip from a hole in his neck and then retreats inside with an audible, moist slithering. I thought about this often in my days of paranormal investigations, but it's true. The eyes are the window to the soul. In this case, though, they're windows to the soulless. His irises are blue. I'm not sure what I was expecting. Slime green, blood red, shit brown? Perhaps they're a reflection of my own. He hisses, baring yellow, gray, and black fangs, rotten breath wafting past me. My knees weaken from the ungodly stench of decay and waste. At the corner of my peripheral vision, I see his hands clenching into fists, and yet I can't look away from his face. The skin, burned to a crisp by thousands of years of fire and ash, stretches tight across blackened bones, peeking through gashes along his chin and cheekbone. The horns. Oh, God help me, how do I describe the horns? Sharp, piercing tips with thick bases. They're angled and twisted, multiple offshoots like burned branches in a forest fire. Sharp as blades, jagged as lightning in a night sky. In some spots I notice carvings, symbols, language maybe, or it could be a running tally of all the souls he's consumed since breakfast. Am I to be another notch in his belt? The son of a bitch smiles at me, baring those horrid serrated teeth, tongue flicking out of the hole in his neck, and he licks his lips. The anticipation is excruciating. It sounds like a death wish, but I almost want him to attack me, to break the growing, seething tension. Do something. Say something. Quit staring at me. "Why Chelsea?" I squeak. "Why me?" And I wait. I suspect that outside the door at my back, Mike continues to beat against it and throw his shoulder at the hinges, trying desperately to break inside. I suspect he's radioed back to the crew asking for help.
I pray the hoppers are running as fast as they possibly can. I pray they're safe forever. If it's happening, I hear none of this. The atmosphere is thick in the room, swollen, as if 1,000 pounds of feathers are sitting on my chest, covering my face, smothering me and dulling the clarity of the world. I know it's him. I know he's doing it. Why? I repeat, one tick of the dial louder. He swings an arm, and I have no time to react. It catches me in the side with such force it's like stepping into the path of a speeding dump truck. White flashes across my vision from the pain, and I slam into the wall. He points at me with a single hooked finger, waves it up and down, left and right. My arms are pulled out wide, one foot goes over top of the other, and I find myself in the same crucifix position as Chelsea, hanging upside down. Lucifer arches back, chest pointing at the ceiling, arms and legs flexed, muscles rippling under the scorched skin, and then he roars. It's the sound of endless souls screaming while they burn in a lake of fire. It's the battle cry of the most wicked entity to ever exist, nails driven into human flesh, witches burned at the stake, all combined into one thunderous shriek. My chest shakes from the reverberation. My vision darkens for a second and returns. It's then I realize I'm already dead. I'm not walking out of here alive. I once saw a documentary on World War II, and one of the surviving soldiers was asked how he did it. How was it possible to run toward the sound of gunfire? To run between howling machine guns, bullets flying everywhere, to rescue a fallen friend? How was it possible to wake up and fight every single day, knowing that any minute could be your last? His response? I opened my eyes each morning accepting the fact that I was already dead, and every second I had left was time borrowed from God. Might as well make the most of it while I could. Take a life, save a life. Nothing to lose. Everything to gain. Sounds about right, huh? So if that's where I am now, if you're out there, Lord, I could use some help. Give Melanie a good life. Keep an eye on Yulie. Let Mike find his happiness. Oh, and maybe put Carla Hancock in jail for eternity. Not too much to ask, is it? I didn't take your toy, I say to the sadistic monster standing before me. And do you want to know why, you filthy piece of shit? She was never yours to begin with. He chuckles. The son of a bitch actually laughs at me. I didn't suspect he was able, nor is it comforting. Wind, with the strength of an approaching tornado, blasts through the room, riding on a wave of heat. Curtain rods rip from the walls, windows shatter, closet doors swing violently and crack. Lucifer speaks. The tone is harsh, unfathomable, and burnt with hatred.
She has always been mine.
Bullshit. She's an angel, a child of God.
The blood of the meek shall feed my horror.
It must be the blood rushing to my head, creating a hint of temporary insanity because I find strength I thought was long gone. Maybe you didn't hear me, you revolting fucking dog turd. Why her? Why that poor girl? Leave Chelsea alone.
Pathetic weakling. You are an ant. I am eternal. You dared to step inside my lair.
I didn't know it was...
Silence, worm. Your crime was arrogance. You challenged me. Her scars are the price she paid for your transgressions, you wretched mortal. You revealed me to the world.
Hate to break it to you, Chief, but it's not like you're a secret.
Weaklings watch. Weaklings care. Weaklings pray.
He waves his hand in a small circle, pushes against the air, and then a hole explodes in the far wall. Splinters and shards rain down both inside and out, and far beyond, a few 100 yards away, in the din of multiple headlights, I can see the Hopper family standing behind a semicircle of crew members, all trying to protect Chelsea. There's no sign of Mike. The Ultra Demon bellows,
"Those rodents think they can take her from me. Ignorant fools. I will end you all."
I don't get it. I don't understand. I need to know. Why her? Explain yourself.
Corruptible purity is the most powerful weapon against love, kindness, and that thing you call a god, Lucifer says. She will be my scepter, my wife.
Your what? Look, if I'm already dead, I might as well go for it. Let me get this straight, Lucy. He hisses angrily, doesn't appreciate my clever nickname. I exposed your stupid plot to take over the world with the blood of the innocent, a plot that began by hanging out in a young girl's house and making her your wife because she's what? She's some kind of obsession of yours? If knowledge caused the fall of man, what's your vice, dickhead? Pedophilia? A low growl emanates from the depths of his chest. He takes a single step closer to me, his cloven hoof clunking against the floor. The wind continues to whip and howl around the room. Orange tongues of flame flicker near the baseboards and lick up the walls. I dare to take my eyes off of him and look outside through the exposed hole. Smoke lifts and twirls past the opening. Oh shit. He's not planting the images of flames in my mind. The house is on fire, and I'm trapped inside it with the devil. Why Chelsea? I ask for the... Hell, I've lost count of how many times.
Reason is the bastion of simple minds.
Reason keeps the world from falling into complete chaos.
Evil without reason creates the purest fear in the heart of man.
Is it an understatement to insist that you're fucking crazy? Or, you know what, maybe I am. Maybe I'm nuts, and this is all in my head. Am I going to wake up any second now? Am I seriously hanging here like an upside-down crucifix, trying to rationalize the nature of humanity with the devil? He begins to pace around the room, hooves clunking with each step.
A fight you will never win. You die. She's mine. And this miserable place that you mortals call home will burn with my wrath. The blood of the meek shall feed my horror.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Broken record much?
I have waited an eternity to rule what is rightfully mine, and you, I have let live too long.
He pauses in the far corner, 20 feet away. The air floods with heat, and it's hard to tell if it's from Satan's seething wrath or the fact that the freaking house is on fire. Well, now hold on a second, because this is how I see it. This whole scorched earth policy is kind of ridiculous.
Your words mean nothing.
He lifts a hand. A fireball blooms in his open palm. Flames dance from his fingertips. He could crush me at any moment. It's time. I can wait no more. Chelsea's secret is all I have. It's either a weapon against the strongest evil known to man, or it's a key word that will bring about the 1,000-year reign of Satan on this dirt ball we call home. When I was knocked unconscious back at the Sumter Hotel and Spa, Chelsea, bless her adorable heart, appeared in my dream, her reality, as we walked down the hall together, reciting the poem she had written to protect herself from malevolence. The white night is bright with light and love. Put the pedal to the metal and swing your sword with grace at his face. Keep me safe in this place. The demon killer is my savior. May he protect me forever and ever. Thanks, Jesus. She looked up at me with an angelic smile accompanying a mischievous twinkle in her eye and said, "Let me show you something," as we turned on the bathroom light. We stood next to each other, her head nearly even with my hip. Maintaining her hold, she squeezed my hand and pointed. Another Chelsea, I'm assuming the original one from the original dream, checked inside her pajama bottoms for boy parts and sighed with relief. She lifted her gaze, stared at her reflection in the mirror, and then unleashed a violent scream so shrill the mirror cracked. Before, that's when the dream had always ended. Now we watched as the mirror clicked and clattered, a quieter version of land buckling under the shifting power of an earthquake, and the Chelsea beside me whispered,
"See, I can only show you here in your dream."
"Show me what?" I replied.
"He'll know if I say it out loud. Goodbye, Mr. Ford. I'll see you on the other side."
She vanished. Blink, gone. And that's when I looked in the mirror. The cracks had splintered into a word, into the language found in the Hopper House decades ago, the language spoken by Lauren Coburn on the Coast House footage. I don't know how I knew what it was, I just did. Perhaps Chelsea left the truth behind in my psyche, tucked away in a hidden corner only she could find. What was the single word? What am I laying the hopes of humanity on? The true name of Satan. In the language of the damned. Not Lucifer, not the devil, not Satan, or Beelzebub, or Dancer, or Prancer. None of that. Nothing created by human minds. There's power in a name. The creature we came to know as Boogerface before the truth was revealed raises the flaming ball higher, up over his head, then lifts the other hand, cups it from the outside, and stretches them apart. Fire swirls and undulates, grows, and sets the ceiling ablaze.
"Death to the weak, I will drag you into the dark,"
he growls, leaning, arms surging forward, and I'm about to bite the big one in what appears to be a satanic version of dodgeball. This, I fear, is my one and only chance. My merely human mind, my simpleton grasp of this moment, has no clear understanding of how to pronounce his name. I have no phonetic knowledge to equip me, but I feel the truth in my soul. Please, God, let this work. "I know thy name, demon. Burn in hell, Aksh-Klog-Taksh." His name leaves my lips. For the briefest of seconds, nothing happens. Time slows and continues to march ahead, crawling sloth-like, and clarity shatters my expectations. This is what it feels like when you must return the time you borrowed from God. Death to the weak. I should have known. I'm not strong enough to fight Satan. What have I been thinking? Then it happens. A miracle. Ask and ye shall receive. I fall away from the wall, catching myself before I land on my skull, and look up. Aksh-Klog-Taksh, or Boogerface, since that's easier to pronounce, halts like a speeding car driving headlong into an immovable steel wall. His body begins turning to stone, gradually at first, starting with his hooves, then swiftly ascending up his legs as the ball of flame dies in a whisper and vanishes. Stone consumes his worldly form, leaving behind a vicious-looking statue that could only exist in the imagination of Carter Kane. Somewhere distant, far beyond the boundaries of this life, this side of the supernatural, I hear the rage-soaked roaring howl of defeat and despair, falling away and down, down, down. I inhale smoke, coughing as I cover my mouth and nose with my t-shirt. My eyes deceive me because it looks as if the portal to hell is opening again beneath my feet. The floor shakes and I stumble to the side, finally understanding that the Hampstead farmhouse has reached its ignition point. It's not hell. The floor is burning. Another strong shake comes as the foundation weakens. The stone statue of Boogerface teeters, falls, and shatters into thousands of pieces when it hits the floor. Time to go. Time to find a way out. Flames everywhere. The hallway, the stairs, the other bedrooms. I'm trapped. Smoke soaks into my lungs. Maybe this is hell. I spot the hole in the wall, the one blasted open by Boogerface. One chance to live the life I've earned. I run,
I jump.
I fly. But there are no angel wings to soften my fall from 12 feet up. Both ankles snap when I land. The dual cracks are sharp, like a pool stick angrily broken across a biker's shin, and the intense pain shoots swirling, sparkling fireflies across my eyesight. I roll onto my side and vomit. From the smoke I swallowed, from the pain, from expelling the evil that had once been inside of me. It's over. It's done. Chelsea is safe. I crawled out of the belly of the beast. I'm still alive, and I owe 1,000 prayers to God. Epilogue. You're listening to KWAL 92.9 FM, rocking you from here to the end of time with Crazy Dave Barker on this dark and sultry Monday night. Joining me today is our guest from the recently released documentary blockbuster, The Belly of the Beast, the one, the only, Mike the Exterminator Long. Thanks for being here, brother, and why don't you give us some background on what you've been up to lately? I heard you and the almighty Ford have faced some challenges getting this thing to the big screen, huh?
Thanks for having me, Dave. And we did have some trouble, that's right, but here's the thing. Every story has to end somewhere. Mine, yours. The guy sitting beside you in a crowded movie theater inhaling popcorn as you wait on The Belly of the Beast to start again. It's your third time seeing it, but he won't get another chance because he dies abruptly in a car crash on the way home, killed by a drunk driver. That's how life goes, you know? This movie is the final chapter of what felt like a never-ending road, but it has to. Stories end. Books end. New adventures and new chapters, they begin with the turn of a page. I could spend days telling you about the years leading up to filming this thing, or the time between the Hampstead farmhouse collapsing into a fireball and all the release delays for the documentary. But where's the fun in listening to me ramble on about bull hockey like that? I mean, yeah, we faced quite a few production issues. People quit, just walked straight off the job because they were too scared to even look at the footage we captured.
I heard some major comeuppance slapped around your executive producer. Any truth to that?
I'm not sure what I can legally tell you. The short version is, after we were finished filming, Ford found a digital voice recorder in his shirt pocket that had been running for something like 2 hours. We were so distracted by the evidence during our investigation and everything that happened to Chelsea, he'd totally forgotten about it. That didn't so much as capture paranormal proof, but we had Carla Hancock on record promising she wasn't going to send Chelsea Hopper into the house. That led to her eventual arrest for child endangerment, and then they let her go because of some contractual loopholes. The Hoppers filed a lawsuit against Spirit World Productions that was thrown out too because of the same issues. You know the drill.
Then there's the matter of the missing evidence you guys captured. That caused more delays. Any theories there? Conspiracies or otherwise?
Yeah, so much footage and data from the investigation vanished. Like it just went poof, and it was gone. Ford and I have our theories about what happened, and most of them are slightly terrifying in a paranormal sense, but it took weeks for some computer gurus we hired to retrieve the data. Backup cameras, backed up data files that for all intents and purposes looked absolutely corrupted. Those guys sorted through everything around the clock, and hell, they might still be looking. They scraped enough together for us to create a solid 90 minutes.
How do you feel about the finished product? I've seen some of your recent interviews, and you don't sound so pleased about how things turned out. Given that, would you maybe say that all the negative reviews are justified?
Am I dissatisfied with the film? No. The end result is fantastic. It's some of the most incredible evidence we've ever captured. What I disapprove of is the studio's handling of the press and marketing once some of the backstory came to light. Honestly, to suggest Ford alone has been the quote-unquote bad guy all along, and that he was trying to falsify paranormal evidence just to sabotage the movie because of a feud with Carla Hancock is utterly ridiculous. They're just passing the buck, you know. There are certainly better ways for them to handle it, and I can tell you for dang certain I won't be working with Spirit World again once this is all over. Granted, I'll admit that Ford was also caught on tape suggesting we should falsify Chelsea's involvement, in addition to Carla's promises, but it never happened. We suggested an alternative scenario to protect a 7-year-old girl who had been threatened with death by Satan if she didn't show up at the Hampstead farmhouse. Still, let me be perfectly clear, it didn't happen. We didn't fake a single second. Everything you see in the documentary is 100% real. All of our evidence, Carter Kane's reactions, Gunner Creek's reactions, they're all genuine. I'm not giving anything away by saying this.
Spoiler alert.
Right, I'll keep the details to a minimum. Everything we captured in that final scene with Ford in the master bedroom and that situation, it's all real. No special effects, no fabricated evidence.
But you weren't in there with Ford. You didn't see it yourself.
And yet I trust him completely. Ford isn't without his faults. I've known the guy for a quarter of my life. But when it comes to the supernatural, he's nothing but serious. And he risked his own life to save Chelsea Hoppers because he felt completely responsible for what happened to her on that live Halloween episode. He's a good man, and I'm happy to call him my brother.
Despite the negative reviews, I don't know if you've seen this or not, but you guys have a morbid rating of 8% out of 100 on sweetorsucks.com. Despite all of that, you guys are absolutely positively thrashing every known record for a documentary release, let alone films released in February. It's only been out for 2 weeks now, and Tanya, our intern, has seen it 5 times already. To me, that sounds like it's sweet and it sucks at the same time. How are you reconciling that?
It's hard, man. See, the biggest thing is we put so much effort into trying to save Chelsea Hopper. When we originally began our talks about coming back one last time to do this documentary, that's all it was. A cash grab for the studio, maybe a chance for Ford to redeem himself in the public eye, and, well, I had my own private reasons.
Alimony, I'm guessing.
Like I said, my own private reasons, but it turned out to be paranormal war where we were fighting against supreme evil, all to save a child, to give her a chance at a future free from a demonic possession and, more than likely, to keep her out of padded rooms for the next 80 years. For that, I would have done it for free. Ford, too, for that matter.
How's Ford healing, by the way?
You mean emotionally, mentally, physically? You'll have to ask him about the first 2, but yeah, his ankles are good, casts are off. Sounds like he'll be back to running marathons any day now. But, see, that's what drives me insane, Dave. Ford literally stood inside a burning farmhouse and then launched himself from 12 feet high because he waited until the last possible second doing what needed to be done. Then these critics, who have only seen the footage the editors cut into the film, have the ignorant audacity to sit there in their cushy desk chairs and criticize Ford for faking that fall, and then chastise him for his horrible acting. I have the x-rays.
Right.
I mean, for real, the guy from the Times who suggested Ford's shot at the Oscar went up in flames like the farmhouse? What a jerk. If you're listening, Art Daniels, come on an investigation one day and we can show you what it's really like. They say character is what you are in the dark. Well, let me tell you this, we've spent our careers and lives in the dark. Don't question our character. Not ever.
Was that the same dude who said the magic was gone and you guys looked like nothing more than a couple of morons shouting at bogus special effects?
Different guy. Same offer. Come experience it firsthand.
Okay, looks like we have time for one last question, Mike. I've ran my mouth enough and there's a caller on the line. What do you say, man? Brave enough to take a question from a stranger?
Go for it.
Caller, you're on.
Mike, can you hear me?
I'm here, ma'am. You had a question?
This is so awesome. I can't believe I'm talking to Mike Long. I'm Olga from Portland, and I wanted to tell you this first. I don't care what the reviews say. They can't all win Academy Awards. Sometimes you have to give in and enjoy things at face value.
Thank you. My point exactly.
Just know that all your fans are out here supporting you and Ford every day and always. The movie absolutely rocked, and I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. I didn't breathe for 90 minutes. Anyway, my question is, I'd just like to know how Chelsea Hopper is doing now after so long. Is she still okay?
She's, it's hard to say much without spoiling the documentary. I'm sure you've seen that she and her family have been in hiding since the internet mafia discovered her parents were sending her back into a house to face a demon. People were typing in all caps everywhere without knowing the real story, without knowing what that family was subjected to. But yeah, she's good. Their book is coming out soon. They're in an undisclosed location. So far, so good.
Dun, dun, dun. So far, he says. I'm Crazy Dave Barker, and that's just as good of a place as any to send Mike the Exterminator Long out the door and into the night. Give the almighty Fort Atticus Ford our best, wherever he may be. Oh, and a hearty congratulations on your upcoming nuptials to Dakota freakin' Bailey.
I'm a lucky man in so many ways.
There you have it, folks. I'd say keep your nose clean, but in your case, brother, I'll send you off with this. Keep your soul clean.
Thanks for having me, Dave.
Say it. Go on, you know you want to. Send us off like the good old days of Graveyard Classified.
Nah, that's Ford's line. I'll let him do it if he ever shows up again.
I turn off the internet radio and smile at how awesome Mike handled the interview. My boy's all grown up.
Ford, honey, you want some more rum punch?
Melanie asks, holding up a clear glass pitcher full of bright pink liquid that nearly matches the color of her string bikini. I'll take another half glass, sure. She pours, smiles, and kisses my forehead. I twist the gold band around my ring finger. We haven't told anyone yet, and I'm enjoying this secret that's ours alone. I have to admit, commitment looks good on me. Better than all black, that's for damn sure. By the way, New Zealand is amazing. I don't know if anyone has ever mentioned that before, but I gotta tell you, I'm fairly certain we're never going home again. Months ago, I told Jessie Lynn Wade of Portland Paranormal Quarterly that once all of this was over, I wanted to ride off into the sunset with my arm around Melanie and Yulee trotting along and wagging his tail close by. Which is exactly what I did. We spend our days reading, relaxing, and ignoring the rest of the world, with a few dog walks thrown in. I hear the documentary has been getting panned by critics, but the box office numbers are staggering. I expected that, really, and it's almost a good thing Carla Hancock betrayed us and left the original contracts as they were. If the predictions hold true, who knows how many zeros our royalty checks will have in them. Who knows how many children's charities will benefit from my donations when the time comes. Carla's been blacklisted by Hollywood and is living in Alaska, according to my sources. I've also heard that she's currently staying in a ridiculously haunted house where she's scared to death both night and day, and I can't promise I'm not responsible for getting the word out to a few friends of mine. Mike, bless him, has been a real trooper, handling all the press and interviews. I don't think he minds much. He's never been an attention seeker, but after more than a decade of standing by in my shadow, he says it's nice to be asked and have the opportunity to answer questions in my absence. Gunner Creek and Carter Kane have seen a massive surge in popularity, which I didn't think was possible given their celebrity status pre-Satan. As for Chelsea, she's great. Learning Italian, eating amazing food, sleeping soundly for the first time in years. I won't say where she is, other than the fact that she's closer to Vatican City, just in case, than she is to Cleveland. How was she able to show me the true name of Satan? I don't know. But here's what I suspect. Ultimately, it came down to this. Boogerface had spent so much time inside Chelsea's mind that she was able to sneak a peek inside his. The bravado, the pride, the uncontrollable rage, they caused his downfall, which were probably some of the unspoken reasons he was kicked out of heaven to begin with. He was so blinded by his quest for power on earth that he didn't account for the exceptional strength, innocent wisdom, and unwavering perseverance of a determined child. The blood of the meek shall feed my horror? As if. Never forget it, boys and ghouls. The meek shall inherit the earth. And I'll be over here on the sidelines, laughing, cheering, and sipping a cocktail while it happens. See y'all on the other side. This concludes The Belly of the Beast by Desmond Doane, narrated by Daniel Thomas May. Copyright 2016 by Desmond Doane.
This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Desmond, Doane, care of Anne Rittenberg Literary Agency, Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
空が青く広がる君と歩くこの道過去を振り返らずに未来へ進んでゆこう新しい風が吹いて僕らを導くよどんな暗闇も君となら怖くない手を取り合って新しい世界へ行こうこぼれても君の笑顔で救われる一緒にいるだけでどんな困難も乗り越えられる新しい風が吹いて僕らを導くよ君と一緒にいれば新しい希望が明日を照らすから過去の痛みを背負って僕らは強くなったどんな未来も怖くない君となら進める新しい風が吹いて僕らを導くよどんな暗闇も君となら怖くない手を取り合って新しい世界へ行こう
Continues to march ahead, crawling sloth-like, and clarity shatters my expectations. This is what it feels like when you must return the time you borrowed from God. Death to the weak. I should have known. I'm not strong enough to fight Satan. What have I been thinking? Then it happens. A miracle. Ask and ye shall receive. I fall away from the wall, catching myself before I land on my skull, and look up. Akshklalkaksh, or Boogerface, since that's easier to pronounce, halts like a speeding car driving headlong into an immovable steel wall. His body begins turning to stone, gradually at first, starting with his hooves, then swiftly ascending up his legs as the ball of flame dies in a whisper and vanishes. Stone consumes his worldly form, leaving behind a vicious-looking statue that could only exist in the imagination of Carter Kane. Somewhere distant, far beyond the boundaries of this life, this side of the supernatural, I hear the rage-soaked roaring howl of defeat and despair, falling away and down, down, down. I inhale smoke, coughing as I cover my mouth and nose with my t-shirt. My eyes deceive me because it looks as if the portal to hell is opening again beneath my feet. The floor shakes and I stumble to the side, finally understanding that the Hampstead farmhouse has reached its ignition point. It's not hell. The floor is burning. Another strong shake comes as the foundation weakens. The stone statue of Boogerface teeters, falls, and shatters into thousands of pieces when it hits the floor. Time to go. Time to find a way out. Flames everywhere. The hallway, the stairs, the other bedrooms. I'm trapped. Smoke soaks into my lungs. Maybe this is hell. I spot the hole in the wall, the one blasted open by Boogerface. One chance to live the life I've earned. I run. I jump. I fly. But there are no angel wings to soften my fall from 12 feet up. Both ankles snap when I land. The dual cracks are sharp, like a pool stick angrily broken across a biker's shin, and the intense pain shoots swirling, sparkling fireflies across my eyesight. I roll onto my side and vomit. From the smoke I swallowed, from the pain, from expelling the evil that had once been inside of me. It's over. It's done. Chelsea is safe. I crawled out of the belly of the beast. I'm still alive, and I owe 1,000 prayers to God. Epilogue. You're listening to KWAL 92.9 FM, rocking you from here to the end of time with Crazy Dave Barker on this dark and sultry Monday night. Joining me today is our guest from the recently released documentary blockbuster, The Belly of the Beast, the one, the only, Mike the Exterminator Long. Thanks for being here, brother, and why don't you give us some background on what you've been up to lately? I heard you and the almighty Ford have faced some challenges getting this thing to the big screen, huh?
Thanks for having me, Dave. And we did have some trouble, that's right, but here's the thing. Every story has to end somewhere. Mine, yours. The guy sitting beside you in a crowded movie theater inhaling popcorn as you wait on The Belly of the Beast to start again. It's your third time seeing it, but he won't get another chance because he dies abruptly in a car crash on the way home, killed by a drunk driver. That's how life goes, you know? This movie is the final chapter of what felt like a never-ending road, but it has to. Stories end. Books end. New adventures and new chapters, they begin with the turn of a page. I could spend days telling you about the years leading up to filming this thing, or the time between the Hampstead farmhouse collapsing into a fireball and all the release delays for the documentary. But where's the fun in listening to me ramble on about bull hockey like that? I mean, yeah, we faced quite a few production issues. People quit, just walked straight off the job because they were too scared to even look at the footage we captured.
I heard some major comeuppance slapped around your executive producer. Any truth to that?
I'm not sure what I can legally tell you. The short version is, after we were finished filming, Ford found a digital voice recorder in his shirt pocket that had been running for something like 2 hours. We were so distracted by the evidence during our investigation and everything that happened to Chelsea, he'd totally forgotten about it. That didn't so much as capture paranormal proof, but we had Carla Hancock on record promising she wasn't going to send Chelsea Hopper into the house. That led to her eventual arrest for child endangerment, and then they let her go because of some contractual loopholes. The Hoppers filed a lawsuit against Spirit World Productions that was thrown out too because of the same issues. You know the drill.
Then there's the matter of the missing evidence you guys captured. That caused more delays. Any theories there? Conspiracies or otherwise?
Yeah, so much footage and data from the investigation vanished. Like it just went poof, and it was gone. Ford and I have our theories about what happened, and most of them are slightly terrifying in a paranormal sense, but it took weeks for some computer gurus we hired to retrieve the data. Backup cameras, backed up data files that for all intents and purposes looked absolutely corrupted. Those guys sorted through everything around the clock, and hell, they might still be looking. They scraped enough together for us to create a solid 90 minutes.
How do you feel about the finished product? I've seen some of your recent interviews, and you don't sound so pleased about how things turned out. Given that, would you maybe say that all the negative reviews are justified?
Am I dissatisfied with the film? No. The end result is fantastic. It's some of the most incredible evidence we've ever captured. What I disapprove of is the studio's handling of the press and marketing once some of the backstory came to light. Honestly, to suggest Ford alone has been the quote-unquote bad guy all along, and that he was trying to falsify paranormal evidence just to sabotage the movie because of a feud with Carla Hancock is utterly ridiculous. They're just passing the buck, you know. There are certainly better ways for them to handle it, and I can tell you for dang certain I won't be working with Spirit World again once this is all over. Granted, I'll admit that Ford was also caught on tape suggesting we should falsify Chelsea's involvement, in addition to Carla's promises, but it never happened. We suggested an alternative scenario to protect a 7-year-old girl who had been threatened with death by Satan if she didn't show up at the Hampstead farmhouse. Still, let me be perfectly clear, it didn't happen. We didn't fake a single second. Everything you see in the documentary is 100% real. All of our evidence, Carter Kane's reactions, Gunner Creek's reactions, they're all genuine. I'm not giving anything away by saying this.
Spoiler alert.
Right, I'll keep the details to a minimum. Everything we captured in that final scene with Ford in the master bedroom and that situation, it's all real. No special effects, no fabricated evidence.
But you weren't in there with Ford, you didn't see it yourself.
And yet I trust him completely. Ford isn't without his faults. I've known the guy for a quarter of my life. But when it comes to the supernatural, he's nothing but serious. And he risked his own life to save Chelsea Hoppers because he felt completely responsible for what happened to her on that live Halloween episode. He's a good man, and I'm happy to call him my brother.
Despite the negative reviews, I don't know if you've seen this or not, but you guys have a morbid rating of 8% out of 100 on sweetorsucks.com. Despite all of that, you guys are absolutely positively thrashing every known record for a documentary release, let alone films released in February. It's only been out for 2 weeks now, and Tanya, our intern, has seen it 5 times already. To me, that sounds like it's sweet and it sucks at the same time. How are you reconciling that?
It's hard, man. See, the biggest thing is we put so much effort into trying to save Chelsea Hopper. When we originally began our talks about coming back one last time to do this documentary, that's all it was. A cash grab for the studio, maybe a chance for Ford to redeem himself in the public eye, and, well, I had my own private reasons.
Alimony, I'm guessing.
Like I said, my own private reasons, but it turned out to be paranormal war where we were fighting against supreme evil, all to save a child, to give her a chance at a future free from a demonic possession and, more than likely, to keep her out of padded rooms for the next 80 years. For that, I would have done it for free. Ford, too, for that matter.
How's Ford healing, by the way?
You mean emotionally, mentally, physically? You'll have to ask him about the first 2, but yeah, his ankles are good, casts are off. Sounds like he'll be back to running marathons any day now. But, see, that's what drives me insane, Dave. Ford literally stood inside a burning farmhouse and then launched himself from 12 feet high because he waited until the last possible second doing what needed to be done. Then these critics, who have only seen the footage the editors cut into the film, have the ignorant audacity to sit there in their cushy desk chairs and criticize Ford for faking that fall, and then chastise him for his horrible acting. I have the x-rays.
Right.
I mean, for real, the guy from the Times who suggested Ford's shot at the Oscar went up in flames like the farmhouse? What a jerk. If you're listening, Art Daniels, come on an investigation one day and we can show you what it's really like. They say character is what you are in the dark. Well, let me tell you this, we've spent our careers and lives in the dark. Don't question our character. Not ever.
Was that the same dude who said the magic was gone and you guys looked like nothing more than a couple of morons shouting at bogus special effects?
Different guy. Same offer. Come experience it firsthand.
Okay, looks like we have time for one last question, Mike. I've ran my mouth enough, and there's a caller on the line. What do you say, man? Brave enough to take a question from a stranger?
Go for it.
Caller, you're on.
Mike, can you hear me?
I'm here, ma'am. You had a question?
This is so awesome. I can't believe I'm talking to Mike Long. I'm Olga from Portland, and I wanted to tell you this first. I don't care what the reviews say. They can't all win Academy Awards. Sometimes you have to give in and enjoy things at face value.
Thank you. My point exactly.
Just know that all your fans are out here supporting you and Ford every day and always. The movie absolutely rocked, and I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. I didn't breathe for 90 minutes. Anyway, my question is, I'd just like to know how Chelsea Hopper is doing now after so long. Is she still okay?
She's, it's hard to say much without spoiling the documentary. I'm sure you've seen that she and her family have been in hiding since the internet mafia discovered her parents were sending her back into a house to face a demon. People were typing in all caps everywhere without knowing the real story, without knowing what that family was subjected to. But yeah, she's good. Their book is coming out soon. They're in an undisclosed location. So far, so good.
Dun, dun, dun. So far, he says. I'm Crazy Dave Barker, and that's just as good of a place as any to send Mike the Exterminator Long out the door and into the night. Give the almighty Ford Atticus Ford our best, wherever he may be. Oh, and a hearty congratulations on your upcoming nuptials to Dakota freakin' Bailey.
I'm a lucky man in so many ways.
There you have it, folks. I'd say keep your nose clean, but in your case, brother, I'll send you off with this. Keep your soul clean.
Thanks for having me, Dave.
Say it. Go on, you know you want to. Send us off like the good old days of Graveyard Classified.
Nah, that's Ford's line. I'll let him do it if he ever shows up again.
I turn off the internet radio and smile at how awesome Mike handled the interview. My boy's all grown up.
Ford, honey, you want some more rum punch?
Melanie asks, holding up a clear glass pitcher full of bright pink liquid that nearly matches the color of her string bikini. I'll take another half glass, sure. She pours, smiles, and kisses my forehead. I twist the gold band around my ring finger. We haven't told anyone yet, and I'm enjoying this secret that's ours alone. I have to admit, commitment looks good on me. Better than all black, that's for damn sure. By the way, New Zealand is amazing. I don't know if anyone has ever mentioned that before, but I gotta tell you, I'm fairly certain we're never going home again. Months ago, I told Jessie Lynn Wade of Portland Paranormal Quarterly that once all of this was over, I wanted to ride off into the sunset with my arm around Melanie and Yuli trotting along and wagging his tail close by. Which is exactly what I did. We spend our days reading, relaxing, and ignoring the rest of the world, with a few dog walks thrown in. I hear the documentary has been getting panned by critics, but the box office numbers are staggering. I expected that, really, and it's almost a good thing Carla Hancock betrayed us and left the original contracts as they were. If the predictions hold true, who knows how many zeros our royalty checks will have in them. Who knows how many children's charities will benefit from my donations when the time comes. Carla's been blacklisted by Hollywood and is living in Alaska, according to my sources. I've also heard that she's currently staying in a ridiculously haunted house where she's scared to death both night and day, and I can't promise I'm not responsible for getting the word out to a few friends of mine. Mike, bless him, has been a real trooper, handling all the press and interviews. I don't think he minds much. He's never been an attention seeker, but after more than a decade of standing by in my shadow, he says it's nice to be asked and have the opportunity to answer questions in my absence. Gunner Creek and Carter Kane have seen a massive surge in popularity, which I didn't think was possible given their celebrity status pre-Satan. As for Chelsea, she's great. Learning Italian, eating amazing food, sleeping soundly for the first time in years. I won't say where she is, other than the fact that she's closer to Vatican City, just in case, than she is to Cleveland. How was she able to show me the true name of Satan? I don't know.
But here's what I suspect. Ultimately, it came down to this. Boogerface had spent so much time inside Chelsea's mind that she was able to sneak a peek inside his. The bravado, the pride, the uncontrollable rage, they caused his downfall, which were probably some of the unspoken reasons he was kicked out of heaven to begin with. He was so blinded by his quest for power on earth that he didn't account for the exceptional strength, innocent wisdom, and unwavering perseverance of a determined child. The blood of the meek shall feed my horror? As if. Never forget it, boys and ghouls. The meek shall inherit the earth. And I'll be over here on the sidelines, laughing, cheering, and sipping a cocktail while it happens. See y'all on the other side. This concludes The Belly of the Beast by Desmond Doane, narrated by Daniel Thomas May. Copyright 2016 by Desmond Doane. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Desmond Doane, care of Anne Rittenberg Literary Agency, Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.